Welcome, there is nothing you need to do now except be here, and even being here can be done gently. Let yourself lie down, however you already are, in your bed, or on a couch, or on the floor with something soft beneath you, and let the surface underneath you take your full weight. You do not have to hold anything up anymore. Not your head, not your arms, not the day you just carried in here with you. Let it all be held. Maybe you searched for something tonight before you found this. Maybe you typed what is NSDR, or non-sleep deep rest, or how to quiet a racing mind at night, or how to rest when you're exhausted but your thoughts won't stop, or how to fall asleep when your brain won't slow down. If any of that was you, then you are in exactly the right place, and you can stop searching now. This is that. This is the thing you were looking for. A long, slow, guided rest, the kind neuroscientists call non-sleep deep rest, and tonight it is going to stay with you, not for a few minutes, but through the whole night, from wired to calm to deeply rested to asleep, and onward all the way to morning. You do not have to keep it going. I will keep it going. All you have to do is listen and let go. Let me tell you plainly what this is, because the plainness itself is calming. Non-sleep deep rest is not magic, and it is not a trick. It is a simple, practiced way of resting the nervous system. You lie still. You breathe in a particular slow way that we will get to in a moment. And then you move your attention, only your attention, never your body, slowly through yourself, region by region, in an unhurried rotation. That is the whole of it. There is nothing to believe, nothing to achieve, nothing you can get wrong. Research suggests this kind of deliberate rest can help the body shift out of its keyed-up, effortful state and into something much deeper and more restored. And many people find that from this place, sleep comes on its own, quietly, without being chased. Tonight, we are simply going to give it all the time it needs. And one honest thing, said once and softly before we begin, this is a guided rest practice, not medical advice. If you have ongoing trouble with your sleep or with your health, a doctor is the right person to see, not a voice in the dark. But for tonight, for right now, there is nothing to fix. There is only rest, deliberately practiced, and I will guide you through every step of it. So let's begin with the body, just as it is. Let your eyes close if they are not already closed, and let them stay closed. There is nothing to look at, nothing to watch for. Behind your eyelids it is dark, and the dark is a good place to be. Let your arms rest wherever they have fallen. You do not need to arrange them. If they are at your sides, good. If one is across your belly, good. Let your hands be open, or let them be however they want to be. You do not have to open them on purpose. Just notice that they can rest. Let your legs be uncrossed, if that is easy, so the weight of them can spread out evenly into the surface beneath you. And if crossing or uncrossing them means moving, and moving feels like too much, then leave them. There is no correct shape. There is only the shape you are already in, softening. I know your mind is busy. That is likely why you came. Maybe it has been going all day and it hasn't stopped, and now that the room is quiet it seems even louder, running the same loops, rehearsing tomorrow, replaying today, chasing thoughts that will not sit down. You do not have to make any of that stop. Please hear that clearly because it changes everything. You do not have to quiet your mind by force. A racing mind cannot be ordered to be still. The ordering is just more racing. Instead, we are going to give your attention somewhere slow and simple to rest, over and over, and the racing will loosen on its own, the way a tight hand loosens when you stop asking it to grip. The thoughts can keep coming. We will just stop running after them. Let them drift by like weather. You are staying here with me, with the body, with the breath. So let's start with the breath, because the breath is the one part of all this that reaches directly down into the nervous system and tells it, gently, that it is safe to slow down. Here is why in one plain line, so your thinking mind has something true to hold. The long, slow exhale is the body's own built-in signal to downshift. When you let a breath out slowly, slower than you took it in, the heart itself eases, the pace of everything drops a little, and the system that has been running you hard all day begins quietly to stand down. You do not have to believe it for it to work. You only have to breathe. So let's do it together, and let's do it slowly. First, just notice the breath you are already breathing. Don't change it yet. Just find it. Somewhere there is air moving in and air moving out, all on its own, without you managing it. It has been doing this all day while you were busy. Notice that it never needed your help. Now when you're ready and there is no rush, let's take one easy breath in through the nose. Not a big dramatic breath, just an easy, comfortable filling. And then right at the top, take one more small sip of air on top of it. A little extra gently, and now let it go, a long, slow, complete exhale out through the mouth if that feels good, letting all of it leave slowly all the way to the bottom. Good, that's the one. In, a small sip on top, and a long, slow emptying out. Let's do it again, even slower this time. An easy breath in through the nose, a small second sip at the top, just topping it off. And then release, long and slow and unhurried, letting the exhale be longer than the breath in was, letting it stretch out into the quiet of the room, all the way down, and rest there for a moment at the bottom, empty, before the next breath comes on its own. And once more, the same way, in, the little sip on top, and the long, slow letting go. Feel how the letting go is the easy part, the part where nothing is required of you, the part where you simply stop holding. Good. Now let the special shape of it fall away and just let your breathing be simple. No more sips at the top, just this. Let every out-breath be a little longer than the in-breath. That's all. Breathe in whenever your body wants to, and let it out slowly, patiently, taking your time on the way out. And again, in and slowly out. You don't have to count, you don't have to keep track. If you lose the rhythm, there is no rhythm to lose, the breath will keep going without you. Just lean, again and again, into the long, slow exhale, and let each one carry a little more of the day out of you. In and slowly out. In and a long, soft release. Let the exhale be like setting something heavy down. You've been holding it all day. Set it down now. There is nowhere it needs to go. Just let it out and let it be gone. And notice you don't have to make yourself relax. You just have to keep breathing out slowly, and the relaxing happens by itself, underneath your noticing, in the deep old machinery of the body that knows exactly how to rest and only needed you to stop interfering. Every slow exhale is a small message going down. It's all right now. We can slow down now. There is nothing left to do tonight. Keep that going for a little while on your own, in and slowly out, and I'll stay right here with you. Now, while the breath keeps going in the background, you don't have to guide it anymore. Just let it be long and slow underneath everything. We're going to begin the long, slow heart of this practice. This is the part we will do in one form or another all night. We are going to move your attention through your body slowly, one region at a time, from the top of you down to the very ends of your feet. Not moving the body stays exactly where it is, heavy and still. Only the attention moves, like a slow, warm light passing over each part in turn, resting on it for a breath and moving on. You don't have to do anything to the parts of you. You don't have to relax them on command. You only have to bring your attention there and notice and let each place be as it is. Wherever the attention lands, a kind of softening tends to follow all on its own. Let it. And if your mind wanders off midway, and it will many times all night, that is completely fine. You don't have to scold it or drag it back hard. Just notice, gently, oh, I wandered, and come back to wherever we are. Coming back over and over is not a failure of the practice. Coming back is the practice. So let's begin at the top, at the face, where so much of the day's tension quietly gathers without our ever noticing. Bring your attention to your mouth, just your mouth. Notice your lips softly closed or slightly parted, however they are. Let your lips be soft. And notice your jaw, that hard-working hinge that clenches all day and holds so much. Let your jaw be loose. Let your teeth come slightly apart, so the upper and lower teeth are not touching, and there is a small space, a soft, dark space inside your mouth. Let your tongue rest heavy in the bottom of your mouth, not pressing anywhere, just lying there at ease. So much can let go right here, in the mouth and the jaw. Let it. Now let your attention drift up and out to your cheeks, the wide, soft flesh of your cheeks on both sides of your face. Let them be heavy. Imagine them softening downward, sliding gently off the bone, giving up. There is nothing your cheeks need to do. Let them fall. And now your eyes resting behind closed lids in the dark. This is a place we hold without knowing it, the small muscles all around the eyes, the constant faint effort of looking, even with the eyes closed. Let all of that go still. Let your eyes be soft in their sockets, heavy, sinking gently back. Let the lids themselves be weightless, no effort in them, no holding them shut, just resting closed. Feel how, when the eyes go quiet, something in the whole rest of you goes quiet too, as if the eyes were the switch and they have just been let off. Let your attention move up now to your forehead, the broad, smooth space above your eyes, between your brows. So often this is faintly furrowed, gathered, thinking, worrying, even when we don't mean it to be. Let the space between your eyebrows widen. Let the forehead smooth out and go blank and easy, like still water. Nothing pressing on it, nothing to work out right now. Let it be wide and calm and empty. And up over the top of your head to your scalp, the whole crown of your head, the skin stretched over the top of the skull. Let even this let go. Imagine the scalp loosening, softening, the faint tension you never knew you were holding up there releasing its grip. Let your whole head feel a little lighter, a little more at ease, resting its full weight down into the pillow or the floor. Bring your attention now to your ears and to the sides of your head around them, and just notice the sounds that are here in the room with you, whatever they are, the hum of the house, the quiet, maybe something far off outside. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to push them away either. Just let sound arrive at your ears and pass through, like the breath passes through, coming and going, part of the stillness rather than an interruption of it. Let your ears simply receive, and let the sides of your head be soft. And now let your attention slide down the back of your head to your neck and your throat, the whole column that holds your head up all day long, one of the hardest working and least thanked parts of you. But right now it isn't holding your head up, the surface beneath you is. So let your neck understand that it is off duty. Let it be soft all the way around, front and back and both sides. Let your throat be open and easy. Let the muscles there, which tighten when we're anxious, when we're bracing, when we're holding words back, let them all release. And let your head simply rest, fully supported, needing to hold nothing. Feel now for just a moment everything we've already softened, the jaw loose, the cheeks heavy, the eyes still, the forehead wide, the scalp at ease, the neck released. Your whole head and face quiet. Let that quiet be there, and let it deepen a little more with the next slow breath out. Good. Now we begin the long, slow journey down the arms, and we'll do one side at a time, unhurried, all the way to the fingertips. Let your attention gather at your left shoulder. The left shoulder, that place where the whole day seems to climb up and perch. Feel it, wherever it rests against the surface beneath you, and let it drop. Let it drop away from your ear. Let it be heavy and low and wide. So much is carried in the shoulders. Let this one set its burden down completely. Let it melt down toward the floor. And let your attention flow slowly down from the shoulder into your upper arm. The left upper arm, heavy now, resting. Let it be dense and still, like something set down and not picked up again. Down through the soft inside of the elbow and into the forearm. The whole left forearm growing heavier, warmer, giving its weight to whatever holds it. Down to the wrist, and let the wrist go loose, and into the hand. Your left hand, feel the palm of your left hand, the back of it, and now your attention moves out slowly into each finger. The thumb, heavy and still. The first finger, the second, the third, and the smallest finger, each one soft, each one at rest, all the way out to the very tips, where you can maybe feel a faint pulse, a faint warmth, the quiet life in the ends of your fingers as everything there goes still. Let your whole left arm, from the shoulder to the fingertips, be completely heavy now, given up entirely to gravity, doing nothing, holding nothing, resting. And now, letting the left arm stay just like that, bring your attention across to your right shoulder, and let it drop the same way, down and away from the ear, heavy, wide, setting down whatever it has been carrying. Let it be low and still. And down slowly into the right upper arm, letting it grow heavy, letting the weight of it sink. Through the elbow, soft, into the right forearm, warm and dense and unhurried, down to the wrist, loose now, and into your right hand, the palm, the back of the hand, and out into the fingers one at a time. The thumb heavy, the first finger, the second, the third, and the smallest finger all the way to the tip. Every finger of the right hand soft and still, warm at the ends, resting. Both arms now, from the shoulders all the way to the 10 fingertips, completely heavy, completely at ease, laid down and left alone. Nothing for the arms to do all night, nothing for the hands to hold. Let another slow breath go out, and let them sink a little deeper still into the surface beneath you. And now, with both arms resting and asked to do nothing more tonight, let your attention rise gently back toward the center of you, to the broad front of your chest. Not to change anything here, not to breathe in any particular way, only to notice. Somewhere beneath the surface of the chest, the breath is moving on its own, slow and unmanaged, rising a little and falling a little, the way the sea moves far out past the shallows where no one is watching. Let it move like that. You don't have to lift it or lower it. Just feel the front of your chest, wide and soft, and let the whole broad plate of it grow heavy, settling back toward your spine, settling toward the surface that holds you. With each breath that leaves you, feel the chest sink a little lower, unclench a little more, as though something that had been quietly braced there all day is finally being allowed to come unbraced. And feel along the sides of the chest, the ribs, all those long curved bones, so patient, arcing around you like the slats of something built to keep you safe. Let the spaces between them soften. Let the ribs be loose in their moorings, floating, riding on the breath rather than gripping it. There is a set of small muscles laced between every rib, and they work all day without ever being thanked, without ever being noticed. Let them be noticed now, and let them be off duty. Feel the whole cage of the chest widen just slightly, ease just slightly, the way a hand opens when you stop asking it to hold. And the long breastbone down the center, that flat calm bone, let it lower toward the floor, unhurried, heavy, at rest. Now let your attention sink from the chest down into the belly, into the soft warm center of you below the ribs. This is often the last place to let go, and the first place the day's tightness likes to hide, that low, held, gathered feeling. So let it soften now, deliberately and slowly. Let the belly be soft. Not held in, not pulled up, not kept flat for anyone, just soft and round and easy, rising a little as the breath comes in, falling a little as the breath goes out, like something gently breathing in its sleep. Each time the belly falls, let it fall a fraction further than you thought it could, until it feels almost as if the breath is being poured downward, out of the chest, down into the belly, and out of the body entirely, taking a little more of the day with it every time. Warm here, and heavy, and unguarded. And feel now how the breath, when the belly is truly soft like this, seems to slow all by itself, the out-breath stretching longer, thinning at the end, trailing off into a small still pause before the next breath decides, in its own time, to arrive. You don't have to make that pause, just let it be there when it comes. That long, quiet emptying is the body's oldest way of telling itself that the danger has passed, that there is nothing to run from, nothing to brace against, that it is finally, fully safe to come down. Let it tell itself that now, breath after breath, with no effort from you at all. Now let your attention travel around and beneath you to your back, the whole long expanse of your back, pressed against the surface that's holding you up. You spend most of your waking life keeping the back upright, working, quietly straining against gravity from the moment you rise. Tonight it can stop. Feel the place high between your shoulder blades where so much tension likes to knot itself, and let it spread out flat and wide against the bed beneath you. Feel the two shoulder blades themselves settle back and down, heavy as two smooth stones sinking into sand. Let your attention move slowly down the length of the spine, one region at a time, the upper back broadening and easing, the middle of the back sinking, the small of the back, that tender hollow that carries so much, softening now, releasing its long ache into the surface below. And feel, all down the back, the simple fact of contact, where your body meets what holds it. Wherever the back touches the surface, let it give its weight there completely, let the surface take it, let the surface do the holding so that not one muscle in your back has to. Imagine, if it helps, that you are being very gently pressed downward, that a soft and even weight lies over the whole back of you, warm as sun on a stone, and that all you have to do is let it press you down, deeper into the surface, deeper into rest. There is nothing to hold up now. The floor holds you, the bed holds you, the whole earth beneath the bed holds you. You can let it. Let another long breath leave you, slow and unhurried, and feel the entire back sink another fraction lower as it goes. Good. Now let your attention move down to the hips, to the wide, heavy basin of the pelvis, the deep architecture at the very center of the body. This is a great heavy bowl of bone, dense and strong, and it can grow very heavy indeed when you allow it. Feel it settle. Feel the hips loosen in their sockets, the way a door comes loose on an easy hinge, opening without a sound. All the long days holding, the standing, the walking, the sitting, the bracing, gathers here in the hips, and all of it can drain away now, down and out, sinking into whatever holds you. Let the hips be broad and low and still, the heaviest part of you, the deep keel of the body coming to rest at last. And from that heavy center, let your attention begin the long, slow journey down the legs, one leg at a time, all the way to the toes, the same unhurried way we traveled the arms. Let your attention gather now in your left hip and the top of your left thigh. Feel the big muscle of the thigh, the largest, strongest muscle in the whole body, and let it go completely soft, completely slack. Feel the weight of the thigh bone underneath it, long and dense, pressing down. Let the whole left thigh grow heavy and warm and wide, sinking into the surface, doing nothing, going nowhere. Down slowly toward the knee, and let the knee release, that patient joint that has bent and straightened 10,000 times today without complaint. Let it lie loose and open and still. Feel the small hollow behind the knee soften, and let the warmth pool there for a moment before it moves on. Down now into the left calf, the long muscle of the calf letting go of its last quiet tension, unwinding, growing heavy and warm and full. So much of standing and walking is held right here. Let it all drain downward now, out of the calf, toward the ankle. Feel the shin, the long straight bone down the front of the lower leg, resting. And down to the ankle, and let the ankle fall loose. Let the foot tip slightly outward the way a foot does when it has entirely stopped holding itself, when it has forgotten it is a foot at all. And into the left foot now, the heel pressing its weight down, the arch softening, the wide sole of the foot warm, and out along the top of the foot toward the toes. Let your attention move out into each toe of the left foot slowly, the way it moved through the fingers, the big toe heavy and still. And the next, and the next, and the next, out to the smallest toe and all the way to the very ends, where you can feel the warmth reaching down, filling the whole foot, and then letting even that go still. Your entire left leg, from the hip to the tips of the toes, heavy now, warm now, given up completely to the ground. And now letting the left leg lie exactly as it is, forgotten and at rest, bring your attention across to your right hip and the top of your right thigh. Let this side let go the same slow way. Feel the great muscle of the right thigh soften and spread. Feel the long bone beneath it grow heavy. Feel the whole thigh sink back and down into the surface, warm and wide and unhurried. Down toward the right knee, and let the knee open and release, loose and easy, the hollow behind it softening. Into the right calf now, the long muscle unwinding, letting the last of its holding drain down and away, growing heavy, growing full and warm. The shin at rest, and down to the right ankle and let it fall loose. Let the foot tip gently outward. Let it stop being anything but weight. Into the right foot, the heel sinking, the arch releasing, the broad sole warm, and out along the top of the foot into the toes one at a time. The big toe heavy and still, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the smallest toe all the way to the tip, where the warmth reaches the very end and then goes quiet. Your whole right leg now, from the hip down to the 10 small ends of the toes, completely heavy, completely warm, completely at rest. Both legs laid down and left alone for the night. Nothing left in either leg that needs to hold or brace or carry you anywhere. They have carried you all day. Now they can be still. Let a slow breath move out through all of it, through both heavy legs, both heavy arms, the soft belly, the wide sunken back, the quiet chest, the still and easy head, and feel for a moment the whole of you at once. Feel how much of the body has already let go, region by region, since we began. From the crown of your head down to the ends of your toes, a long, slow tide has been going out, and this is how far it has reached. Let that be enough for now. Let the whole body simply lie here, breathing on its own, heavy on every side, held completely by what is beneath it. And now, having traveled the whole body once slowly from the top all the way down, we'll begin to move through it again, but this time softer and warmer and far more lightly. Not naming every small part this time, just letting a gentle warmth pass down through you, the way the last of the daylight moves down a wall as the sun goes lower, unhurried, touching everything, asking nothing. Let your attention return, for just a breath, to the top of your head. And feel how the whole scalp, the forehead, the face are already quiet, already at ease. There is nothing to do here now, but let the warmth rest a moment where it's already soft. And let it flow down, warm and slow, through the neck and the throat, loosening anything that has crept back in since we passed this way, letting the throat be open and easy, the neck long and released. Down through both shoulders at once now, both of them low and wide and heavy, no longer holding the day. And down through both arms together this time, warm all the way down, through the elbows, the forearms, the wrists, the hands, out to all 10 fingers at once, warm and heavy and still. You don't have to work at it. Just let the warmth pass through, the way water finds its own way downhill, filling every low and open place. Down through the whole front of the chest, which rises and falls so gently now you can barely feel it move. Down into the soft belly, softer than before, easier than before. And let the warmth pool for a moment in that deep low center, that heavy basin of the hips, before it flows on. Down through both legs at once now, both thighs heavy, both knees loose, both calves warm and full, both ankles fallen open, both feet quiet, and out into all 10 toes at the same time, warm to the very ends. The whole body, in one slow warm pass, softened 1 degree further than it was. And now let even the effort of noticing begin to loosen. You don't need to move your attention through the body part by part anymore. You can simply let it rest, spread out and even over the whole of you at once, the way you'd feel warmth from a low fire on the whole surface of your skin without having to think about any single part of it. The whole body, one wide, warm, heavy field, breathing slowly, sinking slowly, with edges that are beginning very gently to blur. Where does the back end and the surface begin? Where does the weight of you stop and the holding of the floor take over? You don't have to know. Let the line between them soften. Let yourself not quite be sure. And underneath all of it, the breath keeps moving on its own, slower now than when we began, each out-breath a little longer, a little quieter, trailing off into a little more stillness at the end. You are not doing the breathing. It is being done for you, the way it is done for you every night of your life while you sleep, the way it was done for you before you ever knew how to try. Let that be a relief. There is one less thing to manage. Let the breath breathe you, and let everything it doesn't need simply loosen and stay behind. Let the next out-breath be the longest yet, not forced, just allowed to empty all the way out, slow and complete, until there is a small clean pause at the bottom of it, a pause with nothing in it at all. And then let the next breath arrive whenever it likes, in its own time, without your help. And again the body sinks. And again, a little more of the day lets go. And again, the whole warm, heavy field of you settles 1 degree deeper toward the surface, toward rest, toward the quiet that has been waiting under everything all along. And let that quiet hold you while your attention turns softly, without lifting up out of the heaviness, toward something we haven't looked at yet tonight, not the whole warm field of the body now, but only the small honest places where you actually meet the surface beneath you, only the points that carry your weight, the places that press down and are pressed gently back and hold you against the floor or the bed all night long without ever being thanked or noticed. Begin with the back of your head. Somewhere along the curve of the skull, there is a single soft place where the whole weight of your head is handed over, where you are not holding it up even a little, where something steadier than you is holding it for you. See if you can find that exact place. And when you find it, let the head grow heavier there, as if it could sink a hair's width further into what supports it. The head is a heavy thing, and it has been carried upright all day, balanced and turning and paying attention. Now it is set down, let it be fully set down. And down a little to the tops of the shoulders and the flat of the shoulder blades where they rest against the surface. 2 broad places, one on each side, taking the weight of the upper back. Let them widen. Let them press down just a touch more and feel how the surface presses back, steady, patient, exactly as firm as it needs to be and no more. You don't have to hold the shoulders anywhere. You don't have to keep them square or level or ready. Let them be crooked if they're crooked. Let them be exactly where they've fallen. Down the backs of the arms, wherever they touch, the backs of the upper arms, maybe an elbow, the soft place at the back of each wrist, the outer edge of each hand where it has come to rest. Little points of contact, each one held, and in between them, places where the arm doesn't touch at all, the inside of the elbow, perhaps, lifted in a small, easy curve with air beneath it. You don't need to press those down. Just notice the ones that touch and the ones that don't, and let all of it be fine exactly as it is. Now the long muscles that run down either side of the spine and the ribs at the back, and the broad flat of the middle back settling into the surface as the breath moves through it, rising a little, sinking a little, but always coming to rest. Feel the width of your back against the floor. It is a large surface, the back larger than we usually feel it, and every part of it that touches is being held. There is a lot of you being held right now, far more than is being asked to hold anything. And you may notice a place in the small of the back that lifts away, that doesn't quite touch, a natural hollow with a little space beneath it. Let that be fine too. Nothing has to be flattened, nothing has to be corrected. That small arch is the shape you are, and it can float there unbothered while everything around it settles. Down to the hips and the broad heavy seat of you, the largest anchor the body has, sinking down into the surface with all its weight. This is where you are most firmly held, most fully given over. Let the whole basin of the hips be heavy and dropped and still, handing its full weight downward with nothing held back. The backs of the thighs, long and heavy, resting their full length. The backs of the knees, or the small space behind them where they lift away. The calves, dropped and wide. And the heels, 2 small firm points right at the very bottom of you, carrying the far end of your weight, pressing gently down into what holds them and being held. And now feel all of those contact points at once. The head, the shoulders, the arms, the back, the hips, the legs, the heels, the whole quiet chain of places where you meet the surface and the surface meets you. Everywhere you press down, you are met. Everywhere your weight goes looking for the ground is already there, waiting, and has been the whole time. Nothing you set down is dropped. Nothing you release falls. Every ounce you let go of is caught and held and kept safe below you. You could give it all. You could give every last bit of your weight to the surface, and it would hold every bit, without strain, the way it holds you all through the deepest part of the night, when you aren't there to check. So give a little more. There is always a little more. Even now, even this settled, some part of you is still holding some small amount of itself up, not quite trusting, not quite finished, keeping a little weight in reserve the way you keep a hand near something you might have to catch. See if you can feel that. The faint, familiar readiness the body carries even at rest, a muscle somewhere still half on duty, braced for a thing that isn't coming. You can let it off duty now. Nothing is coming that you need to catch. Nothing tonight is going to ask you to move quickly. There is nowhere you have to be and nothing you have to be ready for, and the part of you that has been standing guard can finally sit down. Let it. Let the bracing go soft. Let the reserve pour out with the next slow breath, and give that last held weight to the floor as well. It's a little like setting down something you've been carrying in both arms for a long time, how the arms don't quite believe it at first, how they keep the shape of the carrying for a moment even when the weight is gone, and then slowly remember how to hang empty and loose. That's happening now all through you. You've been carrying the day in both arms, its list, its noise, the small 10,000 things you kept track of so nothing would drop. And you're setting it down now, piece by piece, and the strange lightness that comes after carrying is beginning to move through your muscles, that loose, emptied, done-for-now feeling, and there is nothing you have forgotten and nothing you have to pick back up. It can all sit on the floor beside you till morning. It will keep. And as more of that holding drains away, you may start to notice the sounds around you, the ordinary small sounds of the room, of the building, of the night outside. Perhaps a hum somewhere, the low, steady voice of something electric. Perhaps the wind, or the far-off passing of a car, or the settling of the walls, or nothing at all but the faint high ring of quiet itself. Whatever is there, you don't have to do anything about it. You don't have to name the sounds or wonder about them or follow where they go. Let sound come and let sound leave. Let each one arrive from wherever it arrives, cross through your hearing, and pass on out the other side without your reaching after it, without your pushing it away. Your ears have been sorting and tracking all day, listening for your name, for the meaning in a voice, for the thing you needed to catch. They can stop sorting now. They can simply let sound wash in and drain out again like water over stones, taking nothing, keeping nothing, needing nothing to be different than it is. Even a sudden sound, should one come, doesn't have to pull you up. It can rise and break and settle again, and you can stay exactly where you are, low and heavy and unbothered, letting the quiet close back over it like the surface of a pond closing over a dropped leaf. Sounds are just the night moving. They are not for you. You can let them go by. And in the spaces between the sounds, notice how much stillness there actually is, more than you'd think. The sounds are only small marks on a very wide quiet, and the quiet is the real thing, the thing that was here before the sound and stays after it, holding all of it the same way the floor holds you. Let your hearing rest down into that wide quiet the way your body has rested down into the surface. Two kinds of being held now at once, held from below by the ground, held all around by the silence. And at the very edge of you, where the skin ends and the air begins, notice the faint live line of temperature. The parts of you that are covered and warm, the parts that are uncovered and cooler, perhaps the face, perhaps a hand, perhaps a foot slipped out from under the warmth. The small difference between the two, drawn all along the border of your body. The air barely moving, resting against your skin as lightly as your skin rests against the surface. There is a soft coolness where you meet the air, and a soft warmth where you meet what holds you, and you are the quiet line between them, doing nothing, keeping nothing out, letting nothing in that isn't already welcome. And even that line, that last fine edge of you, can begin to soften now. You don't have to hold the shape of yourself so exactly. You don't have to keep such careful track of where you stop and the room begins. Let the border grow a little vague, a little uncertain, the way it does right at the threshold of sleep. The skin no longer a wall, but a place of quiet exchange, warmth moving out, cool air moving in, the breath moving out and the night moving in, everything trading gently across a boundary that is no longer quite sure it is a boundary at all. You are becoming harder to find, even to yourself, and that is exactly right. That is what letting go feels like from the inside, not a loss. A loosening, a blurring of the hard edges you carry all day so that you can move through the world without spilling, edges you don't need tonight, lying still, going nowhere, spilling nothing. Underneath all of it, the breath keeps up its slow work, quieter with every pass, and you are still not the one doing it. Feel how the in-breath now barely lifts you, a small, shallow, easy filling, no effort in it, and how the out-breath is long and low and unhurried, sliding down and thinning out at the end into that clean small pause, that little pocket of pure stillness where, for just a moment, nothing at all is being asked of you, not even breath. And then, without your help, the next one comes. You can let the breaths grow smaller as you go. As the body needs less, it takes less. The way a fire that has burned down to its deep red coals no longer needs a tall flame to stay warm. Small breath, small warm coals, plenty, more than enough to carry you through. There's nothing left to do now but continue. Nothing to reach for, nothing to finish, nothing to keep. Just this, the weight of you fully given to the floor, the sounds coming and going through a quiet that stays, the soft blurred edge where you meet the cooling air, and the breath moving on its own, slower and slower, carrying a little more of the day out of you each time it leaves. And underneath even that, something older and steadier is taking over the work of resting you, the way it always does when you finally stop trying, the body's own long-practiced way of powering down, the nervous system easing off the last of its effort, the deep machinery of rest turning over so quietly you'll never catch it starting. You don't have to help it. You couldn't stop it now if you tried. It knows this road far better than you do, and it has already begun to walk you gently down it. So let the floor hold your weight. Let the quiet hold the sound. Let the breath breathe itself smaller and slower and further apart. And let yourself keep sinking, one soft degree at a time, down past the place where you were a moment ago, down toward the low, warm dark that has been waiting patiently beneath you all this while, in no hurry, with all the night ahead, with nothing at all that needs to happen next. And notice, if you can, how time itself has started to loosen its grip on you. All day it pulls, the next thing, the next hour, the small insistent tug of somewhere to be, something to finish before the light goes. That pull is a kind of holding too, a muscle you clench without ever meaning to, a hand always half reaching toward the minute that hasn't come yet. You can set that hand down now. There is no next hour in here. There is only this breath, and then the one after it, arriving on its own, and the long, soft space between them where the clock forgets to count. Let the hours ahead stop lining up like people waiting for you. Let them scatter. Let them wander off into the dark and leave you here in the one moment that is actually happening, the only one that has ever been yours to rest inside. The night is very wide, and none of it needs anything from you. Somewhere out past the walls it is doing what it always does, cooling, quieting, turning slowly under the stars without the smallest help from anyone awake. You are a small warm part of that quieting. You don't have to steer it. You are being carried by the same slow turning that carries the whole dark half of the world down toward morning, and it asks nothing of you but to be carried. And now let a little warmth come into the noticing. Not effort, not searching, just a soft attention, moving through you again, the way afternoon sun moves across a floor without trying, warming one board, and then the next simply by resting there a while. Let that kind of attention begin at the crown of your head, where the scalp finally lets go of its faint all-day tightening, the 100 tiny holdings you never feel until they stop. Feel a gentle warmth settle there, unhurried, like a palm laid softly over the top of your head. And let it stay just long enough to loosen something, and then let it move down. Down into the forehead, and the small muscles between the brows that spend the whole day doing the quiet work of thinking, of squinting at screens and problems and other people's faces. Let them go smooth and warm and wide. Down over the closed eyes, and feel how heavy they have become, how they rest in their sockets now with no wish to move, no scene to track, nothing to look for behind the soft dark of the lids. Warmth pooling there, gentle as bath water, and the eyes sinking back into it, giving up the last thread of watchfulness they've been holding since you woke this morning. Let the warmth spread out across the cheeks, unclenching the small habitual set of the face, the arrangement you wear without knowing, the faint composed expression you keep ready for the world. You don't need it here, no one is looking. Let the face go slack and formless and warm, the mouth softening, the lips parting the smallest amount as the jaw releases its grip and hangs, at last, from nothing. And feel the warmth move back along the line of the jaw to the ears, into that hollow place just beneath them where so much tension quietly lives, and let it melt there, let it thin and spread and drain away. Down the sides of the neck now, warm and slow, into the throat, into the deep muscles at the back of the neck that have held your head up faithfully all day and can finally, gently be relieved of the weight. The surface beneath you is holding your head now completely, and those muscles can stop. Feel the warmth pool in the well of the throat, in the soft place at the base of the neck where the collarbones meet, and feel your breath passing through that warm, open channel without the faintest resistance, in and out, low and quiet, warming the whole passage as it goes. And let it spread across the shoulders, those two broad places where the whole day seems to gather and settle and set like cooling wax. Feel the warmth soak down into them and feel them widen and drop and let go of their long-carried freight. You have been holding your shoulders up toward your ears for hours without once deciding to. Let them come down now. Let them come all the way down, warm and loose and heavy, spreading out across the surface beneath you as if they were softening, as if they could melt a little into the shape of whatever holds you. Follow the warmth down the length of the left arm, down through the upper arm, past the elbow, into the forearm, slow as honey moving down a slope. Feel the arm growing warm and dense and unwilling to move, the whole length of it giving in to the pull of the ground. Into the wrist, into the wide flat of the palm, and out along each finger, one at a time, the thumb and the first finger and the next and the next and the smallest, each one warming and lengthening and going still, the hand half open, entirely empty, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing. And let the warmth pool there in the palm and stay, a small kept heat in the cup of your open hand. And the same on the right. Let the warmth cross over and pour slowly down the right arm, the shoulder loosening, the upper arm going heavy, the elbow softening its angle, the forearm warming through, down into the wrist and the broad warm palm, and out to the very ends of the fingers, one by one, until the whole hand is warm and slack and forgotten, resting exactly where it fell, with no more need to grip or reach or make a fist against anything at all. Both arms warm now, both hands open. Both of them done for the day. Let the warmth gather in the chest, spreading out beneath the breastbone, easing that broad flat place where feeling collects and tightens, the place that clenches at bad news and holds its breath against the morning. Let it be warm and open now. Let the ribs move with the breath, easy and small, a slow soft rising and falling, and feel the warmth sink in behind them, filling the whole chest with a low steady heat like a room with a fire in it on a cold night. And underneath, the heart, going about its patient work at its own slowing pace, needing nothing from you, warmed and unhurried, beating you gently downward into rest. Down into the belly now, that soft round place that holds so much and shows so little. Let it be warm, let it be soft, let it rise the smallest amount with each breath in and fall with each breath out, loose and unguarded, none of the days holding left in it. So many of us keep the belly pulled in against the world, braced, made small. You can let it out now, all the way, warm and round and easy, rising and falling like something asleep in the sun. And feel the warmth go deeper, down into the low belly, into the hips, into the wide bowl of the pelvis where the legs join the body, and let all of it grow heavy and warm and still, sinking, settling, giving its weight over completely to what holds it. Let the warmth flow around the sides and pool along the whole length of your back, the broad muscles on either side of the spine that stood you up and carried you and braced you through every hour of the day, that never once got to fully rest while you were upright. They can rest now. Feel the warmth soak down into them, one vertebra at a time, from the base of the neck to the small of the back, each small joint easing, the whole long column giving up its work and pressing gently, gratefully into the surface beneath you. Feel how much of your back is touching that surface. Feel how completely it is held. There is nothing for the back to do now but be warm and be heavy and be held. Down into the left leg, the warmth spilling slowly down through the thigh, that big strong muscle at last let off duty, going soft and heavy and wide. Down through the knee, unlocking, letting go of the days standing and walking and holding steady. Down through the calf, warm and loose, into the ankle, into the heel pressing its weight into the ground, and out across the wide sole of the foot, and along each toe to its very end. The whole left leg warm now, and heavy, and done, a long warm weight lying exactly where it fell, with no more want to move than a fallen branch has, or a stone left warm by the sun. And the right leg the same, the warmth moving down through the right thigh, thick and slow, sinking the big muscle down into rest, through the knee softening, down the calf warm and full, into the ankle and the heel and the sole, and out to the tips of the toes, one small warmth at a time, both legs heavy now, both of them warm, both of them lying still and given over and asking for nothing, nothing at all. And now let the warmth join up. Let it stop being separate warmths in separate places and become one warmth, a single low heat filling the whole shape of you from the crown of the head to the ends of the toes, one warm continuous body, held and heavy and softly glowing in the dark, breathing slow, wanting nothing. Feel yourself as that, not a collection of parts to be checked and tended, but one warm quiet weight, whole and undivided, resting completely, needing no more attention than a warm stone needs, or a sleeping animal, or a house with all its lamps turned low. And as that warmth settles all through you, let the pictures loosen too. All day the mind makes pictures, faces, rooms, the thing that was said, the thing you'll say, the small bright film of worry that runs and runs behind the eyes without ever being asked to. You don't have to switch it off. You couldn't, and trying only feeds it. Just let it thin. Let the pictures grow faint and slow. Let them lose their color and their edges the way things do at the far end of dusk, until they are only soft gray shapes drifting past, and then only the memory of shapes, and then only the wide, dim quiet where shapes used to be. A thought may still rise. Let it rise. Let it float up and hang there a moment and drift on past you like a slow leaf on slow water, going wherever the water goes, no longer yours to hold or follow. You can watch it leave. You can let it leave. There will be another, and you can let that one leave too, each one lighter than the last, each one taking a little more of the day's noise out with it as it goes. And underneath the thinning pictures, listen, not for anything, just listen to how quiet you have become on the inside, not silent. There is the small sound of the breath, low and even. There is, maybe, the faint sound of your own pulse somewhere far off, patient and slow. But beneath those there is a quiet that has been under everything all along, a deep steady hush that was there before you lay down and will still be there long after you have drifted off, and you are sinking down into the middle of it now, letting it close softly over you like still water closing over something set gently down. The quiet doesn't mind you, it has room for you. It has been holding this whole room, this whole night, and it holds you now without the slightest effort, the way the dark holds everything it touches, evenly, completely, asking nothing back. And the breath goes on beneath all of it, smaller now, slower now, further apart. You've stopped keeping track of it. That's good. That's exactly right. It doesn't need you to count it or lengthen it or do anything to it at all. It has taken over its own slow rhythm entirely, and each long, low out breath carries you a little further down, a little further out, a little further from the edges of the day and toward the wide, warm dark that has been rising up so gently to meet you. In breath, small and shallow and easy. Out breath, long and low, and a little more of you released along with it. And then the quiet pause, and then, without you, the next. There is nowhere to be, there is nothing to solve. The whole warm weight of you is given over to the ground, and the ground has it, all of it, and holds it without strain. The pictures have gone soft and grey and drifted mostly off. The sound comes and goes across a hush that stays. And you are warm all the way through, one continuous quiet warmth, breathing yourself smaller and slower and gentler, sinking a soft degree and then another, in no hurry at all, with the whole long night still spread out ahead of you like dark, still water, and every part of you finally allowed to rest. And notice, if you notice anything at all now, how little of you is left up at the surface where the day was. So much of you has already gone down under the warmth, down past the reach of the small worries, down to where there are no words and nothing that needs deciding. Only a little of you is still awake enough to hear a voice, and even that little is loosening its hold, softening at the edge, letting go a thread at a time, the way a hand relaxes open long after it has stopped needing to grip anything at all. Feel how the warmth has changed while you weren't watching it. It isn't a warmth you're making anymore. It's a warmth the body found on its own and settled into. The low, steady heat a room keeps long after the fire in it has burned down to embers, banked, even unhurried, glowing softly all the way through the walls of you without any flame left to tend. It sits deepest in the center, low in the belly and the chest, and it spreads outward from there so slowly you can barely track it, into the shoulders, along the arms, down through the hips and the long bones of the legs, until even the fingertips and the soles of the feet are faintly warm, faintly humming, held in the same gentle heat as the rest. Nothing in you is cold now, nothing in you is braced. The warmth has reached everywhere the day had left tight, and everywhere it reaches, something that had been quietly holding on lets go of one more degree of holding. There is a settling that happens in a house at night, when the sun has gone off the roof and the timbers cool, and the whole structure eases down a fraction of an inch onto itself. A small tick and shift here and there as the frame lets out the last of the day's heat and comes to rest for the night. Your body is doing that now. Somewhere in a shoulder, a fiber that was still faintly lifted eases and lies down. Somewhere along the spine, a muscle that had been holding a shape all day forgets the shape and lets the bones set into the ground beneath them. All through you, in 100 small places you will never name, the frame of you is ticking quietly down into its rest, settling by tiny degrees onto whatever holds it, coming to lie flat and low, and easy the way a house does when the night is long and no one is going to open the door. And time is loosening too. You may have felt it already, that the minutes have stopped marching. Earlier tonight, time was a line you were walking along, one thing after another, and every step was a thing to keep up with. But somewhere in the warmth, the line went slack. The minutes have stopped arriving in single file. They pool now, they run slow and wide and shallow, and you have stopped counting them because there is no longer any edge between one and the next, only a broad unhurried now that has no urgency in it anywhere, that is in no rush to become anything else. You could not tell me, if I asked, how long you have been lying here. That's good. That is one of the surest signs of the rest doing its work, that the clock in you, the one that ticks all day keeping the tally, has quietly set itself down and stepped away, and left you in a night that is simply long, simply open, with no particular hour in it and nowhere in it that you have to be. Let the outline of you soften. All day the body keeps a clear border, a sense of exactly where you stop and the air begins, a line held crisp because the day asks you to move through the world and not bump into it. That line can blur now. There's nothing to move through. You can let the sense of your own edge grow vague and porous and warm, until it's hard to say precisely where the skin ends and the still air of the room begins. Hard to say where the back of you stops and the surface holding it starts. The border isn't gone. You could find it if you needed it, but you don't need it, and so it thins, it goes soft and undefined, and the warmth of you and the warmth of the space around you begin to be one warmth, one mild continuous field with no sharp line drawn anywhere across it. You are less a shape now and more a warmth, less an outline and more a slow, low glow spread out along the ground, breathing. And the sounds, whatever sounds are still reaching you, near or far, the small ones the night makes, the ones the building makes, the ones from somewhere out past the walls, they've stopped being events. Earlier a sound was a small tug on your attention, a little hook that pulled a thread of you toward it to check what it was. That's gone slack too. A sound can come now and cross the wide quiet and go and take nothing of you with it. It rises somewhere at the edge, it drifts through, and the quiet simply closes gently behind it the way the dim air closes behind a moth, leaving no mark, and you were never even asked to turn toward it. You can let every sound be like that from here on, permitted, unimportant, passing. None of them are for you. None of them need answering. They are just the night going about its small business at the far edge of a rest you have sunk well beneath the level of. Sink a little further, not by trying, there's no trying left in you worth speaking of, but by allowing the next small letting go, the one that's already waiting just below where you are. There's always a little further to go, not far, just the next soft degree down, the way a leaf that has already come to rest on the ground will, when the air stirs once, settle a fraction deeper into the grass and be more at rest than before. You're doing that now, over and over, a fraction at a time, coming to rest, and then resting more, and then more, each settling smaller than the last, and each one taking you deeper into the warm and the heavy and the dim. Feel the weight of the head especially. Of everything you carry, the head is the one you hold up the most and set down the least. All day it rides high and level, turning, tracking, kept upright over the long stem of the neck through every waking hour. And it is finally completely down. The whole heavy round weight of it is given over now to what holds it, sunk into it, needing nothing from the neck at all. The neck has been let off its duty. It isn't holding a single ounce. The jaw hangs loose and slightly parted. The tongue lies soft and low with nothing to say, and behind the still face, the small muscles that have been quietly arranging your expression all day, all your life, have finally stopped arranging anything and gone slack and smooth and empty. There is no face to keep now. No one is looking. You can let it go blank and heavy and unguarded. Let it be nothing but a warm, still, weighted thing lying in the dark, and feel how much effort it was, all this time, to hold a face at all, and how good it is to set it down. And the breath, small now, isn't it? Small and low and far apart, going about itself in the background without the least help from you. Somewhere along the way it got so quiet and so slight that you could almost lose it, a shallow, easy sip, a long, low fall, a pause where nothing moves at all, and in that pause, that little still gap between the out-breath ending and the next one deciding to begin, there is the deepest rest of the whole cycle. You don't have to fill that pause. You don't have to hurry the next breath in. Let the pause be as long as the body wants it. Let it stretch, let it hold, let there be that small hush where you are not breathing and not needing to, perfectly still, perfectly held, until the body of its own accord draws the next slow sip and lets it fall away again, in and down, and the pause, and without you again. Picture, if any picturing is left in you, the way snow comes down over a field at the very end of the day, when the light is nearly gone and the air is completely still. Not a storm, no wind in it at all, just the slow, straight, weightless falling, each flake taking its own unhurried time to reach the ground, and the field going quieter and softer, and more even with every minute it falls, every hard edge in it rounding off, every dark furrow filling in, until the whole field is one smooth, unbroken hush of white lying level under a dim sky. And the quiet out there is so complete it seems to have a sound of its own. A low, wide, ringing silence that fills the whole open dark. That is what is happening inside you. Something is settling over you as softly and steadily as that, flake by flake, degree by degree, filling in the furrows the day cut, rounding off the sharp edges, laying a smooth, even hush over the whole field of you until there is nothing left standing up in it anywhere. Nothing sharp, nothing dark, only the level quiet lying deep and unbroken from one edge of you to the other. And you don't have to keep the field. You don't have to keep the snow or the warmth or the breath or the voice or any of the pictures at all. They can all go on without you now. That's the last soft thing to understand tonight, and you don't even have to understand it. You can just let it be true. None of this needs you awake to keep happening. The warmth will hold whether or not you follow it. The breath will fall and rise and fall on its own long after you've stopped noticing. The quiet will keep on being quiet. You have been let all the way off. There is nothing here that requires you, no last thing you have to see to before you go, no corner of the night still waiting on you to tend it. It is all handled. It is all held. And you are free, completely free, to slip down under the rest of it and be gone. Let the voice too begin to matter less. You don't have to hold on to the words. You can let them blur the way everything else has blurred. Let them become just a low, warm sound crossing the quiet, a murmur with no more need to be understood than the sound of the night outside, or the sound of a slow river heard from a room a long way off, there, steady, meaning nothing you have to follow, only smoothing the quiet a little as it goes. If the words start to run together, let them. If they stop making sense and become only tone, only a low, steady warmth in the air, that is exactly right. That is you going deeper than words reach, down beneath the level where language lives, to the older quiet underneath it that doesn't use words at all and never needed them. Down there is only the weight and the warmth and the slow, far breath and the wide, steady hush holding all three. Down there the field is smooth and level and going whiter by the minute. Down there the head is heavy and the face is empty and the border of you has gone soft into the warm, dark air, and time has pulled out flat and stopped its counting, and there is nowhere to be and no one to be it for, and nothing at all left to do but sink the next small fraction and rest. So sink it, the next fraction, and rest more than you were resting. And when that has settled, no hurry, none, the whole long night still lying open and dark and unhurried all around you, sink the one after that, smaller still, and rest more even than that. Down and softer, down and warmer, down, a leaf settling deeper into grass, a house ticking lower into the night, snow lying quieter over a field that has already gone still. Each breath a little further out, each pause a little longer, each degree of you a little more given over to the warm and the heavy and the dim, with nothing to reach for, nothing to hold, nothing left anywhere in you that is not, finally, at rest. And notice, if any thin thread of noticing is still awake in you, how the resting itself has changed its shape. Earlier it was something you were doing, something you had to arrange yourself into, a little effort of letting go that still needed you to make it. And now it isn't that anymore. Now the rest is just the shape you are in. It holds itself. You are not lowering yourself into it hand over hand any longer. You are simply lying in it, the way a stone lies in the bed of a slow stream, not sinking, not rising, just held exactly where the water wants it, worn smooth, asking for nothing, going nowhere, perfectly content to stay. Let something new come up under you now softly and let it be water. Not moving water, not the far river from before, only a deep, dark, still lake at the very end of the night, so wide you cannot find its edges, so calm its surface has gone to a single sheet of dark glass with not one ripple crossing it. And imagine, without effort, that the last of your weight is something soft let go just under that surface, a feather, a slow petal, a fine gray ash, and that it is settling. Not falling, settling. Drifting down through the dark, still water an inch at a time, turning slowly as it goes, in no hurry at all, with the whole deep cool weight of the lake above it growing and growing and pressing down gently from every side at once, the way water does, evenly, kindly from all directions, so that there is no up to struggle toward and no down to fear, only the slow, held, sideways turning descent through the dark, deeper and cooler and quieter, while far above. The surface you left behind smooths over and closes and goes to glass again, as though nothing at all had entered it, as though you had never disturbed a single thing. And you keep settling past where any light reaches, into the part of the water that has been dark and still and undisturbed for a very long time, that has never once been hurried and does not know how. And down at that level, the cold is not a cold that pushes you out. It is a cool that takes you in, that closes softly over the top of you and asks nothing. A coolness at the surface of you and a deep, even warmth still kept underneath it. The way the ground stays warm a long way down, even when the night air has turned. Let those two live together in you now, a cool, smoothed-over stillness lying along the outside of you, and low beneath it, held in the core of you, in the belly and the chest and the long bones. That same slow banked warmth that has been building all this while, patient as a stone that spent all day in the sun, and is giving it back now, degree by degree, into the dark, in no hurry to be done. There is nothing to keep track of down here. That is worth letting yourself feel once before it too dissolves, how completely the keeping track has stopped. All night some small part of you had a hand on things, a quiet tally running underneath, a checking in, a keeping of the count, how long, how far, how much more, is it working, am I doing it right? And you can feel now that the hand has come off. The tally has been set down. No one is counting anything anymore. There is no right amount of this to reach, no measure you are being held to, no far mark you are trying to arrive at before you are allowed to stop. You are already allowed. You have been allowed the whole time. The rest is not a thing you earn by getting it right. It is only a thing you fall into by finally stopping the trying, and you have stopped, and you have fallen, and here you are, held in the deep still cool of it, with nothing left to get right. Let the hands go a little further. Let it start there, this time softly with the hands. All day the hands are the part of you that does the reaching and the gripping and the holding on, the part that closes around things, that carries and clenches and will not quite open even in rest, even in sleep. The fingers still faintly curled around some weight that isn't there anymore. So let them open, not by doing it, by stopping the last small doing that was keeping them shut. Let the fingers uncurl the rest of the way, one slow degree, until the palms lie loose and open and empty, until there is a small space between each finger and the next, until even the thumbs let go, until the hands are two things simply lying there with nothing in them and no plan to take anything up. Empty hands, open hands, the whole long habit of holding on, set down for the night. And feel how far up the arm that emptying travels, how, when the hands finally quit, the wrists soften and the forearms go loose and heavy against the surface, and the whole reach of the arm from the shoulder down becomes just a warm, heavy length lying where it fell, done with reaching, done for the night. And let the same quiet undoing move to the places that hold on without your ever asking them to. The small of the back, where a faint arch has been keeping the smallest guard all night, let it lengthen and lower and give its whole weight down. The backs of the knees, where a thread of readiness lives even in stillness, some old preparedness to stand, to move, to go, let it slacken, let the knees be heavy and unready, going nowhere. The soles of the feet, that spend all their waking hours pressed against the ground, holding you up against the whole pull of the earth, let them stop pressing against anything now. There is nothing under them to push. They can turn slightly out and soften and be done. And the jaw again, once more gently, because the jaw takes the holding back the moment you stop watching it. Let the back teeth part, let there be the smallest dark space between them. Let the jaw hang from the face, heavy and unhinged and free. Every place in you that had a job, released from the job. Every place that was still faintly on duty, sent off duty for the whole of the night. And once the last of those small holdings lets go, Feel how the body stops being a collection of parts to be tended one at a time and becomes, instead, a single unbroken warm weight lying in the dark. No borders drawn through it anymore, no line where the arm ends and the side begins, no seam between the leg and the bed, only one continuous heaviness, warm all through, settled all through, breathing slowly all through. With the cool, dark, still water lying smooth across the top of it and the deep, banked warmth glowing low underneath. One thing now, not a body you are minding, just a warm weight the night is holding, and you are somewhere loose inside it, barely a passenger, going down with it into the dark without having to steer. Let the space around that weight grow too, and let it be a large, dark, quiet room, not a small, close room, but a wide one, a vast one, the kind of great high space that holds its silence like something with weight of its own. A stillness so complete and so old that it seems to press very softly on your ears, a hush you could almost lean into. And you are lying somewhere near the middle of that great dark quiet, very small in it, wrapped and warm, while all around you the enormous calm goes out and out in every direction into dark you cannot see the end of and do not need to. There is so much room. There is so much more room than you will ever need. The night is not a narrow place you are shut inside. It is a vast, dim, kindly openness with no walls close enough to touch, and you have all of it to rest in, and you are using the smallest possible corner of it, curled warm in the very center of all that gentle dark, held on every side by a quiet with no edges. And in a space that large, sound behaves the way it does in the deep of the night, everything far, everything soft, everything rounded off at the corners and stripped of its urgency. Any small sound that reaches you from the waking world now, some faint noise from somewhere in the house, some far thread of the world still turning over out beyond the walls, comes to you across so much dark, quiet room that by the time it arrives it has gone gentle, has lost all its edges, means nothing, asks nothing, is only one more soft thing crossing the hush and smoothing it a little as it passes. Like a single slow ring widening out across that dark, still water and fading before it ever finds a shore. You don't have to rise up to meet any of it. You don't have to name it or turn toward it or wonder what it was. You can let each far small sound arrive already forgiven, already unimportant, already dissolving, and let it settle you further instead of stirring you, one more proof of how far down and how far away and how safely folded in you already are. And let time do down here what it has been trying to do all night, which is to stop mattering. Not to stop, exactly, you don't have to make it stop. You couldn't and you needn't, only to stop mattering, to loosen its grip, to lose the thin, bright edge that divides one moment from the next. In the daylight, the moments come single file, each one distinct, each one to be met and used and let go so the next can come, a line of them, a cue, a ticking. But down here they have stopped coming single file. They have run together into one long, soft, unbroken now, a slow, wide pool of present with no seams in it, no this moment then that moment, only a single continuous quiet stretching out flat in every direction the way the dark water stretches, with nothing marking it into pieces, nothing to count, no next one waiting its turn. There is no hurry because there is no where the time is going. It has pooled out and gone still and warm, and you are lying in the middle of all of it at once, in a now so wide and so slow it has forgotten how to end. So there is nothing ahead of you to lean toward. Notice that if a last dim thread of you can still notice anything, that the leaning forward has stopped. All day the mind leans forward, tipped a little into what comes next, into the next thing to do and the next after that, always a half step ahead of where the body actually is, always arriving somewhere before it gets there. And that lean has let go now. The mind has settled back down into the same slow place the body is lying in. There is no next thing, there is no after this. There is only this, only here, only the warm heavy weight and the cool still water and the wide dark quiet and the long slow breath moving through all of it on its own. And that is the whole of what exists right now, and it is enough, it is more than enough. It is a plenty so complete that wanting has quietly gone out of you, the way a light goes out in a far window and leaves the dark a little softer and more whole than it was. And if somewhere in all that letting go, some small tender thing is still awake in you, some wish, some quiet want you came into the night still carrying, for rest that goes deeper, for a lighter morning, for the mind to loosen its hold on whatever it has been gripping, you can let it be here too once lightly, and then let it lie down with the rest of you. You don't have to shape it into words. You don't have to work at it or hold it up or send it anywhere. You can simply let the wish be warm and be present and be already partly answered by the very fact of your lying here so completely at rest, and then let it soften and sink the way everything else has softened and sunk, down through the still water, down into the warm dark, carried by nothing, needing nothing, already on its way to being true without any more help from you. And if there is no wish, if you came here wanting nothing at all, that is just as whole, just as complete, and you can let that easy emptiness be its own kind of answer and sink with that instead. Because the truth of it, the last warm true thing to lie down into, is that you don't have to make anything happen from here. Whatever this rest is going to do for you, it is already doing, quietly, underneath, in the slowed pulse and the long exhale and the loosened hands, in the parts of you that mend themselves best precisely when you stop standing over them. And none of that needs your attention, none of it needs you awake to oversee it. All of it goes on more freely the less you hold. So you can lay the overseeing down along with everything else. You can let the night take the whole job. There is nothing left in you now that has to be done by you, no watching to keep up, no letting go left to manage, not even any resting left to do, because the rest is doing itself. The rest has taken over. The rest is happening to you and through you and all around you like the slow, cool closing of the deep water overhead. And all that is asked of you, the very last and smallest thing, is to be where you already are and let it. So be here, just here, in the warm, heavy weight, in the wide, dark room, in the deep, still water closing softly over the top of the last of you, in the long, slow breath that has forgotten it was ever anything you did. A little further down with each one now, a little further gone. The cool smoothing over, the warmth banked low and steady underneath. The great quiet holding all of it and holding you and asking nothing and staying. And into that staying, let a new smallness open, the sense of hearing, which has been with you all along, quietly gathering the room while you were busy elsewhere. You don't have to reach for it. Just notice that the ears are still awake in their soft way, still open at the sides of the head, taking in whatever the night has to offer, and that most of what they are taking in now is simply the quiet itself, the low, even hush of a room at rest. The almost sound that isn't quite a sound, the grain of the silence, the faint texture underneath everything when nothing is happening. Let the ears rest in that. Let them stop hunting. All night they have been listening for something to attend to, some small change to name, and there is nothing here that needs naming, so they can go slack the way a hand goes slack, still open, still able, simply no longer working. And if a sound does come, a settling somewhere in the walls, a car far off drawing its long thread of noise across the dark and taking it away again, a wind finding the corner of the house, you don't have to follow it. You can let it arrive and let it leave, let it pass through the room and through you without catching on anything, the way a sound moves through an empty field and finds nothing there to hold it. Each one that comes and goes without your reaching for it teaches the whole body a little more of the same lesson. That things can happen at the edges and you do not have to rise to meet them, that the world can go on making its small night noises and you can stay exactly where you are down here, gone soft, unbothered, held. And notice, as the hearing softens, how the sounds seem to move further off, not because they have changed, but because you have stopped leaning toward them. The whole reach of your attention is drawing gently back in from the far edges of the room, back from the walls, back from the ceiling overhead, folding in with the way a flower folds in the cold, until the only country left that you are really living in is the small warm one directly around your own body. The little envelope of warmth your body has made for itself against the sheets, the pocket of mild air that has gathered close to your skin and gone the temperature of you. That is a small kindness the night gives without being asked, that you warm the space you lie in, that the cool of the room stops at the edge of you and turns soft, and that inside that soft edge everything is the mild, even forgettable warmth of a body that has finally stopped bracing against anything. Feel where the covers meet the cool air, that faint line along the top of you where the warmth ends and the night begins, and feel how comfortable it is to be on the warm side of that line, tucked in under it, nothing exposed that doesn't want to be, the cool held at a friendly distance so that you can feel it there without being touched by it. The face may be the one part of you left in the open air, and even that is only cool in the mildest way, a light coolness moving in and out at the nostrils with the breath, a small clean freshness at the very center of all this warmth, cool going in, warm coming out, cool in, warm out, the one gentle exchange still happening while everything else has gone quiet and still. Let the breath be that now, not something to lengthen, not something to shape, just that faint cool and warm at the tip of the nose, coming and going on its own, so slight you could almost lose track of it. And go ahead and lose track of it a little. You have breathed all your life without watching, and the body has never once forgotten how. It does not need you standing over the breath now any more than it needs you standing over the heart. So let the watching of it loosen too. Let the breath slip below the surface of your noticing, the way the heartbeat already has, the way 100 quiet workings of the body are going on right now beneath any attention at all, the slow tide of the blood, the mending in the muscles, the settling of the joints one small click deeper into ease, all of it running itself in the dark, faithfully, without you. You are held up by so much that asks nothing of you. You are kept alive and kept warm and kept mending by a whole patient machinery that has never needed your instructions. And tonight, more than most nights, you can feel how safe it is to hand the last of your effort back to it and simply be carried. And here is a new small thing to let go of, one you may not have noticed you were still holding, the faint habit of keeping track of time. Some quiet part of the mind has been counting all night, marking how long you've been lying here, wondering vaguely how much of the dark is left, whether it's late, how the hours are going. Feel for that small counter, that low background arithmetic, and let it stop. There is nowhere you have to be. There is no next thing the clock is carrying you toward. The hours out there can pass in whatever order they like, in whatever number they like, and none of it reaches in here. In here there is only this breath, and then the next one, only this moment of warmth, and then the one that follows it, an unmeasured, uncounted stretch of dark that does not add up to anything and does not have to. Let time go loose and shapeless. Let it stop being a line you are traveling along and become instead a wide, still room you are simply resting in, with no walls close enough to matter and no clock anywhere in it. The night is long and you are early in it, and there is nothing to hurry toward and nothing to hold on to, and the not knowing how much is left is itself a kind of rest. You can set the counting down beside everything else you have set down tonight, and feel the small relief of one more thing no longer being your job. Now, with the hearing gone soft and the warmth drawn close and time gone shapeless, let your attention drift once more, slowly and without any effort, back down into the body, not to work through it this time, not to travel it region by region, but only to visit the places that have gone the most quiet and rest there a moment, the way you might rest your hand on the warm flank of a sleeping animal, just to feel it breathing. Let attention settle first in the hands, wherever they are lying, those two patient workers that carry so much of the day, that grip and hold and steer and never quite let go until now. Feel how far past letting go they have gone. The fingers slightly curled or fallen open, no shape held in them, no readiness left, the palms soft, the small muscles between the bones all unclenched at last. There is a particular kind of tired that lives in the hands, and a particular kind of peace when it finally leaves them. and you can feel that peace now, spreading and pooling in each one, heavy as warm sand, done. And from the hands let attention wander, drifting and unhurried, up the soft inside of the forearms to the crook of each elbow, where the arm folds and the skin is thin and warm, and rest there a breath. And up to the shoulders, which have carried so much and are carrying nothing now, dropped and wide and melting back into whatever holds you. And let it pool for a while in the chest, that slow, deep, faithful place, rising just a little and falling just a little with the breath you are no longer watching, the whole front of you gone loose over the quiet machinery underneath. There is nothing to protect here now, nothing braced, no held breath waiting for bad news. The chest that spends its days holding itself a little forward against the world has come all the way back and gone soft, and you can feel the difference, the ease of a body no longer standing guard over its own center. Let the warmth that has been gathering find that soft center now and settle into it, low and banked and steady, like the last good heat at the bottom of a fire that has burned down past its flames. No crackle left, no light to speak of, just a deep even warmth that will hold all night with nothing added, radiating out so slowly and so evenly that you can feel it reaching, without any hurry, into the belly, into the small of the back, up along the spine one vertebra at a time. Out toward the shoulders and down the arms it has already softened. This is the warmth the body keeps for itself when it finally stops spending everything outward. All day the heat of you goes into moving and doing and meeting the cold edges of the world. Now it comes home, banks itself low in the core of you, and simply keeps you a steady, sourceless, comfortable warmth that asks for nothing and gives for hours, that you did not have to light and do not have to tend, that will still be here glowing quietly long after you have stopped being awake to feel it. And let the belly especially go soft around that warmth, the belly, which holds so much of the day's held tension without ever being asked to, which tightens at every worry and braces at every small alarm, and rarely gets told it can stop. Tell it now. Let it be round and slack and unashamed, rising a little with each slow breath and falling again, no holding in, no drawing up, the whole soft middle of you at rest over the warm banked coals of your own quiet keeping. When the belly lets go like this, something deep in the nervous system reads it as safety. The body has an old, wordless understanding that a slack belly means no danger near, that only the safe can afford to go this soft in the middle. And so this one letting go quietly gives the rest of you permission to follow, the shoulders falling a little further, the jaw easing again, the long muscles along the spine releasing one more fraction into the surface beneath you. One softness invites the next. There is no bottom to how far this can go, and no need to look for one. Each breath simply finds a little more room than the last and sinks into it. So let it sink. Let this whole warm, heavy, unhurried body go on settling the way a house settles into the ground over a long, long time. No motion you could ever catch, no single moment where the sinking happens, only the slow, certain fact that it is lower now than it was, and lower again, easing down by degrees too small to feel into the deep and patient rest that has been waiting under you all along. Nothing is being asked of you. Nothing is being taken. There is only the warmth banked low, and the hearing gone soft, and time gone shapeless, and the cool, clean thread of the breath coming and going at the edge of the nose all on its own, and the great, even quiet of the room laid over everything like a second blanket, mild and dark and kind. And you can stay here as long as the night is long. There is no far edge of this to reach, no place the resting is trying to get to. It has already arrived, it is already everything it was going to be, and it will simply go on being that, breath after slow breath, for as long as you lie here inside it. Wherever the mind still drifts, and it will drift gently, thoughts still surfacing and turning over and going down again like slow fish in dark water far below any surface you are living on. You do not have to follow, and you do not have to stop them. Let a thought come, and let it be soft, and let it wander off unfinished. You are never going to finish it tonight, and you do not have to. Each one that comes and goes without catching you leaves the water a little stiller behind it, the mind a little wider and emptier and more at ease, until the coming and going itself slows, and the spaces between the thoughts grow longer and warmer and less inclined to end. There is nothing now between you and the deep of the night but a little more letting go, and even that is happening on its own. So rest. Let the warmth keep you. Let the quiet hold you. Let the breath breathe itself at the soft edge of your face, cool going in, warm coming out, slower each time, further down each time. And let the whole heavy, cared-for, unguarded length of you go on sinking, gently, by degrees you will never feel, into the long warm dark that is in no hurry at all, that has all night, that is holding you the way the ground holds everything it has ever been given, and staying. And staying the way the last of the day's warmth stays in a stone wall long after the sun has gone off it, giving its heat back slowly to the dark, in no hurry to be empty. That is the kind of warmth you are made of now, a held warmth, a kept warmth, something gathered slowly through the long hours and let go slowly, so slowly that there is always more of it, always another layer under the one that just softened. You do not have to keep it, it keeps itself. Deep in the palms of your hands, where the day held so much, every door, every cup, every small carried thing, the warmth pools now and simply sits there, unspent, the fingers loosely curled around nothing at all, asking for nothing, holding nothing, open in the way a hand can only be open when it has finally put everything down. And notice, if you like, how far away your hands have become. Not gone, you could find them in a moment if you needed to, but no longer near, no longer quite yours to steer, resting somewhere at the ends of your arms in the mild dark like two warm animals asleep in the straw, breathing their own slow breath, needing nothing from you. There is a great relief buried in that distance, in feeling your own hands go so quiet and so far that they seem to belong to the night more than to you. All day they answered. All day they reached and gripped and steadied and carried. Now they are off duty, and the being off duty has gone all the way down into them, into the small bones and the soft webbing between the fingers and the tired hinge of each knuckle, until there is nothing left in them but heat and weight, and the faint far pulse of a body that goes on running itself without ever once asking your permission. Because that is happening, underneath all of this, the running of you, the quiet machinery that needs no watching. The heart is keeping its own time down there in the dark of the chest, slower now, easier now, drawing the long exhale as its cue and slackening a little more each time the breath goes out. You are not doing that. You have never once had to do that. It was done for you while you slept last night, and the night before, and every night of your whole life. And it is being done for you now faithfully, without a single word from you. The slow tide of the blood going out warm to the ends of the fingers and coming back, the small tireless work of the lungs, the whole vast patient economy of a living body carrying on in the dark like a village that keeps its lamps lit and its bread baking through the night while the traveler sleeps in the inn, asking nothing, expecting nothing, simply going on. You can lay the whole weight of your attention down against that fact and let it hold you. Something in you is awake enough to keep you, so the rest of you is finally free to stop. Let that be a kind of trust that spreads through you now, not a thing you decide, just a thing you notice is already true. The body has this. The night has this. Nothing depends on your staying alert. Nothing will slip if you let the last thread of watchfulness go slack. And so it goes slack. You can feel it, that thin bright wire of keeping track that has run through you all day, humming, checking, counting the hours ahead. You can feel it lose its tension now, sag, cool, go dim, until it is just a dark line lying loose in you with no current in it at all. And the going dim of it is one of the sweetest small releases of the whole night, because it is the release of the part of you that was never able to rest until now. And into the space where that watchfulness used to hum, let the sounds of the room come softly, not to listen to, You do not have to listen to anything. Listening is a kind of reaching, and you are done reaching for tonight, but simply to let them arrive and pass. The small settling ticks of the walls as the building cools. The low, steady breath of the air moving somewhere far off. A hush with no edges, more felt than heard. Perhaps far outside and far below all of this, a single car going by on a wet road. Its sounds swelling and thinning and gone, carrying someone else through their own night, none of it yours to mind. Even the deep quiet has a sound, a sort of soft grain to it, a faint even hum that is partly the room and partly your own ears, and partly the enormous patient hum of the night itself, lying over the whole dark country outside your walls. Let all of it be far. Let it be the far wall of the room you are resting in, and let you be here, in the near warm middle of it, cupped in sound the way a small boat is cupped in the wide, easy swell of a harbor at anchor, rocking a little, going nowhere, held on every side. Now let the attention drift down again, gently, without effort, not searching the body this time, only pouring slowly down through it, the way warm water finds the low places. Down from the quiet weight of the head, where nothing is being thought that has to be finished. Down through the soft slackness of the face, the small muscles around the eyes long since given up, the space between the brows smooth and wide and untroubled. Down the length of the throat, where the swallow comes now and then all by itself, a small automatic tending you do not have to manage, and lower, into the broad still plane of the chest that rises and falls, in that slow, unforced rhythm it found for itself somewhere back in the long middle of this rest, and has not let go of since. There is nothing to correct there. The breath knows the way. It has known the way since your first hour of being alive, and it will know it long after tonight. And all you are doing is lying in its slow current, and letting it carry you out and down, a little further under with every ebb. And feel, if you can, how the edges of you have begun to lose their hard lines. Earlier tonight, you could have drawn the outline of yourself in the dark. Here is where I end. Here is where the sheet begins. Here is the border of me. But that line has gone soft now, gone porous, the way the shoreline goes vague in a thick, warm fog, until you cannot say where the land stops and the still water starts. The place where your back meets the surface beneath you, is that the edge of you or the edge of the bed, or has it simply become one warm seam with no side to it, one place of contact that belongs to neither and to both? The backs of the legs, the resting heels, the broad warm patch behind the shoulders, all of it blurring outward, giving up its border until you are less a shape lying on a surface, and more a warmth spread through a warm dark with no particular outline at all. No need for one, nothing pressing in from outside that you would need an edge to keep out. And is it not a strange mercy to be allowed to lose your outline for a while, to not have to be a distinct and separate and bounded thing holding its shape against the world? All day you are a shape. All day there is a you and a not you and a firm line between them that has to be maintained, defended, carried through every room and every conversation. Here in the dark, that whole labor sets itself down. The line softens, you spread. And nothing bad comes of it, nothing rushes in, nothing is lost. You simply get to be, for these long hours, a warmth without a wall around it. A bit of the night's own darkness that happens to be breathing, resting inside the larger rest of everything held by it, made of the same still stuff. Let the breath grow even quieter now, quieter than a whisper, so quiet that if someone stood at the door, they might have to still themselves and wait to be sure you were breathing at all. That quiet, that small, that slow. Each in-breath the least amount of air the body needs, and not a sip more, drawn in without a sound, high and soft and easy. And each out-breath longer than before, thinning as it goes, trailing off into the dark like a wisp of smoke that lifts and widens and is simply gone, with no clear moment where it ended. And then a pause, a small open pause with no wanting in it, the body in no rush at all to take the next one, resting in the emptiness at the bottom of the breath, the way you might rest in the deep, still pause at the very bottom of a swing, weightless for a moment, held, before the next slow, easy rise begins on its own. You do not have to make the next breath come. Notice that. Notice how it comes without you, how you can lie here in the pause, asking for nothing, and the breath rises again anyway, gently, when the body is ready and not a moment before. That is the whole night in miniature, that little unforced rising. You let go completely, you ask for nothing, you expect nothing, and still you are carried, still the next breath comes, still the warmth keeps, still the dark holds. You can stop steering entirely. It has all been arranged. It was arranged before you got here. And so there is truly nothing left to do, not even the small doing of following these words. Let even the words grow far now, let them become just another one of the room's soft far sounds, a low steady voice you no longer have to make sense of, that asks nothing of you, that you can let wash over you and past you the way you let the settling of the walls wash past, the moving air, the one wet road far below. If a phrase reaches you, let it. If it does not, let that be just as good. You have already understood everything that mattered, that you are safe, that you are held, that you can stop, that the night is long and there is no far edge to reach. And the understanding has gone down into the body now, where it does not need any more words to keep it warm. Feel the weight of you settle one more degree into whatever holds you, not the sharp giving way of dropping, only the slow, honest fact of heaviness accepting itself. The last small stores of holding up quietly spending themselves out through the shoulders, through the hips, through the long backs of the thighs, until there is not one square inch of you still pressing up against the pull of the ground, not one muscle still bearing its own weight, everything given over, everything laid down. The whole loose, heavy length of you belonging to gravity now the way a fallen leaf belongs to the still surface it has come to rest on, going nowhere, lifted by nothing, perfectly and finally at rest on the thing that will hold it as long as it lies there. And let the mind, if it is still turning at all, turn slower, the thoughts fewer now, farther apart, dimmer, arriving from farther off and taking longer to arrive, each one softer at its edges than the last, less able to catch, less interested in catching. You are not clearing them away, you are not keeping them out. You are simply too warm and too heavy and too far down now for them to find much to hold on to. And so they come and touch the surface of you and slide off unheld, one and then another, and then, after a long while, another, with wide warm silences opening up in between where there is no thought at all. Only the quiet, only the breath, only the mild dark and the far grain of the room's soft hum and the weight of a body that has finally, wholly, put itself down. Stay there in those widening silences. Let them widen. Each one a little longer than the one before, a little emptier, a little kinder, the still open water between the last slow thought and the next, warm and dark and bottomless, and asking nothing. There is no need to fill them. There is no need to end them. You could let one of them go on, thoughtless and warm, and simply not come back up out of it into another thought at all. And that would be the softest and most natural thing in the world, the thing the whole long night has been quietly carrying you toward from the very first breaths. And still the breath comes and goes on its own, quieter, lower, further under. And still the warmth banks itself deep in the palms and the belly and the slow, easy chest. And still the far sounds keep their distance, the wall of the world holding steady and mild all the way around you while you rest in the near warm center of it. And still the ground beneath you holds, patient, tireless, exactly as strong and as certain now in the deep of the night as it was hours ago, as it will be all the hours to come, needing nothing from you, wanting nothing from you, only holding the way it holds everything, the way it will go on holding you long past the point where you notice or care or remember that you are being held at all. So let that last thin thread of noticing go loose too. Let it drift. There is nothing on the other end of it that needs you. And let the warmth take you the rest of the way, at its own slow pace, in its own good time, down past the last of the words and the last of the sounds, and the last faint sense of where your edges used to be, down into the long, warm, shapeless dark that has no floor and no far side, and no hour it is trying to reach. That is simply here, all around you and under you and inside you, holding the whole heavy, cared-for length of you the way still water holds the sky, without effort, without end. And letting you sink and go on gently sinking, warm and unguarded and wholly at rest, into the deep soft middle of the night that has all the time there is. And there is no clock in that middle of the night, nothing counting, nothing keeping the hours in a row. Time has gone loose and soft the way everything else has gone soft, unhurried, spread thin, no longer arriving in the tight, small beats it kept all through the day. The minutes have stopped standing in their sharp little lines and have pooled instead, the way warm water pools, the way slow honey settles into its jar, 1 hour leaning gently into the next, with no seam you could find between them and no reason to look. You have nowhere to be inside this time. It is not carrying you toward anything. It is simply the wide, slow room the night keeps, and you are somewhere near the still center of it, and it will hold as long as you need and longer, hours past any use you might have for them. And you do not have to keep track of a single one. That is the quiet gift the deep of the night hands you if you will take it. You can set the counting down. All day some small part of the mind is watching the time, measuring it, spending it, deciding what each piece is for, and that watching is its own kind of holding up, its own small effort that never quite stops. But there is nothing here to measure, nothing to be early for, nothing to be late for. The next hour will come whether you attend it or not, and it asks nothing of you as it comes, and it will pass over you as mild and unremarkable as the one before, and you can let every one of them pass this way, unmarked, uncounted, sliding by in the dark far overhead, like slow, whether you are far too warm and far too deep to feel. Let the whole idea of later go quiet. There is no later here. There is only this breath, and then not even the counting of this breath, only the breath, warm on the way in and long and slow and endless on the way out, running itself now, needing no help from you at all. And notice, if some small still awake corner of you can notice anything at all now, how much of you is running itself. You are not making the breath happen. It has taken over, taken its own slow rhythm, gone lower and easier than anything you would have thought to ask for, and it will keep on all night with no instruction, no attention, no effort spent anywhere in you. And underneath it, quieter still, the slow patient work of the heart, keeping its own long time, sending the warmth out to the hands and the feet, and bringing it home again, over and over, tireless, asking nothing, minding itself in the dark without a single thought from you. And all through the deep of you, the slow tide of the blood, the slow, easy work of the body simply keeping you, holding you alive and warm and whole through the whole length of the night, the way it has every night you have ever slept, without your watching, without your help, without your ever once needing to know how. You can hand all of it over. That is what the body is quietly asking, down here in the warm dark. It is asking you to let go of the last thin sense that you are the one keeping it going, because you are not, and you never were, and the keeping goes so much easier once you stop reaching in to hold the reins of a thing that was always steering itself. Let the breath breathe you. Let the heart keep its own count. Let the warm, slow machinery of being alive run on in the dark, patient and sure, while the part of you that thinks and plans and watches and worries lies down at last in the middle of it all and rests, cared for, carried, off duty for the whole long night. Off duty, there is a deep sweetness in those words, down here. Nothing tonight is your responsibility, not the time, not the breath, not the slow beat under the ribs, not the room, not the hour, not the morning that will come on its own without any help from you. For this one long stretch of dark, everything that usually leans on you is holding itself, and you are free, freer than you get to be in all the bright hours, free to be nothing but a warm, heavy resting weight in a warm, dark room, kept safe by a body that knows its own work, in a night that has no edges and no end you need to reach. And so the warmth goes on banking itself in you, deeper now, the way heat settles into a room long after the day has gone, not the sharp warmth of anything burning, but the low, even-kept warmth of something that has been warm for a long time and will stay warm for a long time yet, soaked all the way through, past the skin, past the muscle, down into the quiet middle of you where the last of the days holding on used to live. It is loosening there now, in the warmth. Whatever was still faintly clenched, still faintly braced, still keeping some small shape it no longer needs, it is going soft and shapeless in the low, even heat, the way a knot goes slack in warm hands, the way anything held too long finally gives when nothing is asking it to hold anymore. There is nothing left in you tonight that needs to stay in its shape. The day is over. Everything you carried is set down. And the warmth is finding each last small held place, one after another, without hurry, and easing it open, and letting the heat pool in where the holding used to be, until there is no line anywhere in the body between one warm, heavy part and the next, only one long, low, banked warmth, even from the crown of you to the soles of you, kept and quiet, asking for nothing, tending itself in the dark. Feel how the places where you meet the bed have gone soft and uncertain now, not gone, only vague, only warm, the sharp sense of an edge there melting the way frost melts off a window when the room warms behind it. The weight is still there, still resting, still handed fully over to whatever holds you, but the line where you end and the holding begins has blurred and thinned until you could not draw it anymore if you tried, and there is no reason to try. Let it blur. Let the last clear sense of your own outline soften and spread and go warm and lose itself, so that resting is no longer a thing your body is doing against a surface, but simply a warmth spreading out into a wider warmth, a heaviness settling into a deeper heaviness, with no seam and no border and no need for one. And all the while, so quietly you would never feel it, the night is doing its own slow work in you, the good, plain, unshowy work that the deep of every night does. The resting mind does not simply go dark. Down here, off duty, unwatched, it is quietly setting the day in order, letting the small noises of it settle, letting the 10,000 little passing things sink and file themselves away, keeping what matters and letting the rest dissolve, the way silt settles out of still water once the water finally stops being stirred. You do not have to help with any of it. You do not even have to know it is happening. It happens best exactly like this, with you far down and out of the way, the watching mind laid aside so the deeper, slower housekeeping of rest can go about its business in the dark, tidying, smoothing, quietly making you ready for a morning that is still hours and hours away. That is part of what this rest is for, and part of why it leaves so many people feeling restored to have practiced it, not because anything was forced, but because the nervous system was finally given the long, uninterrupted quiet it needs to do what it already knows how to do. You have given it that quiet tonight. You have lain down and gone still and let the effort drain out breath by breath. And now the long, slow restoring can run all the way through without a single thing interrupting it, hour after warm hour, while you do nothing at all but rest in the deep of it and let it work. So let it work. There is nothing for you to add. Lie here, warm and shapeless and uncounted, and let the night keep on doing quietly, gently, all through the dark. The good slow work it was always going to do, settling you, easing you, smoothing the last of the day out of you, while you sink further under it, warmer, heavier, further from the surface with every long, low breath. And the dark itself, notice, if there is any noticing left, how kind the dark is now. Not empty, not a nothing. The deep of the night has a texture to it, soft and grained and close, a mild, even dark that rests on you as gently as the warmth does, that fills the room to its far corners and fills the space just above your resting face and fills the small, slow distance behind your closed eyes. All of it the same low, even shade, all of it quiet, all of it kind. There is nothing in it that means you any harm. There never was. The dark is only the day's noise finally put out, only the light finally at rest. Only the wide, soft cover the night draws up over everything alive so that all of it, you and the room and the whole quiet street beyond it, and the long dark country beyond that, can lie down together under the one blanket and rest at the same time in the same hush for the same handful of held hours. You are not resting alone. That is a quiet thing to know down here. All around you, near and far, out past the wall of the room and the wall of the world, the whole night is doing exactly what you are doing, going still, going quiet, going down into the dark and the warmth and the deep low breath. The houses are dark. The roads are empty and cooling. The birds are folded and silent in the dark of the trees. Everything that spent the day moving has come to rest somewhere warm and is breathing slow and is letting the night carry it, exactly as you are, one great quiet company of resting things, spread out across all the miles of the dark, and you among them, no different, no more alone, just one more warm resting weight the night is holding through the small, slow hours toward a morning none of you have to reach for. Let that settle in you, soft and wordless, the sense of the whole world gone quiet at once, and you folded down into the middle of it, kept unremarkable, safe in the ordinary enormous fact that the night comes for everything and holds everything and asks nothing of any of it. You do not have to be special to be held by it. You do not have to have earned it. It comes for the tired the way sleep comes, without conditions, without questions, and it has come for you tonight, and it is holding you now, and it will not let go until the light comes to take its place. And still under all of it the breath, slower now than it has been all night, and lower and further apart, each long soft exhale trailing off into a wide warm quiet before the next easy breath drifts in to take its place. No effort anywhere in it, no edge, no count. You have stopped listening for it. You have stopped needing to. It goes on without you, the way the heart goes on, the way the warmth goes on, the way the night goes on, one more patient, tireless thing keeping you through the dark, while you rest beneath the level where any of it needs your attention at all. There is so little of you awake now, just a thread, just the faintest thin warm thread of noticing, drifting loose and slack in a great warm dark, catching on nothing, holding nothing, thinning by the minute toward the moment it lets go for good. And there is no reason to keep hold of even that. Nothing on the far end of it needs you. Everything is kept. Everything is running itself. Everything is warm and heavy and held and quietly minding its own slow work through the dark. And the only thing left for you to do, the only thing there ever was to do down here, is to let that last thin thread go soft and go slack and slip, and let the warm dark close the small distance over it, gently, without a sound. Let it slip. Let the noticing go the way the day went, the way the counting went, the way the shape of your own edges went, quietly, without a fight, without a farewell, just easing out of your hold and dissolving into the wide, low warmth that has been waiting all along to take it. There is no floor under this dark, and no far wall to it, and no hour it is trying to reach. It is only warm, and only quiet, and only endless, and it is holding all of you now, the whole long, cared-for weight of you, the way the deep of the night holds everything that has finally, gratefully stopped. And you are so nearly gone into it, so nearly all the way down, warm past the last of the words, heavy past the last of the sounds, further under with each slow breath than the breath before, sinking soft and unhurried through the deep still middle of the dark toward a rest that has no bottom and asks for nothing, and will keep you gently, tirelessly, all the long hours that are left. So sink, there is nothing else. Warm and heavy and held and uncounted, down and further down and softer still, into the deep kind dark that has all the night there is, and all the quiet and all the time. And somewhere in that dark, without your noticing it happen, the last of the moving in you comes to rest. The way water comes to rest at the end of a long day of weather, when the wind that had been dragging across it all afternoon finally lies down for the evening, and the surface stops being pulled at, and the small restless argument of ripples smooths itself out from the edges inward, until there is only a wide, flat, dark sheet of water lying still beneath the sky. Carrying the whole night on its face without a tremor, that is something like what you have become down here, a still water at the end of its weather. Everything that had been tugging at you through the length of the day, the wanting, the bracing, the small endless keeping up, has lain down at last, and the surface of you has gone flat and quiet and level, and nothing is crossing it now, nothing troubling it, only the deep even dark spreading out unhurried in every direction to where you can no longer feel your own far shore. And a still water like that has a depth to it that the daytime never lets you feel. Near the surface, the water remembers the day, it is stirred, it is cool, it is still half listening for the next gust, but down beneath that, where the light has never reached and the wind has never once been felt, the water lies in a slow, warm, changeless dark that knows nothing of weather at all. It has been calm down there since long before you came. It will be calm long after. And that is where you are resting tonight, not up on the trembling skin of things where the day still flickers, but far down in the deep, unmoving middle, in the part of the water that the surface only dreams about, settled soft against the low, warm floor of yourself, with the whole cool depth of the night lying quiet and enormous over your head. Nothing reaches you here. Sounds that would have found you an hour ago come down through all that depth and lose themselves on the way, softened and slowed and scattered until they arrive as nothing more than a far dim pressure, a rumor of the world, too faint and too gentle to gather any meaning around. You hear them the way the deep water hears the rain, as something happening very far up, on a surface you are no longer anywhere near. Let them stay up there. Let the whole busy, trembling skin of the world go on catching the wind and the weather and the light far overhead, and let it have nothing to do with you, down here in the warm, unbothered dark, where the only motion left is the slow settling of things coming, at long last, to rest. And over the still dark water of you, quietly, the snow begins. Not a storm, there is no storm left in this night, no wind to drive it, only a slow, soft, ceaseless falling out of a low grey sky, each flake drifting down through the windless air with all the time in the world, turning once, twice, catching nowhere, landing without a sound. It settles on everything. It settles on the still water and dissolves into it warm. It settles on the far dark fields and the roofs and the bare patient trees, and lays a soft grey hush over all of them, thickening by the slow minute, rounding off every hard edge in the world, filling in every sharp corner, folding the whole cold country down under one wide, even blanket of quiet that gets deeper and softer and more complete the longer the night goes on. That is what is happening to the edges of you now. A soft, slow settling covering over, a hush laid down gently across every place you used to end. The line where your shoulder met the air snowed over, softened, gone. The place where your hands stopped and the world began, filled in, rounded off, folded under the quiet. All the sharp corners the day had cut you into are being smoothed away one after another by that patient falling, until there is no clear edge left anywhere on you, no line where you stop and the warm dark starts, only one continuous softened field of you lying low, and even under the deepening hush, blanketed, muffled, kept. The snow does not ask you to do anything. It only falls and settles and covers and quiets, and it will go on falling over you all the long hours of the dark, patient and tireless and soft, laying the silence down thicker over your rest with every minute that you do not have to count. And under all that gentle covering, deep in the low middle of you where the still water lies warmest, There is a small steady warmth that the cold up above will never reach. You have carried it all your life without once being asked to tend it, a low, even patient warmth, banked and quiet, minding itself in the dark at the center of you the way an ember minds itself under the grey ash at the bottom of a fire long after the last flame has gone down. The room may cool. The night may go on getting colder and stiller out past the walls. The snow may lay itself deeper and deeper over everything the world has, and none of it touches that small kept warmth at your center, which goes on glowing low and steady and untroubled through the whole long cold middle of the night, keeping you, warming you slowly from the inside out, asking nothing of you in return, but that you lie still around it and let it do the quiet, ancient work it has always known how to do. You do not have to feed it, you do not have to guard it, or watch it, or worry it down to nothing with your attention the way you might have earlier in the dark. It is not that kind of fire. It burns on the slow, steady fuel of you being alive, and that fuel does not run out because you have stopped paying attention to it. It never once needed your attention, not tonight, and not on any of the 10,000 nights before this one, when it kept you just as faithfully while you slept and never asked to be thanked. So let it burn low and untended at the warm floor of you. Let the ash lie soft and grey over it, holding the heat in close, and let the whole cold, snowed-over world go on turning slowly past the walls, while that small kept ember warms you patiently through, hour after hour, deeper into the night than you will ever be awake to know. And the night is turning, not quickly. There is nothing quick left anywhere in this dark, but steadily, evenly, the way the whole slow world turns, while the half of it that holds you tonight lies tipped away from the light, out in the long cold shadow it throws behind itself, the shadow we have always simply called the night. You are riding it. Without a sound, without a single thing to hold on to, without needing to do anything at all, you are being carried on the slow, smooth turn of an enormous patient thing through the deep of its own shadow, and it will not tip you back toward the light for hours yet, for hours and hours of unbroken dark that belong to no one and are asked of by nothing, hours laid out ahead of you soft and empty and entirely yours to spend down here in the warm, settled deep, sleeping, resting, kept. There is no hurry in that turning, and so there is no hurry left in you. The morning is a long way off on the far side of the dark, and it is coming the way everything down here comes, slowly, gently, in its own unhurried time, with no need at all for you to reach ahead and pull it any closer. It will arrive when the turning brings it, not 1 minute before, and every one of the minutes between now and then is a minute you are meant to spend exactly like this, still and warm and low in the deep, letting the great slow thing carry you through the shadow while the small ember keeps you and the soft snow covers you and the still water holds you level and quiet all the way down. You could not rush the morning if you tried, and there is nothing in you left that would try. There is only the long dark ahead, and all the time in it, and the deep uncounted patience of a night that has nowhere it needs to be by any hour but its own. Far out past the snowed-over fields, past the sleeping roofs, past everything that has finally lain down for the dark, the night goes on quietly running itself, and it does not need one watchful thought from you to keep it turning. The cold settles into the low places on its own. The last late warmth leaves the stones on its own. The small night creatures go still in their burrows, and the bare trees stand patient in the windless air, and the deep water lies flat under its thickening skin of snow, and all of it, every last quiet piece of it, minds its own slow business through the dark without once needing you to notice, to check, to hold any of it up. The whole night is a thing that runs itself. It ran itself long before you learned to lie down inside it, and it will run itself long after, and tonight it is running itself gently all around your rest, taking care of the dark so that you do not have to, so that the only work left anywhere in the reach of you is the work already being done for you, the ember burning, the snow falling, the water holding, the great slow world turning you softly through its shadow toward a morning in no hurry to come. And you go on thinning down into it, softer than the snow now, quieter than the still water, further under with the passing of each slow hour than you were the hour before, not falling, nothing so sharp as falling, only settling, only easing, only sinking the way warmth sinks into a cold room and fills it and evens out and stops, coming to rest so gradually there is no moment you could ever point to and call the moment it arrived. You are already most of the way to that rest. You have been arriving at it all night, one soft breath at a time, and there is only a little of the distance left, and no reason at all to travel it any faster than the dark is already carrying you. So let the settling settle, let the easing ease. Let whatever thin last brightness is still glowing somewhere far up, near the trembling surface of you dim itself down slowly, quietly, the way the last light dims from a winter sky long after the sun is gone, going from grey to deeper grey to a soft, even dark, with no seam anywhere in it. No line where the light ended and the dark began, only the whole low country of you going gently, completely, unhurriedly out. And the breath is still there, far under everything, slower than the snow. You are not following it anymore. You have not followed it for a long while now, and it has not once faltered for the lack of your attention. It goes on drawing in and letting go on its own down there at the quiet floor of you, long and soft and further apart than any breath of the daytime ever is, each slow exhale spreading out into the warm dark like a last handful of heat, leaving into a still room, unhurried, complete, dissolving into the deep of you without an edge to it anywhere. That breathing will keep you all night. It kept you every night before you ever thought to lie down and listen for it, and it will keep you every night after, faithful past all your noticing, tireless past all your thanks, the slow, patient tide of it rising and falling in the dark at the center of you, whether you are there to feel it or not. And tonight you are not, or very nearly not, and that is exactly as it should be. That is the whole soft point of the deep you have come down to. To let the breath breathe you, and the ember warm you, and the snow cover you, and the great slow night carry you, while you yourself go all the way still. So stay, down here in the deep, warm, changeless middle of the water, under the thickening quiet of the snow, beside the small kept ember that will not go out, riding the long, slow turn of the dark toward a morning still hours and hours away, stay and be kept, and do nothing, and go on sinking soft and even and unhurried into a rest that has no floor to strike and no bottom to reach and no far edge anywhere to bring you up against the waking world before its own slow time. There is so much night left. There is so much dark and so much quiet and so much warm uncounted time still stretched out soft ahead of you, and every bit of it is yours to spend exactly here, exactly like this, settled and covered and warmed and carried, thinning down past the last of the words toward the deep still center of the dark, where nothing at all is asked of you and everything is already, gently, being done. And you are not the only thing being carried tonight. All across the wide, dark curve of the turning world, in the same hour you are lying in, everything that can lie down has lain down. The fields have gone flat and quiet under the night. The long grasses that stood up all day into the light have folded and bowed and gone still, each blade let down onto the next, the whole meadow lowered like a held breath finally let go. The trees have stopped their small daytime work and stand with their leaves gone slack and their branches unmoving, taking the dark the way they take the rain, without effort, without asking, simply standing and being covered. The birds have tucked themselves down small into the deep of the hedges, each one gone round and warm and folded, the head turned back into the wing, the whole tiny weight of them given over to the twig that holds it. The animals in their burrows have curled and slowed and softened. Even the water in the far ditches and the slow, low rivers has quieted its hurry and gone smooth and dark and heavy under the night, moving without seeming to move, going on without needing to be watched. The whole sleeping country of the world is doing tonight exactly what you are doing, laying itself down, letting itself be held, going slow, going still, going down into the same long, unlit hours you are going down into. You are not resting alone. You are one small settled thing among a whole world of settled things, and every one of them has stopped its holding up for the night, and so may you. There is a great and gentle sameness in it, out there past the walls, past the near dark, out to the edges of everything, a whole hemisphere tipped away from the light and turned patiently toward the long middle of its own night, and everything on it slowing at once, breathing longer, needing less, asking nothing of the dark, but to be allowed to pass through it soft and unbothered until the far side of morning. And you belong to that. You are held inside that great slow turning the way a single grain is held inside a field of grain. You do not have to keep pace with it. You do not have to help it turn. It is turning you gently without your hand on it anywhere, carrying you through the dark on the wide, smooth back of itself, the way it carries the folded grass and the tucked birds and the slow, low water, and it has never once needed to be pushed. Under you, under the surface that holds you, under the floor and the ground and the long-settled dark of the soil, the earth goes down and down into a stillness older than any night. Down there, far below all the sleeping and the waking, the deep of the ground lies in a quiet that has never once been disturbed by morning, a warm, dark, patient weight of stone and root and settled age, holding everything up from below without ever stirring, without ever tiring, without ever once having to be thanked. And you are resting on the very top of all that stillness. Everything beneath you is already at rest, has always been at rest, will go on being at rest for ages past your imagining, a whole deep world of held and unhurried weight lying quiet under the thin warm layer where you have laid yourself down. You are resting on a foundation of rest. The stillness goes down forever underneath you, and it will hold, and it has never yet failed to hold, and it asks nothing of you but to let it. Somewhere down in the dark ground, a seed is lying in its slow keeping. It is not doing anything. It is not trying. It is only lying folded and small and complete in the warm dark of the soil, held on every side, needing nothing, waiting for no clock, doing all of its quiet growing without effort and without hurry and without ever once straining toward the far-off light. It knows nothing of morning. It does not lie there wishing for the season to turn. It only rests, folded into itself, kept and covered and unbothered, and in its own slow time, everything it needs to become is happening inside it in the dark, gently, without its trying, the way everything gentle happens, on its own, quietly, while it lies still. You can be that tonight. Folded small and warm into the dark, held on every side, doing nothing and needing nothing, letting whatever quiet mending your body wants to do go on happening inside you in the dark on its own, unhurried, unforced, asking nothing of your effort. You do not have to grow. You do not have to try. You only have to lie folded and kept in the warm ground of the night and let the slow good work go on being done in you without your hand in it. And listen to how far the quiet has spread now. Earlier in the night, there was still the small furniture of sound, some far engine, some voice, some door, some low hum from the near edges of the world. And one by one, without your marking it, those sounds have gone. The last far car has finished its road and gone silent. The last voice has stopped. The last door has closed for the night and stayed closed. And what is left is a quiet so wide and so soft and so complete that it is not really a silence at all, but a kind of vast low room with no walls to it. A deep, even, cushioned hush that stretches out past hearing in every direction, holding no edges, carrying no alarms, waiting for nothing. Your hearing itself has gone soft and slow and unhurried, no longer reaching out into the dark to catch things, no longer standing guard, just resting open and easy in the middle of the great hush, like a stone resting on the floor of a still pool. There is nothing out there that needs your listening. The night has taken the watch. You can let your hearing lie down too. And the dark, when you rest inside it like this, is not empty. It is not a nothing. It is soft, and it is deep, and it is full of the whole quiet keeping of the world. The folded grass and the tucked birds and the slow water and the held seed and the still deep ground and the wide low hush, and the great slow turn of everything toward a morning still hours off. The dark is thick with all of it, gentle with all of it, and it has closed over you like deep soft water closing over a small warm stone that has finally stopped falling and come to rest on the quiet bottom of things. There is no more falling to do. You have come all the way down. You are resting on the very floor of the night, at the still center of the great dark keeping, held under the whole soft weight of the quiet. And there is nowhere further down to go and no need to go anywhere at all, only to lie here on the deep still floor of the dark and be kept, and be covered, and be carried, and do nothing for a long, long while yet. Time itself has gone soft down here. Up near the surface of the day, time is a hard, thin edge, a thing that ticks and pushes and pulls you forward from one bright moment to the next, always moving, always counting. But down here at the floor of the night, there is no edge to it anymore. The hours have thickened and slowed and run together into one long, unbroken, warm, dark thing with no seams in it, no marks, no places where one part ends and the next begins, just a single wide, slow reach of quiet time stretching out soft in every direction. None of it counted, none of it hurrying, all of it yours to lie down in and be held by and never once have to spend. You are not passing through the night. You are resting inside it, the way a stone rests inside a hill, with all the slow, dark hours settled warm and heavy around you on every side, in no hurry to pass, asking nothing, moving so gently toward the far light that you cannot feel it move at all. And the last far edge of you, the thin high place where a little watchfulness always used to keep its small light burning even in sleep, that too has gone quiet now, has dimmed and lowered and let itself down like everything else, its small guarding work finally set aside for the night, its little light let go. There is no part of you left standing guard. There is no corner of you still holding itself a little apart, a little ready, a little awake against the dark. All of you has come down. All of you has lain down and gone soft and given itself over, from the deep still floor of you all the way up to that last thin trembling edge. And there is nothing left in you that is not resting now, nothing left that is not held, nothing left anywhere that is being asked to do a single thing, but lie here soft and heavy and covered in the deep warm middle of the quiet and go on, slowly, gently, further and further out. So drift, there is nothing to reach for and nothing to keep. Let the whole sleeping world go on turning slow and dark around you. Let the folded grass and the tucked birds and the still ground keep their long, quiet keeping without you. Let the seed lie folded in the soil, and the hush lie wide over everything, and the deep stone hold up the night from far below, and the great earth carry the whole soft weight of it all, including you, including your small, warm, settled, resting weight, on toward a morning that is still so far off it need not even be thought of, still buried so deep in the far dark hours that it is nothing to you now, nothing but a faint far promise you do not have to keep and cannot lose. You have the whole of the night still. You have all of the deep and all of the quiet and all of the long uncounted dark still stretched out soft ahead of you, and every last slow hour of it is yours to lie folded and kept and carried through, doing nothing, needing nothing, holding nothing, while the good slow work goes on being done in you in the dark, and the world keeps its quiet, and the night keeps its long, faithful watch, and you go on, softer and softer, further and further down, into a rest with no floor beneath it, and no edge ahead of it, and no reason anywhere to leave it. And even the drifting is being done for you now. You are not steering it. You are not choosing the next soft place to sink toward. It is only happening, the way the dark happens, the way the quiet spreads, the way the seed keeps and the earth turns, and the breath goes on far under everything without your hand on any of it. The drift is carrying itself, carrying you along inside it, loose and slow and unresisting, letting you go wherever the deep, gentle current of the night wants to take you through the long, dark middle of the hours. You have only to be carried. You have only to lie still and heavy and folded in the warm dark, and let the drift do the drifting, and the night do the keeping, and the earth do the turning, and the slow good dark do everything, every last soft thing that is left to be done, while you yourself lie all the way down at the still floor of it, and are gently and completely and for hours and hours yet, simply and only at rest. And somewhere out past the edge of all this stillness, without a sound, it has begun to snow. Not the kind you watch, not the kind anyone stands at a window to see, but the slow, secret kind that comes down through the middle of the deepest hours, when the whole world is lying folded like you are, and there is no one awake to notice its start. It is only falling, out there in the wide dark, soft and slow, and without any weight at all, one flake, and then another, and then 1,000, coming down so gently onto the sleeping ground that not one of them makes the smallest sound as it lands. And you do not have to watch it. You do not have to picture it even. You need only know, in the loose, untroubled far back of you, that something soft is falling steadily over everything tonight, and that it is covering the world by slow degrees, and that none of it, not one cold, quiet flake of it, is falling on you. You are somewhere warm, somewhere far inside, somewhere the snow cannot reach, and it goes on falling out there all the same, patient and endless, laying itself down over the roofs and the roads and the bare black branches, over the folded fields and the long dark hills, filling in every hard edge the day left sharp, rounding off every corner, softening the whole face of the world flake by silent flake, while you lie here in the warm and are not asked to lift a finger toward any of it. And this is what the snow does slowly all through the night. It takes away the edges. It comes down over the fence line until the fence line is only a soft gray curve. It comes down over the woodpile and the stone wall and the sharp roof ridge until none of them are sharp anymore, until they are all just gentle rises under a smooth, pale blanket, all their hardness gone under, all their corners folded away. The whole world is losing its edges tonight, out there in the dark, growing rounder and softer and quieter by the hour, and so are you. Every hard edge in you is going under the same slow, soft covering. Every place that was sharp this morning is being rounded away. You are becoming, like the buried field, like the muffled hill, a single soft, unbroken shape in the dark, with nothing left standing up out of you, nothing left pointed or braced or held. Listen to how quiet it is under snow. You know this quiet even if you have not thought of it in years. The particular deep hush that comes over everything after enough of it has fallen, when the whole world is packed in soft white silence, and every sound that tries to cross it is caught and held and softened before it can reach you. A footstep would be nothing. A far car would be nothing. Even the wind, when it moves, only sighs low across the top of it all and lets everything lie. That is the quiet you are lying in now. A packed and padded and perfect quiet, laid down over you thick and warm and complete, with every sound in the world muffled far down under it, too soft and too far to reach the deep place where you are resting. And nothing out there is cold to you. That is the strange, gentle grace of this hour. The snow is cold, the night is cold, the long dark air is cold all the way to the ground, and none of it touches you at all. You are held somewhere apart from the cold of it, wrapped and warm and deep inside, while the whole beautiful frozen quiet of the night happens on the far side of some wall you do not even have to think about. You get to have the hush without the cold. You get to have the deep white silence of the small hours laid soft over everything, and to lie all the while in warmth, folded and covered and kept, feeling nothing anywhere but the soft heaviness of your own resting body and the warmth held close around it. Let it go on falling. There is so much night left for it to fall through. Hour after hour it can come down out there, filling the dark with its slow, soundless drifting, and you have nowhere to be and nothing to reach, and no reason at all to rise up out of the warm. The snow will keep the world for you. It is covering everything you might have thought you needed to tend to, tucking it all in under white, holding it all still and safe and waiting until a morning that is nowhere near. The road you might have walked is under snow now and does not have to be walked. The work you might have done is under snow now and does not have to be done. Everything out there that ever pulled at you is being quietly buried, soft and deep and gentle, laid to rest under the same falling hush that is laying you to rest. And none of it will be lost. it is only being kept. Kept safe under the cover of the dark, the way a whole field of things is kept safe and still all winter under the snow, asking nothing, waiting for nothing, resting through the long white middle of the season, the way you are resting through the long dark middle of the night. And your breath, if you notice it at all now, is only the slowest soft thing, coming and going far down under everything like the last low movement in a sleeping house. You are not breathing it. It is breathing itself, low and slow, and even on its own patient rhythm, the out-breath long and unhurried, the space between the breaths growing wider and softer and more untroubled the deeper you sink. There is such a long quiet gap now at the bottom of each breath, a small pool of complete stillness where nothing at all is happening, where you are not breathing in and not yet breathing out, only resting there in the low, still hollow of it. And you can let yourself stay a moment in that hollow each time, in that soft floor beneath the breath, that little warm place of no effort and no motion and no reaching, before the next slow, easy breath comes and lifts and carries you on. Somewhere in the warm dark, a house is holding you. Not any house you have to name, only the sense of one, thick walls, low light gone out, every room settled and dim, the last small warmth of the day still held in the beams and the floors and the deep soft middle of it all. A house with the snow coming down quiet over its roof and the cold held out beyond its walls, and one deep still room at the heart of it where you are lying, wrapped and kept and perfectly safe, while the long night stands guard all around. You are as far inside the warm as it is possible to be. There is the cold and the snow and the wide dark night, and then there are the walls, and then there is the warm, and then, deeper than all of it, softer and safer than all of it, there is you folded down at the very center of the warm, at the still heart of the kept, held by more soft layers of quiet than you could ever count. And you can let the layers hold you. That is all that is being asked now, and it is not even being asked, only offered, only made possible, only laid out for you soft and open and free. You can let the deepest warm room hold you, and let the thick walls hold the room, and let the falling snow hold the walls, and let the wide still night hold the snow, and let the slow turning dark hold the night, layer inside of layer inside of layer, all of it wrapped around your small resting warmth, all of it keeping you, all of it holding the whole soft weight of the hour so that you do not have to hold any part of it at all. There is nothing left in you that is standing watch. Do you feel that, somewhere in the long middle of a night like this, the last small part of you that was still keeping an eye out, still half listening, still holding some faint, thin thread of readiness, finally lets that thread go slack too, and lies down with the rest of you and sleeps? There is no watchman left in you tonight. The night is keeping the watch. The dark is keeping the watch. The snow is keeping the watch, coming down soft and steady over everything, and you are relieved of it, all of it, fully and completely, free to sink down below the level where watching happens into the deeper level where there is only rest. And down at that level, the time does a soft, strange thing. It stops being anything you could measure. The hours out there are still passing, the snow is still falling, the dark is still deepening, and then, so slowly it is nothing to you, beginning its long turn back toward the far pale edge of a morning you will not have to meet for a long, long while. But down where you are, none of it is passing at all. Down where you are, it is only ever now, one wide, soft, endless now, warm and dark and still, with no hour behind it and no hour ahead of it, no counting, no clock, no edge. You have come all the way down out of time into the quiet room underneath it, the room where the rest gets done, and in there it is simply always this, always warm, always dark, always soft, always held. Let yourself lose the count entirely. Let go even of the sense that the night is a length, a thing with a start and a finish, a stretch to be got through. It is not a stretch tonight. It is a room, and you are in it, and it is large past any wall, and you may rest in the middle of it as long and as deep as the rest wants to take you. There is no far side of this to reach. There is no getting through to be done. There is only the being here, soft and low and warm and covered, while the good slow work goes on being quietly done in the dark of you, and the snow goes on quietly falling in the dark of the world. And the sinking has not stopped. It never quite stops on a night like this. It only slows and gentles and grows so soft you can barely tell it from stillness. But you are still going down, still by the smallest, slowest, most unhurried degrees, settling further into the warm, further into the dark, further under the deep soft cover of the hour. The way the snow settles after it lands, how it comes down light and then, over the long hours, packs slowly down into itself, sinking and softening and growing deeper and more still. That is how you are settling now, slow past noticing, deeper past knowing, further and further down into a rest that has no bottom you will ever find tonight. You could not sink too far. That is worth knowing. Down in the loose, warm dark where you are, there is no floor under this that you might strike, no cold, hard bottom you might come up against, nothing down there to be afraid of reaching. It is soft all the way down. It is warm all the way down. It only grows softer and warmer and quieter the deeper you go, the way the drift grows deeper toward the ground, and the ground itself goes soft and dark and endless beneath. You may let go completely and fall as slow and as far as you like, and every layer you sink through will only hold you more gently than the last, and there will never come a moment of landing, only more and more falling, slower and slower, softer and softer, on and on through the warm. And the snow keeps it all quiet for you while you go. Every sound the night might have made is padded down under white and cannot reach you. Every sharp thing the day left standing is rounded off and buried. Every hard edge in the whole wide world, and every hard edge left anywhere in you, is going soft and grey and gentle under the same slow falling cover, all of it losing its outline, all of it easing into the smooth pale hush, all of it lying down at last. So lie down inside the hush with all of it. Lie down at the warm, still center of the covered world, and let the snow go on burying every sharpness for you, hour after silent hour. Let it round you off. Let it soften your last held edge. Let it lay you down under the same deep quiet it is laying the whole world down under, so that you and the buried field and the muffled hill and the softened dark are all one smooth, still sleeping shape now, all covered, all kept, all resting under the long white patience of the night. There is nothing under the snow that has to wake. Nothing under the snow is asked to. Everything under the snow is only keeping, only waiting, only resting deep and warm and slow beneath the cover while the season turns above it in the dark. And you are one of those kept and resting things now, folded down under your own soft cover, asked for nothing, waiting for nothing, only lying warm and still and deep in the long-held quiet, while the snow comes down and comes down and comes down, soundless, endless, gentle, over the whole sleeping world and over you. Softer now, slower now, down where the words are only a low warmth moving through the dark, hardly words at all anymore, only the sound of something quiet keeping you company at the bottom of the night. You do not have to follow them. You do not have to hold on to them. Let them fall through you the way the snow falls through the dark, soft and slow and landing nowhere, asking nothing, only drifting down and settling into the deep still quiet where you already are. And the warm holds, and the dark holds, and the long white hush lies over everything, and you go on, further under, further in, deeper and slower and softer, into the middle of a night that has no edge and asks for nothing and will keep you warm and covered and completely at rest for hours and hours and hours yet to come. And somewhere down here, so far down that the words have gone as soft as breathing, you may begin to notice that you are no longer lying on anything at all. The surface that held you has let go of its own edges, and what holds you now is not a bed or a floor or a ground, but something wider and warmer than any of those. Something with no bottom and no shore, holding you the way deep water holds a thing that has stopped struggling and simply floats. You are floating now, held from every side at once, warm, dark water above and below and all around, and it does not ask you to swim, it does not ask you to reach. It only carries you, slow and level and sure, the way the sea carries something it has decided to keep. And the water breathes. Far out where you cannot see, it gathers itself and swells and sinks again, slow as sleep, and you rise the smallest amount as it lifts, and you settle the smallest amount as it falls, and there is nothing for you to do but be lifted and be lowered over and over on the long, slow breathing of something far larger than you that has been breathing this way since long before you came and will go on long after. You do not have to keep time with it. It keeps time for you. It takes the whole weight of your rising and your falling out of your hands and carries it in its own, and you are free, for once, of even the small work of breathing, because the water is doing that too. The water is breathing you now, in and out, up and down, slow and warm and endless. Let the far tide have your breath. Let it draw the air up out of you as gently as it draws the sea up the sand, and let it lay the air back down in you just as gently, no effort anywhere in it, no reaching for the next one, only the long, easy going out and the long, easy coming in, running by itself, tended by something patient and old and kind that will not forget to breathe you while you rest. And the water is warm, not the sharp warmth of the day, but a low, deep warmth that has been gathering in the dark for a long time, the kind of warmth that lives at the bottom of things, under the cold surface of the night, down where the sun's old heat is still held in the deep. You have sunk beneath the cold skin of the world into the warm dark under it, and it wraps you close on every side, and it asks nothing of you, and it will not cool, and it will not lave. You could stay here as long as you like. There is no current pulling you anywhere you do not want to go. There is only the slow, warm hold, and the slow, warm rocking, and the far breathing carrying you on. Down here your body has grown as quiet as the water around it. The line where you end and the warm dark begins has gone soft and uncertain, the way the edge of anything goes soft when it is left still in warm water long enough, and you can no longer feel quite where your hand stops and the warmth begins, or where your shoulder ends and the deep takes over. You are becoming a little like the water now, the same temperature, the same stillness, the same slow rise and fall, and it is a great ease, this blurring, this letting the sharp line of yourself dissolve into what holds you, so that there is less and less of you to keep track of, less and less to hold up or hold in, only a warm, still shape loosening quietly into the larger warm, still dark. And far above the surface you left, the night is turning. You cannot see it and you do not need to, but the whole slow world is wheeling on through the dark the way it always does at this hour, carrying every sleeping thing on its curved back, and you are one of the sleeping things it carries, and it turns so smoothly, so evenly, that not one of its sleepers is jostled or woken. It has done this every night for longer than there have been eyes to close, this patient turning through the deep of the dark, this carrying of everything tired around toward the far side of the night, and it does not hurry, and it does not tire, and it will not set you down until the turning is done. So let it turn you. Let the slow wheel of the whole quiet night take the last of your weight and swing it gently on through the dark, hour easing into hour, the way a long low swell eases in from far out and never breaks, only rolls on, smooth and unhurried and deep. You have nowhere you must be when the turning is done. There is no far shore you have to reach by morning. There is only the turning itself, only the being carried, only the long warm passage through the middle of the night, with nothing asked of you, and nothing waiting, and nothing left undone. Somewhere in you, the last small holding is letting go now. You may feel it as a kind of loosening far under, quiet as a knot going slack in warm water, some old grip you have carried so long you had stopped feeling it there, some readiness to catch yourself, to brace, to be ready, and here, held by water that will not drop you, carried by a night that will not tip you out, that old readiness has finally understood it is not needed, and it is opening its hand, finger by slow finger, and giving the last of what it held to the deep. You do not have to help it. You do not have to make it happen. It is happening on its own, the way a tightly closed thing opens on its own once the warmth reaches all the way in. And there is nothing you have to do but feel it go. And with it goes the day. Whatever the day was, whatever it asked and whatever it took, it is floating up and away from you now, rising off you the way warmth rises off water into the cool night, thinning as it goes, growing fainter and grayer and further, until it is only a pale drift far above the surface you have long since left behind. And then not even that, only the memory of a weight you used to carry. And then not even the memory, only the deep warm water and the slow far breathing and the turning of the quiet night. You are so far down now, down past where thoughts still form, down past where they even begin to gather, into the wide warm stillness under all of it where nothing needs to be thought and nothing needs to be known, where the mind itself has grown as smooth and dark and level as the deep water it floats in, holding no picture, chasing no sound, only lying open and quiet and vast, at rest the way the sea is at rest in the deep of the night, far under any wave, and you can rest there. You are made to rest there. This wide, dark quiet under all your thinking is a place you have always carried and can always come back to, and tonight you have come all the way home to it, and it has closed its warm dark over you, and it is keeping you. Nothing has to reach you here. The night has drawn its long, slow curtain across the whole of the world, and on this side of it, down in the warm deep where you are, no sharp sound can find its way through, no bright thing can cut across, no waiting thing can call. They are all out beyond the curtain, held off, hushed, made to wait until morning, and morning is a long way off yet. Hours and hours of dark still folded ahead of you like a long, soft road you do not have to walk, and every one of those hours is yours to spend exactly like this, floating, carried, warm, at rest. Let the next breath come even slower. There is no rush toward it. Let it gather itself far out and roll in when it is ready, and go out again just as slowly, and leave a long still space behind it before the next one begins to form. In that still space between the breaths there is nothing at all, and the nothing is soft, and the nothing is kind, and you can rest in it the way you rest in the water, held on every side by a quiet so complete that it has become its own warm thing. You are learning, without trying, that you can live inside the pause, that the space between one breath and the next is wide enough to lie down in, and warm enough and safe enough, and that you do not have to hurry out the far side of it toward anything at all. Slower now. The words are coming further apart, and that is right, that is the way of it this deep into the dark, the voice thinning out to match the long, slow spaces in you, until it is hardly separate from the breathing of the water, hardly separate from the turning of the night, only one more low, warm current moving through the deep, meaning nothing you have to catch, asking nothing you have to answer, only there, the way the warmth is there, the way the dark is there, keeping you gentle company at the bottom of the long night. You do not have to listen anymore. You have not had to for a long while now. The listening can sink too, down into the warm with the rest of you, and the words can go on falling past you unheard, soft as silt settling through still water, landing somewhere far below where it does not matter whether they landed at all. Let them fall past. Let them blur. Let the last thread of meaning in them come loose and drift, so that they are only sound now, only warmth given a slow shape, only the quiet proof that you are held and watched over while you go on down into the deep. And the deep goes down forever. There is always further under, always warmer, always slower, always more of the wide, dark quiet waiting below the quiet you have already reached, and you may keep sinking through it as gently as you like all night long, layer after warm, dark layer, and never come to any floor because there is no floor here. There is only more rest below the rest, more stillness under the stillness, more warm, forgiving dark holding out its arms the deeper you fall. So fall, slowly. Softly, with nothing to catch and nowhere to land and no reason ever to stop. The water has you, the night has you, the long, slow turning has you, and it will carry you on through the dark, warm and floating and utterly at rest, for hours and hours and hours still to come. And out past the water, past the curtain, past the turning night, the whole tired world is doing just what you are doing now. Everywhere in the dark, things are sinking down into their own warm deep and letting the last of the day float up and away. The fields lying flat and breathing slow under the low sky, the hills gone shapeless and soft in the black, the still trees holding their sleeping birds without a tremor, the water in every quiet place lying level and dark and unbothered from shore to shore. All of it resting, all of it carried on the same slow turning, all of it let down gently into the same wide night, and you among it, no more asked of you than is asked of the sleeping field, no more needed from you than is needed from the still dark water, only that you lie here and be kept, one small warm resting thing held safe among all the other resting things until the long dark is done. There is time, that is the thing the deep keeps telling you without words, in the long slow spaces between the breaths. There is time, there is more than enough time, there is nothing you are late for and nothing that cannot wait, and no hour you have to spend it in but this one. The whole rest of the night lies open and unhurried ahead, and you may take it as slowly as the water takes the tide, as slowly as the earth takes its turning, sinking a little further with each long breath, warming a little deeper into the hold, loosening one thread more, and one more, and one more, with all the time in the world, and no need to use any of it for anything but this. So stay down in the warm where the words have gone soft, and the breaths have gone long, and the night lies over everything like deep still water, over the deep still floor of the sea. Stay carried, stay held, stay floating on the slow far breathing of something patient enough to breathe you all night long. And let yourself go on down, and on into the dark and further under, and slower still, warm and weightless and wholly at rest, while the long night turns you gently on toward the far side of itself, hour by quiet hour, and asks you for nothing, and keeps you the whole way through. And somewhere in under all that stillness, so far down and so quiet you had nearly stopped noticing it at all, a small warmth goes on keeping itself, a low, banked, steady warmth, gathered in close near the center of you, the way a fire is raked down for the night and covered over, not burning now, not bright, not asking to be tended, only glowing, low and red and patient, deep in its soft gray bed of ash. The heat of the whole long day drawn down out of you and folded in and held close, kept safe through the cold, dark hours, needing nothing, wanting nothing, only smoldering gently on all night through. You do not have to feed it, you do not have to watch over it. It knows how to keep itself, the way it has kept itself every night of your life while you slept and never once thought of it. A small living warmth tucked down under the ash, breathing so slowly it barely stirs the gray, holding just enough low glow to carry you all the way across to morning and no more. And you can leave it entirely to its work now, the way you leave your own slow heart to its beating, trusting it completely, thinking of it not at all. And out from that low banked center the warmth moves, slow as anything that has the whole night to go where it is going, easing soft into the chest, into the deep of the belly, seeping down the long slack arms until it pools warm and heavy in the hands and in the slow curl of every finger. Down through the hips, down the long weight of the legs, out into the far quiet feet and the far quiet toes, until every last part of you is the same even warmth, banked and low and kept, one long warm body lying still and glowing softly in the dark. And down beneath even the warmth, slower still than the breath, your heart goes on with its own soft faithful work, low and steady and far under, keeping its long unhurried time in the deep of you. You cannot feel it now unless you go looking for it, and there is no need to go looking. It does not want your attention, it never wanted your attention, it only wants to be left alone to its slow, quiet beating, on and on, the way it has beaten beneath every sleep you have ever slept. A small, tireless, patient thing down in the warm, keeping the low fire moving, keeping the slow breath fed, keeping the whole quiet business of you ticking gently over while you rest and think of none of it. So let it be. Let it beat you softly on through the night. It knows the way down as well as everything else in you knows it, and it will carry its low, slow rhythm under you hour after dark hour, unhurried, unbothered, asking nothing back. Your hands have gone so far from you now. You could not say, without looking, quite where they lie or how they are turned, or whether the fingers have fallen open or closed. And there is no need at all to know, and no wish to look, and nothing there that would ever be worth the moving. They have set themselves down wherever they happen to come to rest, warm and heavy and finished, and there they will stay, exactly so, unstirring, for as long as the whole night lasts, keeping their small pool of held heat, asking nothing of you, looked after as gently as every other part. And far off, so far off it hardly reaches you down here, the night has turned cold and very still. Out past the warm dark where you lie, out past the walls and the dark glass and the last thin edge of hearing, something soft has begun to come down out of the low sky. Slow and white and weightless, with no sound to it at all, laying itself quietly down over everything, over the roofs and the sills and the sleeping gardens, over the tops of the walls and the shut gate and the bare black branches, gathering soft and deep in every hollow, rounding away every hard edge there ever was, coming down and never once making a sound. With every hour it comes deeper, and with every soft inch it lays the quiet deeper too, for it takes the sound out of the world as it falls, that slow white settling, it folds the noise away beneath itself, closes the far distances, hushes every sharp and waking thing down into one low even quiet, until out there, everywhere, there is only silence, deep and clean and complete, the particular deep silence that comes down over a place, while the soft weight settles and settles over it in the dark. And you are here, warm, in the very middle of all that hush, folded down in the deep of the warm, while the cold comes quietly down over the world outside, and cannot reach you, cannot touch you, cannot ask a single thing of you, only closes you in the deeper for it, wraps the silence the closer around the small warm place where you lie, makes the kept heat of you warmer still by all the still cold quiet laid soft and thick around it. Nowhere you need to go out into it, nothing that needs you past these warm walls, no path you have to break through the soft new fall, only this, only here, only the long warm keeping while it comes silently down and buries the whole wide world so gently in quiet. There is a deep old comfort in it, in being the small warm kept thing in the middle of the wide cold hush, something far older than any thought, something the body knows without ever being told, that it is inside and warm and held, while the cold stays out beyond the wall where it belongs, that the long night may do just what it likes with the dark and the falling silence, and none of it will ever come past the soft warm edge to where you lie. You are on the kept side of it all. You are on the warm inside of the night, and you may lie here on the inside of the whole cold turning world and let it snow itself full of silence out there for as many hours as it pleases, and be no part of it, and owe it nothing, and only go on quietly being kept. And in you too, it has gone that quiet. The thoughts that used to cross the dark of you have thinned away now to almost nothing, the way the last far sounds thin away under the falling white. One drifts up, slow and shapeless and already half gone, and before you can even take hold of it, it has softened and sunk back down again and left the quiet unbroken behind it. And another, later, fainter, from somewhere further off, barely a thought at all now, more the faint memory of the shape of one, rising slow and dissolving slower and asking nothing of you as it goes. You do not have to follow them anymore. You do not have to answer them or finish them or hold even the smallest of them in place. Let them come up if they come, slow and few and dim, and let them sink down again just as slowly, one, and then a long while after, another, each one softer than the last, each one settling quietly back into the deep the way the falling settles into the soft, already fallen. Until the spaces between them grow longer, and longer, and longer still, until there is far more silence than thought, far more warm, dark stillness than anything moving in it at all. And in all that deep quiet, only the breath is left still moving, slow and low and far away, going along by itself down there without the least help from you. You are not breathing it anymore, not really. It is breathing on its own, in its own long, unhurried time, lifting a little and falling a little, and lying still a good long while in between. Each breath so slow now, and so soft, and so far under you, that whole calm space is open in the middle of it where nothing moves at all, where you simply lie in the pause with no breath going either way, warm and kept, and perfectly still, until the next slow breath comes up of its own accord and lifts you a little and lets you gently back down. You do not have to make it happen. You never did, and now, less than ever, it knows the way. It has always known the way. It will go on drawing its long, low breaths and letting its long, low breaths go all through the deep of the night, whether you are here to feel it or not, whether you have gone all the way down into sleep already or are still floating somewhere just above it. It will keep you breathing the whole night through, gently, without a single thought from you, the way the small banked fire keeps you warm, the way the slow heart keeps its time, the way the deep hush keeps you still, all of it going quietly on by itself, all of it looking after you, all of it asking nothing back. So let all of it look after you now. The slow, warm breath that goes by itself, the low-kept fire glowing on under its ash, the deep hush lying soft and thick over all the sleeping world, the kind weight covering you over, the long, dark turning that carries you on so gently you cannot feel it move. There is so much here already looking after you, so much that needs no watching and no help and no thanks, so much that will simply go on and on holding you through the dark, whether you tend to any of it or not. You can set it all down. You can hand the whole night over. You can let the last small holding on loosen in your warm, heavy hands and open, and let go, and give yourself entirely over to all the quiet things that are keeping you. And as you do, you settle a little further, not falling, nothing so quick or so sharp as falling, only easing down another soft, slow measure into the warm, the way the new fall settles deeper into itself out in the dark, with no sound and no hurry and no sense of moving at all, only a slow, soft giving way, a quiet deepening, a letting down of one more fraction into the deep. And it is warmer there, and quieter there, and further from everything there, and you may go, you may sink the little that is left to sink. You may let the warm take you all the way down to wherever it is keeping you tonight. Down where the fire is banked and the breath is slow. Down where the hush lies deep and the thoughts have all gone quiet. Down where nothing is asked and nothing is needed and nothing waits. Down under the soft, still silence of the whole sleeping world, into the warm, into the kept, into the long, patient dark that has you and will not let you go before morning. And the walls that keep the cold out keep on keeping it all night without a thought. The whole quiet house has settled down around you into its own slow rest, gone still and dim and easy in the dark, each room breathing its own low-held breath, each thing in it set down and left just where it lies until morning. Now and then it makes some small soft sound, the way a resting thing will, a low tick somewhere as the last warmth eases through it, a faint settling deep in the timber, a small quiet shifting down as the whole of it gives its weight over to the night. And every one of those small sounds is only the sound of something else letting go, something else going still, something else lying itself down into the dark beside you and saying, without any words, rest. It is only the night, rest now. There is nothing here but sleep. And over you the warm lies heavy, the soft weight of the dark, the soft weight of the still air, the soft weight of everything that covers you and keeps you, pressing down so gently, so evenly, so kindly, all along the length of you where you lie. Not holding you down, only holding you, the good deep hold of being covered over and tucked in and kept warm, the oldest safe feeling there is, the weight that says you are wrapped, you are hidden, You are folded safely away in the warmth of the night, and nothing at all can get at you here. And under that kind weight, the very last of you softens. The shoulders let their last held fraction go, the long back eases one final thread deeper into the warm. The face lies open and smooth and empty, given up entirely, wearing nothing now, not even the faint far shape of a thought. And somewhere back behind your still closed eyes, in the wide dark room where all your thinking used to go on, the light has been turned down and down until it is barely a glow at all. Low as the banked fire, low as the last dim ember, only just enough soft light left to see that the room stands empty now and at peace, and no more than that. The long day's noise has all gone out of it. The voices have gone quiet. The turning and the working and the going over of things has wound slowly down to nothing, and the whole wide room of you lies dim and still and softly glowing, with nothing moving in it, nothing waiting in it, nothing left in it to be done. And you may let even that last low glow sink lower and lower, dimming down as gently as a lamp turned by a slow and patient hand, until it is only the memory of light, only the warm dark of it, only the deep, soft, glowless quiet of a room where everything has finally, wholly come to rest. And that is all there is now and all there needs to be. The low warmth keeping itself under the ash, the slow breath going by itself in the dark, the faithful heart beating on far under, the deep hush lying soft and thick over all the sleeping world, the kind weight covering you, the dim still room gone quiet behind your eyes, and the long patient night turning on and on around you, holding every bit of it, holding you in no hurry at all to be anywhere but here. You are kept on every side. You are warm all the way through. You are covered over and closed in and looked after by 100 quiet things that ask you for nothing. And there is nothing left for you to do but lie here in the deep of it and let it go on keeping you, breath after slow breath, hour after quiet hour, further and further down into the warm dark where the night is carrying you. So go on down, a little further, a little slower, a little deeper into the warm. The fire is banked, the house is still. The soft quiet is coming down and down over the whole wide world, and you are on the warm kept inside of it, held safe and heavy and utterly at rest, with hours of dark still ahead and nothing in any of them but this. Down and softly further down. Somewhere out beyond the walls, without a sound, it has begun to snow. You would not have heard it start. Nothing announces it. There is only at some point in the deep of the night, the fact of it already happening, the slow, weightless, endless coming down of it out of a sky you cannot see, each flake taking its own soft, unhurried time to fall, drifting and turning and settling with no hurry in it anywhere. And it asks nothing of you. It is simply falling, the way it has fallen over every quiet night since long before you were here to rest under it, laying itself down over the fields and the far roofs and the empty roads, over the bare dark branches and the still fences and the long sleeping ground, softening every hard edge the world has, filling in every sharp corner, rounding everything off and smoothing everything over until there is nothing left out there with a point on it, nothing left that could catch or cut. Only the long, soft curves of a world going gently under, deeper and deeper, beneath its own slow falling quiet. And the snow takes the sound out of things. You may have noticed it on such nights, how the world goes not only white but hushed, how each falling flake seems to carry a little of the world's noise down with it and lay it to rest, so that the deep of a snowing night is the deepest quiet there is, a quiet you can almost feel against your skin, a quiet with a soft weight to it, thickening by the hour, muffling the far roads and the far trains and the far dogs and every other small far thing until they are only the faintest ghosts of themselves. And then not even that. The whole wide country lies down under it. Every street you have ever walked lies still and white and empty under it. And you lie here inside the warm, on the near side of the glass, on the near side of the dark, while it goes on falling and falling out there for you, laying the world to sleep a flake at a time, hour upon hour, patient beyond all telling, keeping the deep hush coming down. Let it fall. There is nothing for you to do about it, Nothing to watch, nowhere to be in it. Only to lie here and know it is out there, doing its slow, kind work over everything, while you rest on the inside of the night. And to let your own breath go by as quiet and unhurried as that falling, no more effort in it than a flake takes to come down, an easy breath drifting in of its own accord. And then the long, soft letting go of it, sinking away, coming down as slow and as certain and as complete as snow settling onto snow, adding one more soundless layer to the deep of you, and then another and another, each slow breath laying you a fraction lower, a fraction stiller, a fraction further under, the way the hours of falling lay the whole world lower and stiller and further under, all night long. And after a while, under all that gentle falling, even the ground forgets where its own edges were. The path and the field become one field. The near and the far become one soft white distance. The line between one thing and the next goes quiet and disappears until there is only the one long, unbroken evenness lying over everything, seamless, boundless, at rest. And something like that is happening in you now, in the deep and the warm of you, as the slow hours come down. The old lines are going soft. The place where you leave off and the bed begins has gone quiet and uncertain. The border between one part of you and the next has stopped mattering, has stopped being kept, has been allowed at last to blur and to fill in and to smooth away, until you two are becoming one long, even restfulness with no hard edges left anywhere in it. Nothing that catches, nothing that stands apart, only the whole soft evenness of you lying quiet and joined and continuous, going gently under, layer by slow layer, beneath the falling of the hours. And now let the ground itself begin so slowly to give way. Let it become less like solid earth beneath you and more like deep, still water, a wide, dark water, without a shore that you could find, without a bottom that you would need to reach, lying flat and black and perfectly calm under the snowing sky. And you upon it, floating, held. You are not sinking and you are not swimming. You are simply carried, the way the calmest water carries whatever it has taken up, without effort, without question, holding you level and easy on its wide, slow surface, letting you rest your whole weight down onto it and float there, rocked so faintly you can barely tell, lifted and set down, by a swell so long and so gentle it might be the breathing of the water itself. And you have nothing to fear from this water. It is deep, but the deep is only more of the same dark quiet you are already resting in. It is wide, but the width is only more room to drift. It wants nothing from you, this water. It only carries. That is the whole of what it does. It carries whatever lets itself be carried and asks no more of you than that you let yourself be carried too. So let the water have your weight. Feel how it takes it, the whole long length of you set down onto that wide, slow surface and simply held there, floating, every part of you supported at once and equally and without the least strain. The head floated, the shoulders floated, the outspread arms floated, the hips and the long legs floated, all of it lying level on the black calm and given up entirely to the holding of it. And where the water touches you, it is neither cold nor warm, but exactly the temperature of rest, the temperature of your own skin, so that the line where you end and the water begins goes soft and then goes missing, the way the line between the field and the path went missing under the snow, until you can no longer quite feel where you stop and the great dark carrying water starts. You are floated so gently and so completely now that there is almost no you left to float, only a long warm easiness spread out flat on a wide dark calm, drifting, turning by degrees too slow to notice, carried on and on across the deep of the night by a current with all the patience in the world. And the current is moving, not that you could feel it as motion, it is far too slow and too smooth for that, but it is moving all the same, carrying you by inches down some vast, unhurried water toward the wider water it belongs to, the way every slow river in the dark is quietly going down to the sea. You do not have to steer. There is nothing to steer. The channel knows its own way, has known it since long before you, and it takes you along its knowing without ever once needing you to help, bearing you around the long, soft bends of the dark, past the still banks you cannot see, under the falling and the falling of the snow, down and down toward the great calm water that everything comes to in the end. And it is in no hurry to get you there. It has all the hours of the night to do it in, and it will use every one of them, unspooling the slow miles of the dark beneath you one after another, while you lie floated and easy and carried, adding nothing, holding nothing, only going where the deep water goes. Let it take you the whole way. Let the last of your holding on slip off the edge of you and go down into the dark and be gone, so there is nothing left in you that pulls against the current, nothing that reaches for a bank, nothing that wants to stop or to stay or to know how far, only the long willing drift of a thing that has finally, wholly, agreed to be carried. And the more of you agrees to it, the further down into the ease of it you go, until the drifting and the being carried are no longer things that are happening to you, but simply what you are now, a slow, warm current of rest moving through a slower, warmer, darker one, folded into it, indistinguishable from it, borne along. And far, far above the water, above the falling snow, above the low, dark, unseen roof of the clouds, the night itself is turning. The whole great weight of it, the whole vast dome of the dark, is wheeling on around you as it has every night forever, sweeping slowly westward over the sleeping half of the world, carrying its scattered cold fires with it, tipping the long hours across the ground one after another, the deep hour, the deeper hour, the low still hour that no one is awake to name, and it moves without a sound and without a jolt, and without ever once losing its way, turning the way the water carries and the way the snow falls. On the same slow, patient errand as all the rest of the quiet things, taking the whole tired world with it around the long, dark curve of the night toward a morning that is still hours and hours off, and that you do not have to think of yet, and that will come on entirely by itself, without your help, whether you are ready or no. You are a small warm point held inside all that turning. One small kept warmth floated on the wide dark water under the falling snow beneath the wheeling of the whole enormous quiet night, and all of it, every slow vast turning piece of it, is moving in the same direction you are, going the same gentle way you are going, down and around and further into the dark, so that you are not carried against anything or apart from anything, but folded in with the whole of it, drifting the way the whole world is drifting, sinking the way the whole night is sinking. At rest inside a resting that has no edge and no end that you could ever come to, everything that is out there in the dark is doing exactly what you are doing. The snow is coming down, the water is carrying, the night is turning, the world is going under, and you, the small warm middle of it, go under too with all of it, at the same slow, unhurried pace, held on every side by things that ask you for nothing and will not stop and will not fail. So there is nothing left now that you must keep watch over, nothing out there needs you to hold it up. The snow will fall the whole night through without you tending it. The water will carry you the whole way down without you minding the course. The great night will turn all the tired world toward the far morning without once needing you to lift a hand or think a thought or stay awake to see it done. It is all being taken care of. It has always been taken care of on every night like this one, by the slow, sure, quiet workings of things far larger and far older and far more patient than your waking mind. And they do not need you now, and they will not miss your watching, and they will go on just as faithfully while you let go of every last thread of tending and simply rest inside the whole great tended dark like a stone let down into deep still water, going down through the cool, quiet layers of it. Down past where the falling snow can reach, down past where the far small sounds can follow, down into the deep unbothered calm that lies underneath the whole of the night, and coming at last so softly to rest on the deep floor of the dark, where nothing moves and nothing calls and nothing waits, and there is only the slow good weight of the water overhead and the long safe quiet all around, and the far faithful beat of your own kept heart, keeping on and on and on in the deep. And you may lie on the floor of that deep, and let the whole night's slow work go on above you and around you without you. The snow settling its last soundless layers over the fast-sleeping fields, the wide dark water holding its long calm, the great sky wheeling its cold, quiet fires on toward the west. The hours going by overhead like slow water over a stone, one and then the next, and then the next, unhurried, uncounted, carrying the dark on toward a morning that is no concern of yours tonight. And you far down beneath all of it, kept and covered and carried and turned with the whole of the sleeping world, breathing the slow deep breath of the deep, sunk soft and safe and heavy into the very bottom of the quiet, with hours of the good dark still stacked up over you, and nothing asked and nothing owed, and nowhere in the whole wide turning night that you need to be but here, gone down and further softly down. Down where the snow cannot reach and does not need to, down where the current has set you gently at last and no longer even needs to carry, down where the turning of the night goes on far overhead like weather over a country you have left, down into the still and the warm and the wholly kept, where you lie now, easy beyond all telling, given over entire, sunk to the soft, deep floor of the dark and resting there, breath after long, slow breath, on the far patient underside of the night. And it is warm there, down at the low, still center of everything, a warmth you did not have to make and do not have to keep, the kind of warmth that gathers and stays in a room long after the fire has sunk to nothing but a soft red bed of coals beneath a soft grey fall of ash. No flame left, nothing burning, nothing that needs feeding or watching or stirring. Only the slow banked heat holding on all on its own, low and steady and sure, keeping the whole small dark of the room gentle through the longest hours. That is how it is with you now. Something in you burned down long ago to that same low, even glow, and it asks for nothing more, and it will keep all night quietly of itself, without a single thing from you. You need not lay on another log. You need not lean close and breathe on the embers to keep them living. They are living without your breath now, banked and covered and warm clear through, the way coals go on giving off their soft heat under the ash for hours after the last one watching has fallen asleep in the chair. You are the one who has fallen asleep in the chair, and the warmth goes on without you, and the room stays gentle without you. And there is nothing to tend, and nothing to feed, and nothing to keep alight, because it is already lit, low and lasting, and it will not go out. Feel, if you feel anything at all now, how the warmth has come into your hands, into the soft centers of your palms, and out along the fingers, and into the pads of the fingertips, where the day held itself so tightly and now holds nothing. A hand at rest grows warm. That is a true thing, a plain and quiet thing your body does all on its own when it finally believes it is safe. The small vessels easing open, the warmth coming up close to the skin, the cool of the long day drawing out of the fingers, and the palms filling slowly with a mild low heat like a stone that has lain all afternoon in a patch of sun. You do not have to make that happen. It is happening. It has been happening. Your hands going warm and heavy and kind where they lie, open and empty and asking for nothing. And the warmth has come into the belly too, into the deep soft middle of you, low and even, a banked warmth under the ribs that you can rest against from the inside. Nothing sharp there now, nothing clenched, nothing braced. Only the slow warm give of a body that has finally set down the last of its holding. The breath moves through it so gently now, so much slower than it moved at the top of this long night. In without effort, and out without effort. The out-breath long and warm and unhurried, spending itself all the way to the soft end, and then simply, easily turning. And you are not counting them, and you are not minding them, and they go on warming the deep still middle of you all by themselves, one after the next, the way slow breath warms a small dark space and keeps it gentle through the cold outside hours. Somewhere far off past all of this, the night has gone on being cold, the outer air keen and thin over the sleeping roofs. But none of that reaches in to where you are. You are down in the warm hollow of it now, the soft nested place at the center, tucked and folded and kept. The way a small warm creature is kept in the deep of winter, curled in the lined dark of its burrow far under the frost line, breathing slow, heart slowed, the whole cold turning world held off by nothing more than a little curve of earth and a little gathered warmth and the long patient trick of stillness. It has nowhere it needs to go. It is not waiting for anything. It has simply gone down into the warm and the dark and given the whole cold season over to sleeping, and its small body knows how, without being taught, without being told, the ancient plain knowing of how to rest and be kept and let the hard hours pass. And your body knows it too. It has always known it. It is doing it now. The dark around you is a kept dark, a mild and lived-in dark, the soft, close dark of a room with the lamp turned all the way down, not the wide, cold dark of the far outside, but a near and gentle one, a dark the size of held breath, the size of a warm hollow, wrapped close around you like something drawn up over a shoulder in the night by a hand that loves you and asks nothing back. You can feel how it holds the warmth in. How the dark and the warmth are the same thing here, the one keeping the other, folded together, holding you in the middle of them, easy and unseen and safe. And the room itself has gone still in the way rooms go still very late, when even the small sounds of the house have settled, the slow tick of the timbers easing as the night cools, the far soft breath of the air in the empty spaces, the settling creak of a floor giving up the last of the day's warmth, and then quiet, and then a longer quiet, and then a quiet so deep and so unbroken that it seems to have its own low sound, a sound like the inside of a shell, a sound that is really no sound at all, but only the room breathing with you, slow and low, keeping the same long time. There is nothing in this room that wants anything of you. The walls stand without your minding them. The dark corners keep themselves. The still air holds its warmth and asks for nothing. Everything here has agreed, without a word, to let you go, to let you sink down out of the day and into the deep low warm and stay there, gone, uncalled, unneeded, for as long as the long night lasts. And the night is long. There is so much of it still. Great soft stacked hours of it yet to come, unhurried, in no rush at all to be over. And not one of those hours has any need of you awake. Let the face go on softening, the small held muscles around the eyes letting all the way down, the brow smooth and warm and empty, the mouth soft, the jaw hung slack and easy, the tongue resting low and still. A face at rest is a warm face. The tightness that lived all day around the eyes gone now, drawn out and gone, and the skin warm and loose and heavy over the soft, slow-warming flesh beneath, and nothing in the whole face doing anything at all, nothing arranged, nothing composed, nothing kept ready. Only warmth and weight, and the slow good give of a face that has finally stopped being looked at, and can at last be no one's, and blank and warm and asleep. And down through the throat that same warm easing, the throat soft and open and unguarded, no words gathered there, none waiting, nothing to say and no one to say it to, only the warm air passing slow and quiet, in and out, going gentle over the soft of the throat and warming it as it goes. And down into the chest, where the breath keeps its own slow certain time, rising a little, falling a little, low and even warm at the deep of it, the heart under all of it going on at its own late-night pace, slowed and steady and sure, doing its long, faithful work without one thought from you, keeping its quiet time in the warm dark the way a clock keeps time in an empty room, patient, unwatched, never once needing you to wind it. Time itself has gone soft here. You may have noticed how it no longer has any edges, how the hours have stopped being separate things laid end to end and have run together instead into one long, warm, unmarked dark, a slow, wide flowing with no notches in it, no next thing, no after, no line where one part ends and another starts. Just the long, warm going on of the night, unbroken, uncounted, carrying you along inside it so smoothly that there is no motion to feel at all, only the warmth and the dark and the slow breath, and the deep soft blur where the minutes used to be. You could not say how long you have been here. And that is right. That is exactly as it should be. There is no need to know, and no way to know, and no reason under the wide, warm dark to try. Nothing here needs measuring, nothing here needs marking. The good hours will spend themselves all on their own, slow and warm and full, whether you count them or not, and they are far better uncounted, poured out soft and whole into the one long dark like warm water into warm water. No seam, no edge, no telling where one ends. You have set the counting down along with everything else you set down tonight, and you will not pick it up again, not tonight. There is no clock in this warm dark, and no need of one, and nowhere at all the time is trying to take you. So let yourself keep sinking down into that warm, unmeasured place. Not the cold deep of before, but a warmer floor now, a lower and softer and gentler one. A place made all of held warmth and kept dark and slow breath, with no bottom you can reach and no need to reach one. Only more warmth below you and more warmth below that, layer on soft layer of it, each one warmer and heavier and more forgiving than the last, and you going down through them slow as banked heat spreading through a room, slow as warmth soaking into the deep of a stone, in no hurry, meeting no edge, simply easing lower and lower into the warm of it, and lower still and softer. And further down. And if some small last part of you still stirs, still lifts its head somewhere far up near the surface, still half remembers there was a day, and things in the day, and things it meant to hold or finish or fear, let it lie back down too. Let it come down here into the warm with the rest of you. There is room for it here. There is warmth enough for all of you here. It has been up there a long time, that small watchful part, keeping its long lonely lookout at the top of you, and it is so tired, and it is so ready, and there is nothing left up there for it to watch. Let it climb down at last out of the high cold lookout and come into the warm low dark and lie down and be kept like all the rest. Everyone comes down here in the end, every part of you. Down into the one warm dark where nothing is asked and nothing is guarded and no one has to keep watch anymore. It is all so quiet now, quieter than the start of the night by far, the words fewer and slower and further apart, more room between them, more warm dark between them, and you drifting easy in the space between, not needing the next one to come, not reaching for it, only resting in the long soft pauses where there is nothing at all but warmth and breath, and the low-kept dark holding you close. You do not have to follow the voice anymore. You never did, but less than ever now. Let it go on somewhere off at the edge of the warm, low and slow and far, a sound with no need to be listened to, the way the last talk in a warm house drifts up through the floor to a child already more than half asleep. Near and kind, and meaning you no task at all. You may keep it if you like, that far low warmth of a voice, or you may let it thin away into the general warm quiet of the room, whichever the sleep in you prefers. It does not matter. It will keep on either way, soft and unhurried, asking nothing, while you go on down into the warm. Breathing slow, breathing warm, the hands warm, the belly warm, the face soft and warm and empty, the whole long body one banked and even warmth laid down in the kept dark, glowing low and lasting like coals under ash, needing no tending, going out to no one, keeping itself all through the deep of the night without a single act of will. And still there is so much night left, so much soft warm dark still ahead, the hours not even near their turning, the far morning still so long off that it is not even a rumor yet, not even a paleness, only more of the good warm dark stacked deep and full over you, hour upon uncounted hour of it, all of it yours to sink through slowly, all of it warm, all of it kept. So there is no need to rise toward anything, no shore to swim for, no surface to reach, no far-off light to keep in view, only this, only the warm low keeping dark, and the slow spending breath, and the banked even heat of a body finally wholly at rest. Only down and warm and slow and further softly down, into the long-kept middle of the night, where the coals hold and the dark holds, and you are held, and the whole warm hush goes on and on. And somewhere in that going on, without your marking the moment of it, the dark around you has begun very slowly to fill. Not to close in, nothing so near as that. Only to fill, the way a low, quiet place fills when the night comes down into it, evenly, from every side at once, with no sound and no hurry, a slow, soft flooding of stillness into the room that asks nothing of you and only rises, patient and level, a little deeper with each spending breath. You are near the floor of it now, the low, still floor of the whole long night, down where the last of the day's small currents have finally worn themselves out and gone flat, where nothing stirs the water anymore, where all the moving is over and only the deep, even weight of the dark stands quietly above you, layer on layer of quiet stacked up toward a surface so far off it hardly seems to belong to the same world. And none of that far-off weight presses on you. It only holds the way deep water holds a thing that has settled all the way down and has no more sinking left to do. And all through the long first hours, without your knowing, something has been settling out of you. The way a glass of water left standing overnight goes clear from the top down, everything that was stirred through it drifting slow and unwilled to the bottom and lying still there, out of the way, so that what is left above is only clearness, only quiet, only dark you can rest all the way through. All the fine grit of the day, every unfinished thing, every half-said word and small unanswered question. Every task that stood at the edge of you with its hand half raised, all of it has been quietly sinking out of the clear part of you for hours now, going down and coming softly to rest somewhere far below where you no longer have to hold it or look at it or feel its small weight at all. It has settled. It has come to rest as surely as you have. And the you that remains, up in the cleared, still water, is lighter for the losing of it, cleaner and dimmer and calmer, with nothing left drifting through to catch the last of the light. Let it stay settled, let it lie there on the far bottom, out of reach, out of mind, undisturbed. You do not have to stir it back up. There is nothing down there you need tonight, nothing worth reaching for through all that cool, still depth. Let the clearness above be all of you now. A wide, dim, motionless clearness with nothing moving in it and nothing wanting to. And still, so slowly, the dark keeps coming down, not the same dark as before, a newer, deeper laying on of it, as if the night, having filled the low room to its brim, has begun now to fold a further softness over the top of that, and then another over that, the way snow comes down in the deep middle of the night over something already at rest. No two flakes hurried, none of them meaning to wake the thing they cover. Only settling and settling and settling, each soft weightless layer laid down over the last without a sound, thickening the hush, rounding away the last hard edges of you, tucking the whole shape of you a little further under, a little further out of the reach of the cold, clear world, a little deeper into the muffled, warm center where sound comes slow and thick and far and gentle. Feel how it softens the outline of you, that slow covering, the edges where you end, and the dark begins going vague and unimportant, blurring the way the edge of a field blurs and forgives itself under snow, until there is no sharp line left anywhere on you, no clean border the mind can run its finger along and say, here is where I stop. Only a soft, wide, sinking merging of you into the held dark, warm through the middle, dim at the vanishing edges, being slowly and mercifully covered over, tucked and tucked again, buried soft and breathing under the deep, even fall of the night. And you can let the edges go. You have held their line all day, all your life, that faithful watching of where you stop and the world begins, and it can rest now like everything else has rested. You do not have to keep your own outline through the night. The dark will keep it for you loosely, gently, and give it back in the morning none the worse. For now let it blur. Let the fingers lose their exact ends and become only a soft warmth somewhere out at the edge of the sinking. Let the feet grow vague and far and unimportant. Let the whole clean map of where you are dissolve softly down into a single dim, covered warmth with no borders that matter, breathing slowly under the snow of the dark. There is a kind of quiet that only comes this far down, this late, this deep into the covered middle of the night, a quiet with weight to it, a quiet that is not the mere absence of sound, but a thing in itself, thick and soft and nearly warm, that has been slowly gathering in the room hour upon hour while you sank. It has pooled now to a great depth all around you. You could almost lean into it and be held. And in fact, you are held by it. You have been for some time, resting back into a deep, soft bank of quiet, as into the deepest part of an old chair that has taken the shape of everyone who ever rested there. The quiet has your shape now. It closes soft around every hollow and curve of you and fills the small spaces the day left empty, the way still air fills a room, without effort, without your asking, simply because there is nowhere else for so much peace to go. Nothing in that quiet wants anything from you. It does not lean toward you waiting to be noticed. It does not brighten when you attend to it or dim when you drift. It is wholly indifferent to you in the kindest possible way, the way deep snow is indifferent, the way the far dark between slow-falling flakes is indifferent, present all around and utterly without demand, glad of nothing, needing nothing, only there, only vast, only quiet, letting you rest in the middle of it exactly as much or as little as the sleep in you decides. And the breath goes on, smaller now than it has been all night. You would hardly find it if you went looking, and there is no reason to go looking. It has slipped down under the level of your attention the way a slow tide slips out under fog, still moving, still faithful, but so low and so soft, and so far under now that it barely troubles the surface of you at all. A little in, a long, slow letting go. And then a wide, unhurried, restful pause where nothing needs to happen, where the next breath is in no hurry to be drawn, where you rest in the empty low place at the bottom of the out-breath, as comfortably as anywhere, in no want of air, in no want of anything, only floating in the still trough between one small breath and the next, with all the time in the world laid out around you. You do not have to breathe on purpose anymore tonight. You have not for hours. Something older and slower and far more patient than your attention has the breathing now and has had it, and will keep it faithfully all through the deep of the night and out the far side into morning without once asking you to help. Let the deep, slow keeper of the breath do the breathing. It knows the way down better than you do. It has done this every night of your life and never once lost the thread. And it will not lose it now. Down and slow and even and small, on beneath you like a tide under fog, needing no watcher, wanting no help carrying you. Time has gone strange and soft down here, and good. The day was made all of edges and hours, each one sharp and named and counted, one thing, and then the sharp beginning of the next. But that fine, hard machinery of the minutes has slowed and warmed and run together now into something with no edges left in it at all. The hours no longer arrive. They no longer pass. They only pool, wide and warm and uncounted, one great soft standing depth of nighttime with no marks on it anywhere, no far-off morning bells in it yet, nothing dividing it into pieces you could number or hurry through. You are not partway through anything. You are simply resting in the wide, warm middle of a great deal of dark, with no clock anywhere in reach and no need of one, floating loose of the hours, the way a thing floats loose of the shore once the last line is let go. And there is more of it around you than the mind can hold, that soft, uncounted dark. It stretches away on every side further than you could sink in 100 nights, deep enough to lose the whole small weight of a life in and never find the bottom. And every fathom of it is calm, and every fathom of it is warm through, and every fathom of it is yours to settle down through as slow as you like, with nothing hurrying up from below to meet you and nothing calling down from above to bring you back. Only the long, soft depth of the night, open under you and open over you, holding you level in its wide, dim middle, where nothing is asked and nothing arrives, and nothing needs to change for a very long while yet. So let go of even the last of the letting go. There is a faint, slow effort still, so small you would never have found it in the loud part of the day, in the very act of releasing, a last light hand still doing the work of opening the fingers one by one, and even that can stop now. Even the small work of relaxing can be set down. You do not have to soften on purpose anymore. You do not have to sink. The sinking has long since taken itself out of your hands and become simply what is happening to you, gently, without your steering. The way settling happens to snow and clearing happens to still water and going out happens to a slow tide. All on their own, all in their own good time, needing no doer, no willer, no one minding them at all. There is no one who has to do the resting now. The resting is doing itself. It has been for a while. The breath breathes, the dark comes down, the day sinks clear to the bottom and lies still. The edges blur and forgive themselves. The quiet takes your shape and holds it. And all of it, every soft, slow part of it, goes on without asking your leave, without needing your hand, without so much as knowing your name. The way a whole snowfall goes on all night over a sleeping house, whether or not anyone inside ever wakes to see it come down. You are that house now, low and dark and warm at the center, and going quietly under, room by room, lamp by lamp, while the soft weight of the night keeps settling over the roof of you without a sound. The far rooms are dark already. The ones out at the ends of you, the hands, the feet, they went dark hours ago and have not stirred since. And the darkness has been moving slowly inward all this time, one room at a time, unhurried, thorough, gentle, drawing the soft dim over each in turn and moving on. The arms gone dim, the legs gone dim, the long low middle of you going dim now too, until only a small warm glow is left somewhere near the center, low and steady, the last soft lamp of you, and even that not tended, even that untroubled, even that in no hurry at all to go on burning. Only glowing low and even and content in the middle of the dark full house, ready whenever the sleep in you is ready to soften and lower and gentle itself down toward out. Let it lower, there is nothing left it needs to light for, every room already known, already dark, already at rest, nothing left to find its way to or by. Let the last low glow of your attention gutter down soft and slow, like the very last of a fire that has warmed the whole house all evening and has no more warming to do. Not going out sharp, nothing sharp anywhere tonight. Only sinking, only dimming, only easing itself lower by the smallest of degrees, the light growing warmer and dimmer and rounder as it goes, throwing shorter and shorter shadows, asking less and less of the dark around it, until the difference between the last of the glow and the first of the dark grows too soft and too small to find. And when it is too small to find, you will not have to notice. You will not be there at the edge of it keeping watch for the moment it goes. You are already too far down and too warm and too well covered to stand at any edge and watch for anything. You will simply have been glowing low in the warm, full dark one slow breath, and gone soft into it the next, with no line drawn between, no moment marked, no crossing you would ever have to make on purpose. The way the last warm cold glow of the eye gives itself over to the dark of true sleep, without ever once feeling itself do it. So there is nothing now, nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to tend or watch or steer or soften or number or reach. The day is settled clear to the bottom and still. The edges are blurred and given away. The breath is small and slow and kept by something older than you. The quiet has your shape and holds it full. The dark comes down and down over the low warm house of your room by darkening room. And the last low glow eases itself lower into all that soft covered depth, with no hand on it and no hurry in it and no far morning anywhere near enough to matter. Only down now, only warm, only slow. Only the wide, uncounted middle of the night open all around you and under you and over you, holding you level and holding you close, while everything that ever asked anything of you lies settled far below out of reach, and the soft weight keeps laying itself gently over the top of you, layer on quiet layer, deeper and dimmer, and further softly under, into the long, low, warm keeping of the dark, where the glow banks low and the quiet stands deep. And the breath goes on small and slow and faithful beneath you, and there is nowhere left to go but further, softer, slower down. Down past the last place the word down still means anything, into the part of the night that no longer keeps a floor to reach, only more softness laid under more softness, more slow folded into more slow. And here, this far under, something changes in the very grain of the stillness. It thickens. It turns from the stillness of a held breath into the stillness of settled water, deep water that has not moved in a long while and is in no danger of moving now. And you are somewhere near the bottom of that, not fallen, not sunk, only lowered, only laid down by the slow, patient hand of the whole long evening onto the softest floor there is. And on that floor, the finest things are settling. You know the way, in water that has finally gone perfectly still, the smallest motes and grains that were stirred up all through the day keep drifting down long after everything louder has stopped, turning as they come, taking the whole night to fall the last small distance, and never, at any moment, feeling themselves land. There is no knock when they come to rest, no sound, no line drawn between the falling and the being fallen. Only, at some point no one could ever mark, they are simply lying still on the bottom with everything else that has already come to rest there. The day in you is like that now, all the fine stirred grains of it, every small thing that got lifted and turned through the hours, settling down through the still deep of you so slowly that not one of them will ever feel the moment it finally comes to rest. And being this far under, this deep in the settled quiet, changes what can reach you from above. Sound comes now, if it comes at all, the way sound comes to something resting on the bed of deep water. Nothing arrives sharp, nothing arrives whole. Everything that reaches you has to come down through the entire thickness of the settled night first, and by the time it arrives, it has lost every edge it ever had. It is only a softness now, a far rounded muffled nothing much, a slow wide pressure of a sound, with all its meaning gone gentle out of it long before it ever sinks this low. A sound somewhere is only a slow ring spreading through the dark that touches you and passes and asks nothing of you. You do not have to know what it was. You do not have to follow it back up toward wherever it began. It comes down softened, and it lays itself over you softened, and it thins away into the general hush, and it is gone, and it never once required you to rise even the smallest distance to meet it. The world is still up there, going quietly about the small business of the deep night, far above the level where you are lying, and none of it reaches down sharp enough to matter. You have gone too far under for any of it to touch you as anything but softness. You are held below the depth where things still have edges. And the deep holds you the way deep still water holds whatever has come to rest at the bottom of it, evenly, from every side at the same time, not pressing, only holding, a slow, full, even weight of quiet laid over you and under you and around you all at once, so that there is no single place you are being held and no place you are not, only one soft, continuous surrounding that has taken your whole shape and keeps it. Nothing down here has to hold itself up. Nothing here keeps a single muscle it must mind. The deep does the holding. The deep has always done the holding for everything that ever came to lie this far below, and it does not tire of it, and it does not set you down, and it never once asks to be relieved. It simply keeps. Slow and even and complete, it keeps. And you are kept the way the deepest things are kept through the longest dark. The way a seed lies the whole winter through in the warm, deep ground, far under the frost, asking nothing, doing nothing, only lying still in the dark earth being kept. Its whole small life folded quiet and complete inside it, in no hurry, wanting nothing, waiting on nothing, simply held safe and warm and still through the long cold while everything above it sleeps too. That is how you are held now, folded quiet and complete. Your whole self drawn in soft and small and kept. Nothing of you needing to open, nothing of you needing to reach, nothing of you needing to become anything at all tonight but exactly this, a still warm kept thing in the deep dark, safe under all the long hours, wanting nothing, waiting on nothing, only held, only kept, only slowly and warmly and wholly at rest. And down this far, the breath has grown so small. You may notice if noticing is even still a thing that is happening anywhere, how little of it there is now, how little you draw and how little you need. A small slow sip of the warm dark, taken in without effort, let go without effort, and then a long soft nothing before the next one is even wanted. The body has learned, this deep into the rest, exactly how little it needs, and it takes exactly that and no more, and it is in no hurry in between. The pauses have grown long and easy. The space after each breath goes out has opened wide and soft, an unhurried stretch of stillness where nothing is being drawn and nothing is being pushed and nothing is being waited for, where the not breathing is every bit as easy and as full as the breathing, where the body simply rests in the warm having let go until, in its own slow time, with no decision made anywhere, the next small breath arrives on its own. In and the long soft nothing, and out, and the long soft nothing, slower than the clock, slower than counting, slower than thought, kept going all on its own by the part of you that has been breathing you faithfully since long before you had a single thing to do with it. And that is all the breath is now, a slow tide in a warm dark bay, so far from the open water that no wave ever reaches it, only the long slow rise and the long slow fall, the level lifting the smallest amount and settling the smallest amount, patient, even, endless, the same slow rise and fall that has gone on in that sheltered bay every night for longer than anything can remember, and will go on all through this night too. Keeping its slow time in the dark, without one thing needing to watch it or wind it or want it to. You can let it carry the counting for you. You can let it carry the keeping for you. You can let it carry even the wanting to rest for you, because it is already resting. It has always already been resting. It is the very stuff that rest is made of, and it will go on rising and falling, slow and warm and far beneath you, whether you follow it or lose it. So you are free now to lose it, free to let even the tide of the breath slip below the edge of noticing and go on without you, faithful and slow and unminded. Down where all the faithful, slow things of the body go on and on in the warm dark, with no one keeping them. And nothing down here is in any hurry to become anything else. This is the slowest country there is, the one at the very bottom of the night, where things do not so much happen as very slowly deepen, where the only motion is the motion of settling a little further, and even that so gradual that from one long breath to the next, you could never once say you had moved, and never once say you had not. It is like the slow country of deep stone, of deep root, of deep water lying under ice, of everything that keeps its changes so patient and so unhurried that a whole night is nothing to it. A whole night is a single slow breath to it, and the little while you will spend down here resting is less than the smallest turning in its own long sleep. You have come all the way down into the pace of the oldest and stillest things, the pace of the ground slowly cooling, the pace of the dark slowly thickening, the pace of the frost drawing its slow patterns somewhere far above without a sound. Nothing here moves faster than that, and you do not have to either, and you could not if you tried, and there is nothing left to try for, and so the trying too lies down at last in the warm slow dark and goes still. And far above you, on the surface of all that depth, the last small movement of the day is quietly dying out. You know how a wide dark water, after the last thing has touched it, takes a long slow while to go truly still. How the last faint rings keep spreading out and out, wider and fainter, softer and slower, traveling all the way to the far dark edges before they thin away to nothing. And then how the whole broad surface lies there flat and dark and perfect, holding the deep night above it without a single tremor. The last small rings of the day are still spreading across the surface of you like that, high above where you rest. Fainter now, slower now, wider and softer and nearer to gone, the very last of the day's small touches, traveling out toward your farthest edges only to lie down there and be still. And each breath sends them a little further out, a little thinner, a little more spent. until the surface of you, far up there, goes flat and dark and unbroken, and there is nothing moving on the whole wide face of you at all. Nothing moving anywhere in the whole deep of you at all. Only the slow keeping, and the slow tide, and the slow full dark. And the deep is warm. Not the warmth of a fire, nothing with a source, nothing you could ever move toward or away from. Only the even blood warmth of a place that has been held at one gentle temperature so long that there is no cold left anywhere in it to push against. The warmth of the inside of things. The warmth a body makes simply by being a body and gives back to itself once it finally stops spending it all on the day. You are lying in the whole slow gathered warmth of your own long stillness now, and it wraps you as evenly as the depth does, from everywhere at once, no near side to it and no far side, only a full soft mildness that has soaked all the way through you and left nothing in you tight enough to feel cool. Warm through, warm to the center, warm the way the deep ground stays warm all through the coldest night, far enough down, keeping its slow, patient heat while the frost does whatever it does far above and never reaches. You are that far down. You are down where the warmth keeps itself and the frost never comes, and the night can do nothing to you at all but hold you. And there is so much night still left. This is the wide middle of it, the long, slow middle where the dark is deepest and thickest and most at its ease, hours out from the evening now and hours still from any far paling of it. The part of the night that belongs to no one and asks nothing and simply goes on being dark, patient, unhurried, in no more of a rush to end than you are to leave it. There is so much of it, more than you could ever use, more dark and more quiet and more slow than any one rest could hope to spend. It is not running low, it is not being measured out to you. It lies all around in every direction, wide and deep and full, the whole long generous keeping of the night, and every hour of it is soft, and every hour of it is yours, and not one of them has anywhere else it needs to be. So you can let go now of even the very last small holding on, the one that was the holding on to time itself. You do not have to keep the hours, you do not have to feel them go. They will pass without you softly, one into the next, dark into dark, the way they always have, whether you tend them or not, and there is nothing you could do to hurry them and nothing you would ever want to. So let them go on turning far above the depth where you rest, slow and unwatched, and stay down here where the turning cannot reach. So slow now, so warm and so far down and so slow. The day gone all the way to the bottom and lying still there under everything, the sounds worn soft and round and meaningless long before they reach you. The breath, a small, slow, faithful tide keeping itself far beneath you, the warmth soaked clear through and holding, the deep even on every side, your whole shape held full in it and kept. And so much night still left, wide and dark and generous in every direction, hours of it, unmeasured, unhurried, none of it wanting a single thing, all of it yours. Nowhere to be, nothing to keep, no hour to hold, no surface to rise to, no edge to lie waiting at. Only the slow, warm deep, and the small, slow tide of the breath, and the long, soft, dark settling gently on, and the fine, still grains of you coming to rest so slowly they will never feel themselves land. Down and warm and slow. And the deep keeps you, and the tide keeps the breath, and the night keeps the dark, and not one of them will ever set you down or hurry you or ask a single thing of you, all the long, slow way on through toward whatever far, warm, quieter stillness lies waiting even further under this. And even that far stillness is nothing you have to reach toward. It is not a place you have to go to. It comes to you the way the softest things always come, without a sound, without an edge, without ever once needing you to notice it arrive. Because something has begun, very quietly, while you were letting go of the hours. Something soft has begun to fall, not rain, nothing with any weight to it, nothing that lands hard enough to be heard. Only the slow, soundless settling of something fine and pale and endless, drifting down out of the dark from somewhere high and unhurried, taking all the time there is, each small soft piece of it turning and floating and coming down so slowly it hardly seems to fall at all. And it is falling on everything, over the whole wide dark of the world above you and around you, over every far roof and every long empty field and every quiet road that leads nowhere anyone is going tonight. It comes down soft and even and without a single sound, and wherever it touches it stays, and wherever it stays it softens, and slowly, slowly, with no hurry in it anywhere at all, it begins to cover the world over. The edges go first, every sharp thing, every hard corner, every line that stood up stiff against the dark all day. The snow finds them one by one and lays itself along them and rounds them off, gently, patiently, until there is not a sharp edge left anywhere in the whole soft world, until everything that was angular has been made round, and everything that was hard has been given something soft to wear, and the whole shape of things out there has gone slow and rounded and kind. And the hollows fill, every dip and every low place and every empty waiting hollow that stood open all day, the snow drifts down into them without being asked, and fills them, and levels them, and smooths them over, so that by the deep of the night there is nothing left standing open anywhere, nothing hollow, nothing waiting to be filled, all of it brimmed soft and full and even, all of it made whole. And the sound goes too. This is the thing the snow does that nothing else can do. It takes the sound out of the world. It lies down over everything in layers so soft, and so many that no sound can cross them anymore. Every noise sinks into the whiteness and is held there and does not come back, and the whole wide covered dark goes quieter and quieter beneath it, hushed, muffled, wrapped, until the silence out there is not an empty silence at all but a full one, a deep, soft, packed and gentle silence, the particular deep hush that only ever comes when snow has been falling a long, long time on a sleeping world. And you are far beneath all of it, far below the falling and the covering and the great soft hush of it. Down where you have been, warm and held and heavy, the snow does not reach you and never will. It only lies far overhead like one more soft blanket laid across the roof of the dark, one more layer of quiet added to all the quiet already keeping you, one more soft, weightless weight settling down over the whole night to press it gently closer and hold it gently stiller and keep it gently yours. And it does not stop. That is the deep ease of it, that it is in no hurry to stop. It can fall all night. It can fall soundlessly on and on through every hour still left, adding and adding to itself, deepening, thickening, softening the softness, quieting the quiet, and it asks nothing of you as it falls, and it needs nothing watched, and there is nowhere it is trying to get to and no time it is trying to keep. It is only falling slowly, the way you are only resting slowly, the two of you the same in that, unhurried, all the long night through. So let it fall, let it fill the world in while you lie still beneath it. Let it round every edge and brim every hollow and hush every sound out there to nothing, and you do not have to lift a single finger to help it. It knows how, it has always known how. It will cover the whole wide waking day over in soft white silence, without one moment of your tending. And here, so far under it, so far down and so long down, you have begun to be covered too. Not by the snow stays far above, but by something of the same soft kind, a covering of your own. The long stillness itself has begun to lie down over you in layers, the way the snow lies down over the fields, soft layer upon soft layer, and each one that settles makes you a little warmer and a little heavier and a little further from the surface of things. The first layer was the quiet. It came early and lay itself over you and took the noise of the day away. You can barely remember now that there was ever any noise. It is under so many layers. It is so far back and so far down and so thoroughly covered over that it cannot reach you, cannot rise, cannot cross all the soft that has come to lie between you and it. And then more came and lay over the quiet. The warmth came and lay down soft and thick, And the heaviness came and lay over the warmth, and the slowness came and lay over the heaviness, and the breath, that small faithful slow tide of it, wove itself gently through all the layers like a thread drawn slow through wool, holding them, keeping them, tucking them one against the next. And each one added its own small softness to all the softness already there, and none of them will lift, and none of them will thin, they only deepen, they only gather, they only lie down closer and warmer and stiller the longer the night goes on. So that you are wrapped now, wrapped the way the world is wrapped, wrapped in more soft than you could ever count, layer under layer under layer of it, warm wool and warmer dark and warmer still the deep slow quiet folded all around you and tucked in soft beneath you and laid gentle over the top. Nothing left of you uncovered, nothing left of you cold, nothing left of you out in the open where the night could find it, all of you gathered in and folded under and kept. And you are not the only thing that has been covered over tonight. This is a soft thing to know, and you can let it be soft. You do not have to do anything with it. All across the wide, hushed dark, near you and far from you, in the covered houses and under the covered roofs, and down in every warm and hidden place the snow lies over, other things have set themselves down for the night the way you have set yourself down. Small, warm, sleeping things, curled and still and breathing slow, each one held in its own soft dark, each one covered over, each one let go of the day. The birds have folded themselves small in the deep of the hedges, feathers puffed round and warm, heads turned soft into their own wings, breathing their tiny quick breaths gone slow now, and even in the sleeping cold. The animals in their burrows lie curled nose to tail in the warm dark under the frozen ground, packed close, slowed down, dreaming whatever slow dim dreams such warm curled sleeping things dream through the long middle of a winter night. And every one of them is safe, and every one of them is covered, and every one of them has done exactly what you have done, laid the day down, and gone quiet, and let the dark come and keep them. And you are one of them tonight, no different, no more awake, no more alone. Just one more small, warm, breathing thing that has set itself down in the great soft, covered dark and gone still and let go. One more among the countless quiet, resting things the night is holding all at once, all across the world, all through these same slow hours, all of you kept in the same wide dark by the same patient night. None of you asked for anything, none of you needing to keep watch, because there is nothing to keep watch against, only the snow coming down, only the dark going on, only the long, soft, even hush laid over everything alive and letting all of it rest. So you can rest the way they rest, the deep, unquestioning rest of a small, warm thing that was never taught to worry whether it was allowed to. It simply grew heavy when the dark came and grew slow and grew warm and let its eyes close and let its breath go long and sank down into the keeping of the night without one thought of holding on. And that is in you too, that same old simple knowing, older than any of the day's worries, older than words, the knowing of how to lie down warm in the dark and be kept. Your body remembers it. It is remembering it now. It has already begun. And the falling goes on above, soft and endless, and the layers go on gathering, warm and close, and something in you keeps sinking, slow, further down through the soft than you have gone yet, the way a small weight set gently on deep snow keeps settling long after it seems to have stopped, sinking a little and a little more, finding each time that there is still more soft beneath it to give way and let it further in. You thought perhaps you had come as far down as the night went, and then a little more gave way, soft, and let you further, and you will find it does that all night. That every time you seem to have reached the bottom of the softness, there is more of it under you still, more give, more warm, more slow, more dark to sink through, and no floor to it anywhere, no hard place waiting at the end, only softness under softness under softness the whole way down forever, so that the sinking need never stop and never jar and never arrive. Only go on, gentle, endless, letting you down and letting you down and letting you further down. And each small further sinking loosens something, you can feel it go, some last fine thread of holding that you did not even know was still drawn tight. It gives softly, without a sound, the way a knot gone warm and wet gives all at once and slips its own loop. And a little more of you comes loose and settles, a little heavier, a little further, a little more given over to the deep soft keeping of it all. There is nothing left now that you are holding up, nothing left that you are keeping tight. The face has let go long ago and lies soft and slack and heavy. The hands have let go and lie open and still and far. The whole long weight of you has let go of standing, of sitting, of holding any shape at all against the pull of the dark, and has given its shape over to whatever holds it, and lies there kept, and does not have to keep itself, and knows it does not have to, and rests all the more deeply for the knowing. The night, which does not end, has not ended. It goes on all around, wide and covered and hushed and full, deep in its own long middle still, hours thick on every side. And it holds the snow, and it holds the fields, and it holds the small curled sleeping things in all their hidden warm places. And it holds you exactly the same, exactly as gently, exactly as long, one more kept thing among the countless kept things, laid down soft in the deep of it, and covered over and let be. And somewhere far off, so far it is hardly even a thing, there is one small warm point of light, a low lamp left burning in a window across the whole wide covered dark, tiny with distance, steady, dim, warm, not for you to go to, not calling you anywhere. Only there far off, keeping its small faithful glow through the night, the way the breath keeps its small faithful tide through you, asking nothing, meaning nothing you must answer, only burning low and warm and far, and telling the dark softly that it is a kept and tended dark, a dark with small warm faithful things still keeping quietly on in it, all night, all the long night, while everything that can sleep sleeps. And you can let even that far small light go soft and blur and thin, let the distance take it. Let it dim down into the general dark the way everything dims down now, going vague, going far, going gentle, all the edges of everything softening the way the snow softens edges, until there is no far lamp and no near dark, no here and no there, no edge anywhere between you and the deep, only the one soft covered endless quiet, gone all the same warm color of sleep, closing softly and slowly, and without any sound at all over the small, still kept and sinking shape of you. So slow now, so soft, so far, so warmly, endlessly, unhurriedly down. And the snow keeps falling that you cannot hear, and the layers keep gathering that you cannot count, and the small warm things keep sleeping that you will never see, and the far lamp keeps its low light that you no longer need, and the breath keeps its slow tide that you no longer tend. And you go on down, and gently further down into the soft that has no floor, through the middle of a night that has no end, kept and covered and let go, with so much dark still left to sink through, so much soft still left to give way beneath you, so much slow, warm, quiet night still waiting, patient, endless, holding you the whole long way on toward wherever the soft finally, so far from here, so long from now, lets you softly down into the deep, warm hush of a rest so far along now that it hardly needs a voice at all to keep it going. A rest that carries itself, the way a slow, wide thing carried a long way keeps moving of its own gathered weight, needing no more hand to push it, only the room to go on. And so the words can come slower now, and slower, and lie down between themselves in longer and longer rests, and you will not lose the thread, because the thread is no longer made of words. It is made of warmth, low and settled and simple, gathered somewhere near the center of you, and spreading without hurry outward, the way warmth spreads through anything left long enough in a warm place, asking nothing of you, only warming, only softening, only staying. And it is a strange and gentle kind of warmth, this one, not the warmth of a fire, which flickers and wants tending, and not the warmth of the sun, which comes and goes with the turning of the day. But the deep, low, even warmth of a place far down under everything, where nothing flickers and nothing comes and goes, where the warmth simply is, held in the body of the ground itself, The way an old stone that has lain all day in a warm field goes on holding its warmth long after the light has gone, quietly from the inside, for hours, giving it back so slowly you could hold your hand to it in the dark and never feel it change. And you are becoming a warmth like that now. A slow, kept, even inward warmth that does not need feeding and does not go out, that only settles further into itself the longer it is left alone. Far down, where it is warm, and still, and left alone. And there are places like that, deep under the cold surface of things, warm rooms in the body of the earth that no weather ever reaches, no wind, no frost, no morning and no evening, only one long even warmth that has been kept there since before there was anyone to feel it, and will be kept there long after, patient, dark and warm, a warmth with no clock in it at all. And something in you knows the way down to a place like that, has always known, and is going there now slowly, of its own soft weight, letting itself down through warm layer after warm layer of the settled dark, each one warmer and stiller and further from the surface than the last, each one asking even less of you than the one above it, until the very idea of a surface, of a top to things, of anywhere the cold or the light could reach, thins away behind and above you and is gone, and there is only the warm deep, going down, and you going gently down into it, warm and kept, and unreachable, and glad in a wordless heavy way to be so far from the surface of everything at last. And how far you have come tonight, though you have not moved at all, not a step. The body has lain exactly where it lay, kept its one warm shape in its one warm place through the whole long turning of the dark, and yet something in you has traveled such a distance, down and inward and further in, past the last of the day and the last of the doing and the last of the holding, into rooms of quiet you did not know were there, warm rooms, low rooms, rooms with no doors and no need of them, further from the noise of the world than you have been in a long, long while. And there is no map of this, no one drew it. You found the way water finds the way, by giving in, by taking the low path, by refusing nothing and holding nothing and simply going wherever the down of things led. And the down of things led here, to the warm deep middle of the rest. And here you are, and here you may stay as long as the dark stays, which is long, which is very long, which is the whole of the night and then some. And the last far sounds of the world are letting go of you now. You may not even have noticed them leaving. How one by one the small distant noises that stitch a night together have loosened their threads and slipped away. Some far thing that hummed and then did not. Some small settling somewhere that ticked once in the cooling dark and then was quiet. The tiny near sounds of the room itself, so faint they were less sound than the memory of sound, thinning, until what is left around you is not really silence, because silence is a hard bare word for it, but something softer and fuller than silence, a warm woven hush, a quiet with body to it, a quiet you could lean back into and be held by, the way you would be held by deep, still air far underground where no sound has ever had to travel, and you are leaning back into it now. Letting the last thin threads of hearing go slack, letting even the listening lie down, because there is nothing left that you need to hear, and nothing coming that you must be ready for, and the ready part of you, the part that all your life has kept one ear turned toward the dark just in case, is turning that ear away at last, and folding it in, and lying down beside the rest of you, warm and off duty and done. Done for the night. Done for the long, long night. And notice, if a soft, slow noticing is even still yours to spend, how the weight of you has changed its nature by now. How it is no longer a heaviness that presses down against the surface, a leaning, a load the bed must bear. It has gone past that, hours past, into something calmer. The weight has stopped pressing and started simply belonging, the way the weight of deep still water belongs to the deep and presses on nothing, asks nothing, only rests evenly through itself, held on every side by more of the same. You are held on every side now. Not lying on top of your rest, but suspended in the middle of it, warm all around, weightless in the way that only a very great and evenly held weight can feel. The whole heaviness of you spread out so completely into what holds you that there is no longer any edge where you stop and the holding begins. No boundary left to press against. Only warm held weight fading out in every direction into more warm held weight. Further than you could reach, further than you would ever want to reach. Off into the deep, on every side. Suspended. Warm. And even. And going nowhere, and needing to go nowhere, hung soft in the middle of the deep of the night, the way a single slow thing hangs in the middle of deep water, far from the surface, far from the floor, turning so slowly it does not feel like turning at all, only like being carried gently by something vast and unhurried that has been carrying such things forever and will carry them forever and asks of them only that they let go and be carried. And you have let go. And you are being carried. And there is a slowness underneath everything now that you can almost feel if you sink your attention softly toward it. A great slow turning far beneath the small quick rhythms you started the night with. Those small rhythms have not stopped. The slow tide of the breath still moves, faint and far and tended by nothing. The low, slow pulse still keeps its patient time somewhere below hearing. But beneath even those there is a slower turning still, the slow turn of the whole dark itself, the enormous unhurried wheel of the night carrying the sleeping half of the world around through the long hours the way it always has, so slowly that no one has ever felt it move. And yet it moves and carries everything, the fields and the far towns and the deep warm places under the ground, and every small sleeping weight laid down in the dark, all of it turned together slowly through the middle of the night. By something so large and so patient and so sure that you could give the whole of your weight over to it, and it would not so much as slow, would carry you as easily as it carries the dark, has room for you, has always had room for you, in the vast, slow turning of its keeping. And you can give the whole of your weight over to it now. All of it. In the last held ounce. Let the great slow turning have it, and carry it, and keep it through the hours, so that you do not have to carry even the weight of being carried, so that even the last faint effort of resting can lie down at last and be done. And there is nothing left anywhere in you that is doing anything at all, nothing held, nothing kept by you, everything kept for you, warm and slow and turning, far down, far in, far along, deep in the middle of a night that is only halfway through its long, slow turn. And how loose the body has become. You would hardly know now where one part of it ends and the next begins. All the small careful borders the body keeps by day, the line of the jaw, the joint of the shoulder, the seam where the hand becomes the arm, have gone soft and warm and run together like the last of a shape melting slowly into more of itself, so that reaching for the edge of yourself, if some faint slow part of you still reached, would find no edge, only warmth shading into warmth, only the heavy loosened whole of you spread out warm and borderless in the dark. Gone as vague at its own edges as a warm thing left long in warm water goes, giving up the sharpness of itself an ounce at a time, no longer a made and finished shape held firm against the world, but a slow, warm, loosening thing, half here and half gone, more given than kept, more dissolved than drawn, softening evenly into the great warm, even dark the way. A small warmth given to a great warmth stops being separate and simply becomes the warmth. In becoming the warmth, in becoming the dark, in becoming the slow. And you will notice, or you will not notice, and it does not matter in the least which, that there is less and less of you left over to notice with. That the noticing itself, which has walked beside you all the long night, softly naming the warmth and the weight and the turning, is growing drowsy now too, is falling behind, is letting the sentences pass without following them all the way to their ends, is content at last to let things go by unnamed, unheld, unnoticed, to lie down in the warm middle of the rest with everything else and stop its patient watching. And that is right. That is exactly right. That is the last soft thing the rest was waiting for the watcher too to lie down, for the one small light left burning inside the dark of you, the low, steady flame of your attention that has kept faithfully on all through the hours, to go soft now and thin and warm down to an ember and dim. Not to go out, only to dim, only to bank itself low and warm the way a good fire is banked for the night, covered over, kept glowing faint and low beneath the soft ash of the dark, giving no more light, asking no more tending, only holding a small warmth through until whenever, slow and safe and low and nearly gone. And nearly gone. And glad to be nearly gone. And there is so much night still to sink through. You are nowhere near the bottom of it, and there is no bottom, and that is the deep comfort of it, that there is no floor coming up to meet you, no far edge you are drifting toward, nothing you will arrive at that would end the softness and start the day. Only more soft, and more warm, and more slow, and more down, going on and on beneath you as far as the letting go can reach, hours of it, a whole warm, patient country of it, dark and even and endless and kind, laid out beneath your sinking with no near side and no far side, room enough in it to fall forever and never once to land. And you can trust that. You can lean the whole of your dissolving weight on that. That there is more soft below you than you could ever use up, more dark than you could ever cross, more slow, warm, keeping night than one small sleeping weight could ever come to the end of, so that whatever pace you sink at, however slow, however faint, the deep is always deeper still, always further down, always warmly waiting with more of itself, patient, endless, glad to take you lower whenever the last of your weight is ready to go. And lower, and warmer, and slower still. And you no longer sink toward anything, or away from anything, or through anything you could name, only down, only in, only on, into a warmth with no shape and a dark with no edge and a slowness with no clock. So far along the long night now, so deep in the soft middle of it, so far past the last thing you were holding, that there is nothing left to do and no one left awake to do it, only the warm going on of a rest that has taken over its own keeping and needs you for none of it, and rocks you gentle in the great slow turn of the dark, and lets you down, and lets you down, and lets you further and softer and warmer down, into the deep, into the still, into the long unhurried middle of the night's own sleeping, with so much warm dark yet to give way beneath you, so much slow soft keeping night still folded out ahead, holding you the whole long unhurried way on toward the deeper warmth that waits, so far from here, so long from now, so gently, at the bottomless soft bottom of the dark. And even the breathing goes on now without you. You may have noticed, or you may have drifted too far under to notice, and it does not matter which. But somewhere in the long middle of all this the breath slipped out of your keeping and kept on anyway, kept on by itself, the way water keeps moving under ice, the way the tide goes on turning in the dark whether or not a single soul stands on the shore to watch it. You are not doing it anymore. It is being done, softly, faithfully, without you, one slow, easy fall of air after another, each one a little further apart than the last, each one asking nothing of you, needing nothing from you, tended by something older and steadier than your effort ever was, and you are allowed to let it. You are allowed to set the whole long labor of your own breathing down at last and let it be carried, the way a sleeping child is carried and does not wake, does not stir, does not so much as know it has been lifted, only goes on being warm and being small and being wholly held. Being held, yes, that is the word for it now, not sinking anymore, not falling, not going down and down through country after country of the dark, just held. Just resting in the great loose slack of it, gone still, the way a small boat goes still when the tide has finished going out and has not yet begun to come back in. That long hushed hour of slack water when nothing is pulling and nothing is pushing and the boat simply sits, loosely moored, rocking only the faintest amount, only enough to know it is still afloat, drifting the length of its own soft rope and no further, kept. Tethered by the thinnest, kindest line to something that will not let it go and will not haul it in, only lets it lie there on the black glass of the water and be rocked, and be held, and be kept through the whole long, slack middle of the night. Loosely moored, that is you now, let out to the very end of a long, soft line and left there, rocking, kept. Nothing hauling you back toward the noise of the shore, nothing carrying you off toward any open sea, only the small warm sway of being held on slack water, turning a little, a very little, the way a moored thing turns, first this way through a slow hour, and then that way through another, so gradual you could never catch it moving, only ever notice, if you noticed at all, that you have come around, that the dark sits at a different angle now. That the night has quietly rotated you the way it rotates everything under it, patient, unhurried, letting you drift the small circle your mooring allows and bringing you gently round again, and round again, all night, asking nothing, only keeping. And out past you the night is doing its own quiet work. It does that, you know, all the long dark hours while the sleepers lie moored and rocking, the night goes softly about its keeping, and none of it needs you awake to see it. Somewhere, the last warmth is leaving the stones of the day, giving itself up so slowly into the dark air that no one could ever name the moment it goes. Somewhere the grass is taking on its fine cool weight of dew, one small bead at a time, in a silence so complete it is almost a kind of sound. Somewhere the dust that stood all day in the light is coming down at last, settling, coming to rest on the sills and the still surfaces the way the tiredness has come to rest in you, drifting down through the unmoving air, taking all night to fall the little distance it has to fall, and no one hurrying it, and no one watching, and no need. Everything settling, that is the whole work of the deep night, the one slow work it does, the settling of all the small unquiet things. The day stirred them all up, the dust and the noise and the little weights sent them all swirling and hanging and refusing to come down. And now, hour by dark hour, without anyone to do it, they are all coming softly to rest. The house is settling, easing its old warm timbers a fraction lower into their long sleep, letting go of the small tightnesses the heat of the day pulled into them, ticking now and then, once, faint, far off, the way a settling house will, the sound of something enormous and patient making itself a little more comfortable in the dark and going still again. And you are one more of the settling things. One more small unquiet weight that the long night is bringing down, softly, all the way down, and letting come to rest at last. Let yourself be one of them, one of the settling things, nothing special asked of you, nothing set apart. Only the same slow coming to rest that is happening to the dust and the timbers and the last day warmth in the stones, happening to you too without your help, without your say, the great even settling of the whole dark house of the night, and you a small warm part of it, going down with all of it, coming to rest along with all of it, kept along with all of it through the hours. And how quiet it all is. Have you felt how quiet? Not the thin, sharp quiet of a room where someone is listening, waiting, holding still to hear, but the deep, full quiet of a place where all the listening has been laid down too, where even the ears have gone soft and heavy and stopped their reaching out into the dark, stopped straining after every small, far sound, and let the sounds simply be, out there, small and far, and none of them yours to answer. A car maybe, so distant it is more a smoothness in the air than a sound, going somewhere along the edge of the night and gone. The low steady note the dark itself seems to hold, that hush that is almost a tone, the sound a whole sleeping house makes just by being a house full of rest, and none of it asking anything of you, none of it a thing to wake for. All of it just the soft furniture of the deep night, arranged around your sleeping, holding the room of the dark in place, while you lie in the middle of it, kept and quiet, and gone so far down into the still. So far down, and the going down has changed, hasn't it? It is not a falling anymore, not even a sinking. Those were words for earlier, for when there was still enough of you awake to feel a direction. Now it is only a kind of thickening, a slow, sweet thickening of the dark around you, the way the cold thickens the still water toward the first thin skin of ice. so gradual, so even, that there is no line anywhere between the water and the not quite ice. Only more and more stillness, more and more held, the moving parts of you going slower and slower and closer to not moving at all. And none of it cold, all of it warm, a warm thickening, a warm slowing. A warm coming to stillness that is nothing at all like freezing, and everything like being gently, thoroughly, finally put to rest. Sicker and slower and warmer, and the thoughts, if there are any left, if any small thought still drifts up now and then out of the deep, they come slower too, and softer and further apart, and they do not catch on anything anymore, do not snag and pull and start unwinding the way daytime thoughts do. They only rise a little way, dim and slow, like a single bubble easing up through something thick and dark and sweet, rising so slowly you forget it is rising, and then it reaches the soft surface of you and it does not even break. It only sinks back, unremembered, down into the warm and is gone, and leaves the surface unmarked, unbroken, still. And another may come later, much later, and do the same, rise slow and dim and sink again and be gone. And none of them is anything to hold. None of them is anything to follow. You can let each one rise and sink and be forgotten, the way the deep water lets a bubble go, without a ripple, without a care, keeping its long dark stillness whole. Unmarked, unbroken, still, and there is such a mercy in that, in being a thing too far down now to be marked by anything, too deep for the small weathers of the mind to reach. They go on, maybe, somewhere up near the surface, the little winds and stirrings of thought, the way weather goes on up on the face of the sea, but you are not up there anymore. You are down in the deep still water where no weather ever comes, where it is always this even dark, always this same held warmth, always this same slow enormous calm that the surface knows nothing of and never troubles, down where the whole restless day cannot follow, cannot send even the faintest of its ripples, cannot reach one cool finger of its worry down through all this warm dark weight of night to so much as brush you. You are past its reach. You have gone down past the reach of the day, into the one place it cannot come, and it has let you go, and it is not looking for you, and it will not find you until it is time, and it is nowhere near time. Nowhere near, there is so much of this left. That is the thing to lean on, if you are still near enough the surface to lean on anything. There is so much of this warm-held stillness left to lie in, hours of it, the long, unspent middle of it still all ahead, not a thing of it used up, not a thing of it hurried, the whole deep, patient body of the night still folded warm around you with almost all of itself still to give. You have not come to any edge. You are not near any turning. There is only more of this, and more of this, and more of this, laid out warm and even and endless in every direction the stillness reaches, and you set down in the soft middle of it like a stone set down in deep water, come finally to rest on the dark floor of it, and the whole warm weight of the night above you, holding you down, holding you still, holding you kept. A stone come to rest on the floor of the deep. Yes, that is a good heaviness to be. The very last of the falling done, the long, slow drift down through all that dark water finished at last, and you come to lie on the soft dark bed of the bottom, where nothing stirs, where the water does not move, where it is always this same close, warm dark and always will be, and the whole depth of the night stacked quiet above you, layer on layer of warm dark stillness, pressing you gently, evenly, kindly down against the soft floor of the deep, so that there is nowhere left to fall, and nothing left to do but lie there, kept, and be pressed still, and be held down warm and safe and heavy under the whole quiet weight of all that dark water, all night, all the long dark hours of the night. Held down, pressed still, kept, and even the stone is more awake than you are now. Even the stone, lying on the dark floor, still knows it is a stone, still holds its small shape against the deep. And you are letting go of even that, aren't you? Letting go of even the small holding together it takes to stay one thing, one shape, one gathered weight in the dark. Going looser than a stone, softer than a stone, letting the edges of you go warm and dim and uncertain, letting the dark come in a little at the borders of you, so that it grows harder and harder to say just where you stop and the warm dark begins. Harder and harder to feel the old line between the resting thing and the rest it lies in, until the line goes soft, and then goes faint, and then, so gently you will never catch the moment, goes, and there is no loss in it. Nothing goes out, nothing ends. The warmth does not stop being warm, nor the dark stop being kind. It is only that the two of you, the rester and the rest, have grown so quiet against each other, so evenly warm, so long unmoving, that the border has worn away between you the way a shoreline wears away in the dark, and now it is all one thing, all one warm dark still held thing, with no near side that is you and no far side that is the night, only the whole of it, resting, kept, going on. And let it be all one thing. You do not have to keep yourself sorted out from the dark any longer. You do not have to hold the line. It was only ever a small tiredness, that holding, one more thing to keep up, and you can set it down with all the rest you have set down through this long night, and let the warm come in, and let the edges go and be, for these last deep hours, not a small weight lying in the great dark, but simply a warm part of the great dark itself, indistinguishable, unbordered, gone over wholly into the keeping of the night. Gone over, and still so far to go, still the deepest part of it ahead. It goes on this, past every place you could think to look for its ending, on and on into the warm and the dark and the slow, and it will hold you the whole unhurried way, and ask nothing, and keep nothing back, and let you down, softer and warmer and slower still, into the long deep middle of the kept and quiet night. And somewhere far above the deep where you are lying, so far up that it has nothing to do with you anymore, the weather of the world has turned to snow. It has begun, very quietly, to snow. Not on you, never on you. You are too far down and too warm for any of it to reach. But up there, up at the surface of the night, in the high cold air over everything, the snow has started to come down, slow and enormous and unhurried, the way snow comes to a country in the smallest hours when no one is awake to see it begin. And you can let it snow. You have no part in it. It asks nothing of you. It is only a soft thing happening a long way off, up where the cold is, while you go on lying warm and kept in the depth beneath it all. And it comes down so slowly, that snow, each flake taking its own long while to fall, drifting and turning and hardly falling at all, more settling than falling, letting itself down through the still air the way you have let yourself down through this long night, by no effort, by only ceasing to hold up, and there is no sound to it. Snow is the one weather that comes without a sound. It lays itself over the roofs and the roads and the bare dark fields and the fence posts and the sleeping hedges without a single sound, one soft flake at a time, and then another laid gently over that, and another over that, an endless patient laying down of softness over everything the world had left hard. Everything it touches goes quiet. That is what the snow is doing up there while you rest down here. It is going out across the whole dark country, making it quiet, rounding off every sharp edge, filling in every hollow, softening every hard straight line the day had drawn, until the whole of the waking world up there is muffled and rounded and hushed and made gentle, all its noise packed down under deepening white stillness that thickens, hour by slow hour of this long night, without anyone to watch it thicken. But let it thicken, let the whole far world grow soft and slow and buried under it. It is a kindness, that burying. Nothing is lost under snow, only kept warm strangely under all that cold, the way a field sleeps warmer under snow than under bare frost, the seed and the root of everything holding safe and unhurried beneath the white until it is time, a long time from now, to stir. And it is not time. It is nowhere near time. It is the deep still middle of the buried season, and everything that lives is holding quietly under the softness, asked for nothing, expected nowhere, only kept. And you are kept like that, held quiet under your own soft depth of stillness, layered over hour by hour through this night, laid down over you one gentle fall of quiet at a time until you are covered in it, blanketed in it, packed round and soft and warm in a stillness that has been thickening over you for hours now while you did nothing but let it come. And the snow goes on falling up there far off all through the buried dark, filling the lanes, rounding the hills, softening the very shapes of things until the country up there is no longer a country of hard, separate things, but one long, low, soft, white, unbroken quiet, seamless from field to field, no edge left anywhere, all of it gone over into one hushed, rounded stillness under the falling and the endless slow falling of the snow. And inside that, far under that, in some small, deep, kept warm place beneath all the white and all the cold and all the muffled, buried quiet of the sleeping country, you is only warm, only slow, only kept. And listen, though there is nothing to hear, listen to how quiet it has all become. Snow does that, thickens the quiet until you can feel it, until the silence itself grows soft and full and close, a silence with weight to it, a silence you could lean back into, and you are leaning back into it now, letting the great soft snow quiet of the whole buried night hold the back of your head and the length of your spine and the backs of your heavy arms, all that hush come down close and packed warm around you, so that even the idea of a sound has gone very far away and grown very small and stopped mattering at all. Nothing to listen for, nothing coming, no sound that needs you awake to catch it. The whole long night has been muffled soft and packed down quiet, and you may stop listening entirely, may let the last small listening part of you go slack and warm and off duty, may let it lie down too, at last, under the snow quiet and rest. And the warmth holds, under all that far cold, the warmth around you holds and does not ask you to keep it. You are not making this warmth. You could not make it if you tried, and you do not have to try. It is simply gathered around you, the way warmth gathers and stays in the deep of a still place through a long cold night, banked and slow and self-keeping, an old low steady warmth with nowhere to go and no reason to leave, staying and staying around the slow heavy shape of you while the snow buries the world. And inside all that keeping, if you turn the last thread of your attention very gently inward, not to do anything, only to notice, the way you might notice whether without going out into it, you might feel that the breath is still going, down there, low and slow and entirely on its own. You gave it up hours ago, the managing of it, the counting and the lengthening of it, and it did not stop. It only grew slower and softer and took the work over itself, the way it has done every night of your life while you slept, and it is doing that now, breathing you, low and unhurried, out along each long warm exhale into the snow-hushed dark and gently back, without asking, without your help, so smooth and so slow now that whole soft stretches of stillness open between one breath and the next. Long-kept pauses where nothing moves and nothing needs to move, and the next breath comes only when it is good and ready, drifting in soft and low all on its own. And you can leave it entirely to itself. It knows the way. It has always known the way down into the deep hours, long before you learned any words for it, and it is carrying you down that old way now, one slow self-made breath at a time, deeper into the buried quiet, while you lie back and are carried and do nothing and go on being kept. And the night thickens. Time itself has gone slow and thick, down in these deep hours, the way cold slows everything it touches. The hours are not passing the way daytime hours pass, quick and edged and full of things. They have gone long and soft and blurred at their edges, one blurring gently into the next with no bell between them, no mark, no moment where one ends and another starts, only the one long thickening quiet stretching on, so that you could not say how long you have lain here, and it does not matter that you could not, because there is nowhere the time is taking you, no hour you are needed at. No edge up ahead you are traveling toward. The time is only pooling around you, still and deep, thick and slow as cold honey, holding you in its slowness, letting the night be as long as the night wants to be. And let it be long, you are in no hurry through it. There is so much of it left, so many soft, dark, thick, slow hours of it still banked up ahead of you, and every one of them is on your side, every one of them made only for this, for the lying still and the being kept and the going slower, and none of them will ask you to rise up out of the deep before the deep is done with you. And under the snow, under the thick slow time, under the banked warm quiet, the weight comes back. Not the sharp weight of a tired body, but a soft, dense, settled weight. The weight of something that has been still so long it has begun to belong where it lies. The way snow that has lain a while stops being separate flakes and settles and packs, and becomes one dense, soft mass, heavier than it was, quieter than it was, more and more a part of the ground it rests on. And you are settling like that. The long stillness is packing you softly down, hour by hour, denser and heavier, and more wholly given over to the surface that holds you. Less and less a thing set on top of it, and more a thing settled into it, sunk and packed and belonging, warm all through with the slow warmth of the deeply and long since still. Heavier now than when the night began. You have been letting go so long that there is almost nothing left held up, almost nothing left lifted or braced or kept ready. The whole weight of you handed down at last and taken and held, so that lying here is no effort at all, is less than no effort, is the easiest thing, the only thing, the thing your whole tired body has been leaning toward all its long day and has finally, fully, warmly reached. And there is a kind of sweetness in weight like this, not the heaviness of a burden, but the heaviness of something safely put down and left, the heaviness of a thing that no longer has to be carried anywhere by anyone, least of all by you. You set yourself down, and the deep took the weight, and now the weight is the deep's to hold and not yours, and you may feel it as pure, warm, sinking sweetness, as the body's own slow thank you for being allowed at last all the way down. All the way down, and still going, because there is always a little further down in a night this long. There is no floor to it you could reach and stop against. It only keeps opening softly under you, one warm, slow layer giving way gently to a warmer, slower, deeper one, and you sinking on through, unhurried, kept, let down and let down and let down again by the patient, endless kindness of the deep. And if somewhere in all that sinking, some small wordless wanting drifts up through you, some old ache to be more rested than you have let yourself be in a long time, some quiet wish for the day that is a long way off yet to come easier than the last one came, some plain and simple longing just to be, for these hours, wholly and truly at peace, then you may let it drift up and drift through and drift off again, once, softly, unspoken, no need to hold it, no need to shape it into words. No need to do anything about it at all. Let it move through you the way a slow current moves through still, deep water, felt and gone, changing nothing, needing nothing, only passing warm and quiet through the middle of you and dissolving away down into the deep with everything else you have let go tonight. Or let it be, you do not have to want anything down here. Wanting is a daytime thing, a thing with edges, and the edges have all gone soft. You may want nothing at all, may lie in the pure, wide, wantless warmth of the deep with not one wish left lifted, wholly content, wholly kept, asking the night for nothing because the night has already given you the only thing there is to give down here, which is this, which is the deep itself, which is the being held. And the snow goes on. Far up and far off, over the whole buried sleeping country, it goes on coming down slow and soundless through the smallest hours, laying its softness patiently over everything, thickening the quiet, rounding the world, keeping the seed warm under the white, and it will go on all night, needing no one to watch it, and you are so far under it now, so deep and so warm and so heavily, sweetly settled, that it is only the faintest far idea to you, a softness happening somewhere at the top of the dark. No more yours to tend than the turning of the whole slow earth. And the earth does turn. Under you, under the snow, under the thick, slow, pooled-up time, the whole great dark ground you are settled into is turning, very slowly, the long way round through the night, carrying the buried fields and the hushed roofs and the banked warm deep, and the small heavy resting weight of you all together through the dark, at a speed so vast and so smooth that it feels like perfect stillness, like the deepest stillness there is. And it is carrying you the way it has carried every sleeping thing through every night there has ever been, without a jolt, without a sound, without once asking you to help. All the long, slow way through the dark toward a morning that is still so far off it need not even be thought of, need not even be a word yet, is nothing yet but a rumor at the far unreachable edge of a night that still has all its deep, soft middle wrapped close and thick around you. So there is nowhere to be but here, and nothing to do but sink, and all the long turning night to do it in. And you are held, and the snow comes down, and the breath goes slow and low all on its own, and the warm keeps, and the deep opens softly under you, one more layer, one more, letting you down. Letting you down. So slow now, so far under, so warmly and heavily and wholly kept, that the letting down itself has almost no motion left in it, is almost only rest, is almost only the deep holding still, and you held still inside it, sunk and warm and quiet under all the soft buried hours, going on, and gently on, into the long slow middle of the turning night. And somewhere far out in that dark, so far you could never walk to it, there is a single low light in a window, one small warm square of yellow held up against all the miles of unlit country. A lamp turned down low in a room you will never see, kept burning by no one you will ever meet, and it is not waiting for you, and it does not need you to notice it. It is simply there, the way a light is left on at the top of a stair for a house full of sleepers, so that no one who stirs in the night has to wake all the way to find their footing. And you are one of the sleepers now. You are down at the bottom of that same soft dark, and the little light is keeping its patient watch a long way off so that you do not have to keep any watch at all. You can let your watching go. You can hand the whole night over to that far steady glow and the slow things that tend it, and lie here with nothing lit in you at all, nothing left on, every lamp inside you turned gently down to the same low keeping flame, just enough to stay warm through till morning, not one flicker more. And the room that holds that light is settling, the way an old house settles once the day has finally left it. You may know that sound without ever having named it, the small tick and ease of old wood letting go of the day's warmth, a beam somewhere high up loosening by the width of a hair, a floorboard easing back flat, the whole patient frame of the place quietly unclenching now that no one is walking it, now that the doors are shut and the kettle is cold, and there is nothing left to be done until it is light. The house lets its shoulders down, it stops holding itself so straight. And it is such an old and ordinary and comfortable sound, that settling, the sound of a made thing finally at rest, that you can feel your own frame doing the very same slow thing beneath you, unclenching by hairs, easing back flat, letting go of the day's held warmth one small tick at a time, until you too are only a quiet made thing at rest in the dark, settled to your foundations, done holding yourself up. And over you, tucked close, there is the weave, the good plain weight of something woven laid across you. You do not have to picture it, only feel the idea of it, the countless small threads crossed over and over, each one no thicker than a breath, each one doing its one small patient job, which is only to keep a little of your own warmth from leaving you. That is all a blanket ever does. It makes nothing warm. It only refuses, softly and all night long, to let your warmth go. It catches the heat rising off you and turns it gently back, thread by thread by thread, so that you lie in a shallow pool of your own kept warmth, made and remade around you all night by nothing more than a loose weight of crossed threads that ask you for nothing. And the weight of it is the best part, that mild even pressure laid over the whole long length of you, over the chest that is rising so slowly now, over the loose fallen arms, over the heavy legs, pressing you very lightly and very evenly down into the surface. The way a hand laid flat on a restless animal's side will settle it, no grip, no push, only weight, only the plain kind message of weight, which says be still now, you are covered, you are kept, there is nothing coming for you under here. And let the breath find its own slow floor. You are not steering it anymore, You gave that up hours ago, and it has gone on perfectly well without you, the way it always has, the way it did through every night of your life, before you ever thought to notice it. It is moving now at the pace of the settling house, at the pace of the far-kept light, low and even and unhurried, each slow, easy filling and each longer, softer letting go, and between them those small still pauses where nothing moves at all, where the whole of you simply floats a moment in the quiet at the bottom of the out-breath before the next one gathers on its own. You do not have to reach for the next one. It comes, it always comes. It has never once failed to come all your life, whether you watched for it or not, and it will not fail now. It will keep on rising and falling and pausing and rising all through the dark hours with no help at all from you. So you can set even that down, even the faint far habit of listening for it, and just be breathed. Just lie here and be slowly, warmly breathed by the old machinery of yourself that knows the way and needs no watching. And lo, in the grate of that far room, under the little window with its lamp, there is a fire gone down to its last soft keeping. Not a fire anymore, not flames, nothing that leaps or crackles, only a bed of coals banked over and covered in its own fine pale ash, glowing the faintest deep orange somewhere down inside, so faint you would have to lean close in the dark to catch it. And that is the warmest kind of fire there is, the one gone all the way down to embers and banked for the night, because it needs no tending now. No one has to rise and feed it, no one has to watch it or turn it or add to it. It will simply hold its low, deep heat under the ash, patient and untroubled, hour after hour, giving off just enough to keep the room from ever going truly cold, and it will still be there, still faintly, steadily warm, when the first grey comes to the window. That is what your own warmth is doing now, banked down under the weave, under the settled weight of you, gone past flame to embers, needing no feeding, no tending, no waking to keep it. It will simply hold, low and deep and untroubled, all the long hours, keeping you from ever going cold, and it will still be warm in you when the light comes, without your once having to rise and see to it. So you can stop seeing to things. Every last thing that was yours to see to has been quietly banked down and covered and left to hold on its own. The light is kept, the fire is kept, the house is settled, the weave is laid, the breath is breathing, and none of it, not one part of it, is asking anything of you anymore. You have been let all the way off duty. The long shift of the day, the long shift of your whole waking self, is over, and something older and slower and kinder has taken the watch, the way it takes the watch every night, so that you, the tired daytime you, the one who holds things, who checks things, who keeps a small light burning in the back of the mind against everything that might need doing, that one can finally, wholly, put the lantern down in the grass and walk away from it into the dark and lie down and be nobody's keeper, not even your own. Not tonight, not for a long, slow while yet. And far beyond the house, past the last field, past the edge of everything the little light could ever reach, there is water, a wide, dark water you cannot see and do not need to see, only the long, slow sound of it. The oldest and most patient sound there is a tide coming in and drawing out, coming in and drawing out, in breaths so much longer and slower than your own, that 100 of your breaths would pass inside a single one of its. It has been doing this since before there was anyone to hear it, since long before the first sleeper ever closed the first pair of eyes, and it will go on doing it long after, rising and falling against a shore in the dark with no one there, purely and only for itself, needing no watcher, keeping no count. And your small, slow breath is somewhere down inside that great slow breathing now, folded into it, one tiny tide inside the enormous one, rising when it rises and falling when it falls, part of the same old patient motion that moves the water and moves the air and moves the blood so quietly through the heavy resting length of you. You are not separate from it. You never were. You are just one small warm place where that same slow tide is breathing tonight, and it will keep breathing you as gently as it breathes the far dark water, all the hours through, whether you follow it or let it go. Let it go then, You do not have to follow the tide any more than you have to feed the fire. Let it move out there, huge and slow and dark, and let your own small breathing move here, low and warm under the weave, and let the two of them keep their long rhythm without you holding the thread between them. It holds itself. Everything tonight has quietly proved that it holds itself, that it was always holding itself, that all the holding you thought was yours to do was only ever a habit, a small tired hand kept closed around a rope that was tied fast at both ends the whole time. And you can feel that hand, whichever hand it is, wherever it is resting now, heavy and open and empty on the surface beside you, the fingers loosely curled and asking for nothing, holding no rope, holding no light, holding not one thing at all, just warm and open and done. The way a hand looks when its person has gone all the way down into sleep and left it lying there like something set softly on a shelf. And time, out past all of this, has stopped being a line. It is not going anywhere in the dark. It is only pooling, gathering thick and slow and level like something poured that has found at last a place to be still, filling the low, quiet hollow of the night to the brim and lying there without a current, without an edge, without any next. There is no next thing. There is no a clock down here, no hour with a number on it, no soon and no not yet, only this one wide unbroken now, thick and warm and going nowhere, deep enough to lie all the way back in and never touch a bottom or a side. The little light burns in its window, the fire holds under its ash, the tide breathes far off in the dark, the house is settled to its stones. And none of it is moving toward anything, none of it is on its way, it is all just here at rest, at the still full brim of the deep pooled hour, keeping you the way still water keeps a fallen leaf, without effort, without motion, without ever once meaning to let it go. And you are so far into that stillness now, so far past the edge of the day, so warmly and evenly and completely covered and kept, that even the images have started to thin. The light and the house and the low fire and the fast slow water, they are not pictures anymore, not things you are looking at. They have gone soft at their outlines and begun to melt gently down into one another and into the warm dark, the way the last few thoughts do just before the mind lets go of thinking, when everything true and everything imagined and everything simply felt all run quietly together into the same warm gray and stop being separate at all. You do not have to hold any of them. You do not have to keep the light lit or the fire banked or the tide breathing. They will thin and melt and drift on their own. They are only the last soft furniture of a mind on its way down. And it is right that they go. It is good and safe and right that they go, because where you are going now is under all of them, down beneath the light and the house and the water, into the plain warm dark that does not need any pictures in it at all. And there is nothing there, nothing you have to meet, nothing waiting, nothing to cross or climb or understand. Only the dark, only the warmth, only the slow, low breath and the mild, even weight of the weave, and the far-banked, steady heat of you holding under the ash of the hours. It is the emptiest and the safest place there is, that plain, warm dark under the last of the pictures, and you have been quietly making your way down toward it all night, layer by soft layer, and now it is opening under you the way still water opens under something that has finally stopped swimming, letting you down without a splash, without a sound, without one thing left to push against, into a warmth that has no floor and no walls and no clock and no name, only more of itself. Only warmer and darker and slower the further down you go. So go on down. There is no hurry in it, there is no reaching for it. It is not a place you arrive at, only a warmth you keep on softening into, one slow breath at a time, one small settling at a time, the jaw a little looser, the hands a little emptier, the weight of you a little more given over to the surface with every long, low letting go. You have all the rest of the dark to do it in. The light will keep its watch the whole way. The tide will breathe the whole way. Nothing out there will move on or leave without you. Nothing needs you awake for any of it. And the morning is still so far off past the far dark water that it is not even a word yet, not even a paleness, only the faint idea of an idea somewhere out past the edge of everything, no closer for all your sinking, no reason at all to think of it. So do not think of it, think of nothing, be the warm banked keeping heat under the soft grey ash of the hours, needing no tending, giving off just enough, holding low and steady and untroubled, while the whole dark house of the night settles its old good weight down around you and the breath goes slow, and slower and lower all on its own in the deep still middle of the dark. Somewhere far out past the walls, past the last of the warm dark, the night has begun to fill very slowly with snow. Not a storm, nothing with any hurry or edge to it, only the first thin falling that comes down so gently you would never hear it start. Each flake taking its own long slow while to reach the ground, turning once, drifting sideways, sinking a little and lifting a little on the still air, in no rush at all to arrive. And it is coming down over everything out there, over the far fields and the bare slow branches and the long empty roads that no one is driving tonight, laying itself down flake by flake, thickening the quiet by the smallest amount with every one that lands. And none of it is anything you have to watch or think of. It is only happening, softly, far off, the way slow things happen when no one is keeping count, filling the whole wide dark outside with a falling so gentle, it makes the stillness in here feel even deeper, even more held. And the snow does not care how long it takes. That is the thing about it, that is the quiet mercy of it. It has all night, it has more than all night. It comes down at exactly the pace it comes down and never once tries to be faster, never once worries whether it will be finished by morning, because it has no morning in it and nothing it needs to finish. It simply falls and lets each small cold star of it find its own place and settle, one on top of another, with no seams and no weight and no sound. And slowly, out there in the dark you cannot see and do not need to, the whole world is being made smooth. The ruts in the road going soft under it, the sharp corners of things going round, the hard edges of the far fences and the roof lines, and the piled dark shapes all losing their outlines one soft inch at a time, until there is nothing left out there but long low curves. One gentle whiteness laid over the whole tired shape of the ground, everything sharp made kind, everything jagged made simple, everything covered and quieted and let be. And that is happening in you too, in some slow way right where you are, the sharp edges of the day going round under the same soft settling. Whatever was hard and cornered, and standing up too straight in you when the dark began is being covered now, inch by patient inch, smoothed under a falling you do not have to make happen, folded down into the same long low curve as everything else. You are being snowed over on the inside, gently, harmlessly, all the standing up things in you lying down at last under a whiteness that asks for nothing and takes nothing and only covers and keeps on softly covering until there is not one hard place left in you to lie on. And the strange and lovely truth of the deep snow is how it holds the warmth in rather than out. How the animals that know the winter go down under it on purpose, dig themselves in beneath the deep of it and let it close over them, because it is warmer under all that soft weight than it is out in the bare thin air, warmer down in the dark, packed under the drift where the breath is slow and the heart is slow, and the whole small body has powered itself down to almost nothing and is waiting out the long cold in a rest so deep it is nearly the same thing as the ground. They are not afraid down there. They do not lie awake under the snow counting the hours of the winter. They have given themselves to it completely, let the slow of it take their breathing down and down until it is only the smallest lift, the barest keeping on, just enough and no more, and they sleep the long white middle of the year away in a stillness that does them nothing but good. And you can rest the way the wintering things rest, down under the soft deep of the dark, powered nearly all the way down, the breath gone to the smallest quiet lift and fall, needing so little, spending so little, only keeping on at the low, slow simmer of something that has laid itself all the way down and does not mean to stir. You are built for this too. Somewhere far under everything the day taught you, your body remembers how to do exactly this, how to go so still and so slow that the resting does its own deep work on you, how to lie down under the long dark and let the hours drift over you like the falling snow, covering you softly, one by one, asking nothing, taking nothing, only laying themselves down and letting you be. And the hours are like that tonight. They are not the sharp counted hours of the daylight, the ones that tick and press and want something from you. They are soft, slow drifts of dark, each one falling as gently as the snow falls, settling over the last one, deepening the quiet, and not one of them wanting you awake to notice it go. You have already let so many of them fall. They have come down over you all through the long middle of the night without your watching, each one softer than the last, and there are still more of them out there than you could ever count. A whole deep drift of dark still to come down before there is any question of light. So much of it, so generously much, more dark and more rest, and more slow, warm hours than you could ever use up. And you do not have to save any of it. You do not have to make it last. You can spend it as slowly and as wastefully as you like, sinking down through it an inch at a time, because there is so much more where it came from, always more. The night deep as a snowfield, and you down warm at the bottom of it, with hours and hours still falling. And far beneath even that, far down under the covered fields and the sleeping wintering things, the ground itself is doing the slowest resting of all. Down under the frost line, where nothing freezes and nothing hurries, the deep earth lies in a stillness so patient it makes a single night seem like nothing, like less than a breath. The stone down there has been lying just as it lies for longer than there have been words for how long, holding its one slow shape in the warm dark, in no hurry to be anything else, worn round over ages so vast that 100 years is only a soft turning over in its sleep. And it is not troubled by the ages. It does not lie there in the dark wishing the time would pass or worrying that it is passing. It simply keeps, the way deep things keep, holding its low, even warmth, changed so slowly by the slow press of everything above it that the changing looks exactly like stillness, and it rests down there under the whole weight of the world with a patience that has never once been broken. And you are made partly of that. Some old, slow, patient thing is down at the bottom of you too, under all the quick and worried surface of the day. Some deep, steady keeping that does not mind the hours, that has all the time there could ever be, that was resting like this long before you learned to hurry, and will go on resting like this long after the hurrying is forgotten. And you can let yourself down onto it now, the way the fields lie down onto the deep, slow stone. Let the whole quick, tired top of you come to rest on the deep, patient bottom of you and be held there, unhurried, unpressed, given over to a slowness so old and so steady that nothing the day did could ever reach it or trouble it or make it move any faster than it means to go. There is no such thing as too slow down here. There is no rest that is too deep, no sinking that goes too far, no stillness you could fall into that would be a mistake to fall into. Everything down here is on the side of your resting. The snow falling for you, the covered fields lying still for you, the wintering things breathing low beside you in the dark, the deep old stone keeping its patient warmth under all of it. The whole slow underside of the world is turned toward the same thing you are turned toward, the same downward, the same letting go, the same soft giving of a heavy thing to the deeper thing beneath it. And you belong to it now. You are one of the slow things, one of the covered and the quieted and the let be, sunk down into the long, warm patience of everything that has stopped needing to hurry. So let the breath go even slower than it is going. You will not run short. There is nothing you need it for, nothing you have to fuel or feed or keep ready, only the barest slow lift and the long soft fall, only enough to keep the low warm keeping on, the way the wintering things breathe under the snow, so small and so slow you would hardly know it was breathing at all. In without trying, and out longer, slower, given all the way back. And then a while with nothing, a soft still while where nothing rises and nothing needs to, before the next slow lift comes on its own, unasked, in its own good time. You do not have to time it or count it or keep it going. It will keep itself going. It has kept itself going all through the long dark already, all through the hours you did not watch, faithfully, quietly, without one thought from you, and it will keep on all the rest of the way down, the last thing in you still gently working while everything else lies covered and still. And the sounds are nearly gone now. Whatever small far sounds there have been going out one by one, the way the last flakes of a snowfall come further and further apart, until there is almost nothing left to hear but the sighs of the quiet itself, the deep, soft, roomy hush that a snowed-over world makes, a silence with a kind of thickness to it, a padded, held, close-around silence that is not empty but full of covering, full of slow falling, full of all the resting things breathing low in the dark, and even that is thinning. Even the hush is going quieter, drawing back, softening at its own edges, until it is less a sound than a feeling, less a feeling than a wide, dark warmth with no edges left in it anywhere. And there is nothing in that warmth that you have to do, nothing to smooth, nothing to cover, nothing to keep. It is already smooth, already covered, already kept. The snow has already fallen, the fields are already still, the deep stone is already patient, the wintering things are already down and breathing slow, and you are already among them, already covered, already let all the way down onto the deep, slow patience under everything, already one of the resting things in the long, white quiet of the dark. There is nothing left for you to arrange. It is all arranged. It was arranging itself softly all night while you sank, and now it is done, and all that is left is to lie in the middle of the done thing and be as still as it is. So be that still. Be as still as the covered field, as still as the deep warm stone, as still as the last flake coming down so slowly it seems not to be falling at all. Let the stillness of all those slow deep things be your stillness too, borrowed, shared, the same one stillness laid over everything and over you, no line anywhere between where the quiet stops and you begin. You are that quiet now, you are one soft covered fold in it, one slow low breath in the middle of the enormous patient hush, sinking still, softening still, going down and down through the deep warm dark with all the falling hours and all the sleeping slow things, unhurried, unafraid, held on every side by the long white silence of a world that has laid itself down for the night and does not mean to rise. And further down still, past even the deep stone, past the patience and the covering and the slow, there is only the dark warmth going on and on the way it has been going on, wider than the fields, older than the stone, deeper than the whole long night, with no bottom you could ever reach and no need to reach one, because it is not a bottom you are after, only the going down itself, only the slow, soft, endless softening into that never has to finish and never has to arrive. That can go on as gently and as long as the snow goes on, one small settling at a time, one long low breath at a time, all through the deep, still, covered middle of the dark. And somewhere in that going on, so slowly that no single moment held the change, the cold has quietly left you, not driven off, not shut out, just gone, the way a chill leaves a room when a low warmth has been sitting in it long enough, not suddenly, never suddenly, but by such small degrees that there is no first warm moment to point to, only, at some point, the noticing that the cold is no longer there. And in its place, come up from somewhere underneath you, from somewhere near the middle of you, is a low, even, unhurried warmth, not a heat, nothing that flares or crackles or asks for anything, only a kept warmth, a banked warmth, the warmth of something that was made to last all the way through the longest part of the night. Like a fire that someone tended down, hours ago on purpose, not to put it out but to make it slow, raking the last coals close together, folding a soft grey blanket of ash up over them, so that underneath, where no one can see, one deep steady glow could go on giving its low heat quietly, patiently all night, without flame, without sound, without needing to be watched. And that is what is happening somewhere near the center of you now. One low-kept coal of warmth, banked under its own soft ash, glowing so gently that it makes no light at all, only warmth, only the deep even keeping warm of a thing that has settled in to last. And you do not have to feed it, you do not have to tend it. It was banked well, it was folded down carefully, and it will hold its low glow all the way through to the other side of the dark on its own. And around that one kept warmth, the rest of you has gone as still and as easy as a house goes when the fire is banked and everyone in it is down for the night. A house that has stopped its small evening noises one by one, the settling of the boards, the ticking as the walls give back their day's warmth to the dark, the last small shiftings of a place letting go of its uprightness and simply standing there, quiet, holding everyone it holds, and then even those go still. And the house is only a warm dark shape around one low-kept coal, breathing slow, keeping what it keeps, asking nothing. And you are somewhere deep inside that warm dark shape, folded in near the low glow, one more thing it is keeping safe and warm through the long middle hours. There is a great gentleness in being kept, in being one of the things that a warmth is quietly holding through the dark, not doing the keeping, not the fire, not the house, not the one who banked the coals, only the kept thing, the held thing, the warm small weight that a slow low glow is watching over without effort, the way warmth watches, which is not with eyes, only with staying, only with going on being warm. And you are watched over like that now, kept like that, not asked to keep yourself. Let go all the way into being the kept one, the held one, the warm folded weight in the dark that has nothing left to tend. And the warmth, if you follow it, if you let it, is not only near your center anymore. It has been spreading, slow as the cold left, slow as everything moves now, out along you in every direction like heat moving out into a room it has all night to fill. It has reached your chest and settled there low and even. It has gone down into the deep of your belly and pooled warm and heavy. It has crept out along your arms so slowly you never felt the front of it move. And now your hands are warm, deeply warm, warm all the way through the way hands go when they have been near a low fire for a long, long time. Heavy warm, loose warm, too warm and too heavy to think of lifting. And it has poured down through your hips and along your legs, unhurried, filling them, weighting them, warming them down and down to the soles of your feet, so that the whole long shape of you is one even kept warmth now, banked like the coals, folded like the ash over them, glowing low and steady and silent from end to end, with nothing in it that flares and nothing in it that has to be fed. And being that warm, being that evenly and completely warm, there is even less reason than before to move. Warmth like this is a kind of weight of its own. It settles a body the way it settles a room, deep and low and slow, until moving would be like stirring still warm water, like disturbing settled ash, like troubling a thing that has finally, after a long day and a long evening and a long first part of the night, come all the way to rest, so you do not stir it. You let the warm settle where it has settled, low in every part of you, and you go on lying in the middle of your own kept warmth like a coal lying in the middle of its own soft glow, giving heat to nothing, needing heat from nothing, only being warm, only being kept, only lasting slow and quiet toward morning the way a well-banked fire lasts. And time, in the middle of a warmth like that, goes strange and soft. It stops being a line you are moving along and becomes something more like the warmth itself, something you are simply inside of, something with no edges and no marks on it, no next thing coming, no last thing gone, only a wide warm slow now that keeps on being now and being warm and being slow. The minutes, if there even are minutes anymore, have thickened like warm honey, like the air near a low fire, until each one takes so long and asks so little that you could not say whether one has passed or 100, and it does not matter, and knowing it does not matter is its own deep ease. Nothing is due, nothing is coming, nothing is running out. There is only the warm, thick slow now, going on, keeping you, the way the banked coal goes on, without counting, without hurry, without any end that you have to reach. And the dark around all of it has changed too, so gradually you never marked the change. It has stopped being an empty dark, a dark that is only the absence of light, and become a full one, a close one, a soft-walled dark that fits around you the way warmth fits around a coal, near on every side, gentle on every side, holding without pressing. A dark you are not looking into but resting within, the way you rest within warmth, within quiet, within the slow. And it moves, very slightly, very slowly, the way a great warm dark thing breathes when it is asleep, a long low swell and a longer softer settling, so faint you feel it more than you notice it. A slow deep tide of dark rising a little and easing a little, rising a little and easing a little, so unhurried that each rise seems to take half the night and each easing the other half. And you have begun, without deciding to breathe with it, or it with you. There is no way now to tell which one is following, and no reason to tell, because the two breaths have become one slow, deep breath shared out between you and the whole warm dark. One long, low swell, and one longer, softer settling, over and over, on and on, so gentle it barely troubles the stillness at all. And riding that one slow shared breath, so lightly, so easily, you have started to feel the largest and slowest of all the movements there are, the one nobody ever feels, the one that has been carrying you all your life, without your ever once noticing its motion. The slow, enormous, silent turning of the whole dark side of the world through the night. For you are on the night side now, the far side, the side that has rolled away from the light and turned its face out into the deep, and it is carrying you with it, gently, hugely, the way it carries everything it holds, the sleeping houses and the banked fires and the still dark water and the folded fields and all the resting weight of everyone else who has laid themselves down in this same long dark. All of it turning together, so slow, so smooth, so perfectly balanced that there is no sway to it and no jolt and no sound, only the deep, even carrying onward of a thing too vast to feel itself move. And you are being carried like that, turned slowly through the dark on the great slow-rolling night side of the world, held to it, kept on it, going with it wherever its long, slow turning goes, and asked for nothing in the going. You do not have to hold on, nothing that is carried this gently could fall. You do not have to steer. The turning knows its way, has known its way longer than there have been things to carry, and it will carry you all the way around through the deepest hours and out the far side of them without your lifting a single thought to help it. So lift none. Let the great slow turning do what it has always done, and simply be one of the warm, kept sleeping weights that it carries through the dark, turned so softly you feel it only as the faintest deep sense of onwardness, of going, of being taken further and further into the night by something enormous and gentle and slow. Further in, further down, further around into the deep of the dark, where the warm thick now goes on, and the low coal keeps its glow, and the great turning carries everything it holds so smoothly that the going and the stillness have become the same thing. For you are perfectly still, lying warm and heavy and kept, not moving a hair, and you are moving all the while, carried, turned, taken onward through the vast soft dark, and there is no contradiction in it anymore, no seam between the being still and the being carried, only the one deep ease of a thing that can rest completely and travel endlessly at once, because it has given the traveling over entirely to what carries it and kept for itself nothing but the rest. And that is all that is asked of you now, and it is barely a thing to be asked, to keep the rest and give over the rest, to keep the warm and give over the traveling, to keep the lying still and give over the going on, to hold your one low banked coal of warmth and let the great slow dark do every other thing, the turning, the carrying, the breathing, the keeping of the hours, the moving of the night from its deep middle toward its far slow edge. All of that is being done well, is being done without you, and there is such a deep, soft relief in the not doing of it, in being the one warm, kept weight that gets simply to be carried through the whole of it, asleep or nearly, warm and heavy, and turned so gently through the dark. And even the sense of being carried is thinning now, the way every sense has been thinning all this long night, softening at its edges, drawing back, growing too faint to hold onto and too gentle to miss. The great slow turning goes on, but you feel less and less of it, only the deepest, quietest suggestion of onwardness far underneath everything, like the memory of motion more than motion itself. And the warm thick now goes on, but you are sinking below even it, below the counting of it, below the noticing of it, down under the warmth into something warmer and stiller and slower yet, where there is no now to be inside of, because there is nothing left that changes, nothing that rises or eases, nothing that turns, only the one low-kept glow of warmth going on in a dark grown too deep and too soft to have any edges left in it anywhere. And you are down in that, folded into that, one warm banked weight of rest at the still center of the slow-turning dark, kept and carried and warmed and held all at once by things too large and too gentle ever to feel, going on down, going on under, going on into the deep warm middle of the night the way the coal goes on glowing, and the world goes on turning, and the long dark goes on being long, without effort, without end, without any need in it anywhere to do anything at all but stay warm. And stay still, and be carried, and go on softly down. And somewhere far above all of this, out past the dark and the quiet, over the roof of wherever you are lying, the night has begun to let down its snow. Not as weather, not as anything you would have to think about or watch, but only as the softest thing the sky knows how to do, a slow and endless letting go of small white weightless things, each one drifting alone down the long air, taking its own unhurried time, touching down without a sound anywhere in the whole sleeping world. And it is falling like that everywhere out there, past every window, over every roof and road and bare black tree, filling the night so gently and so evenly that nothing is startled by it, nothing is covered before it is ready, only softened, only slowly made rounder and quieter and more forgiving of shape, the hard edges of things going soft under it, the sharp corners rounding. The whole cold, waiting world outside being tucked, one weightless flake at a time, under a blanket so light it presses on nothing, and yet in the end lies deep over everything. And you have nothing to do with any of it. You are not out there in the cold of it, not walking through it, not watching it come down. You are in here, in the warm, in the deep-held middle of the night, and the snow is only a thing that is happening far off and softly on the other side of the walls, making the whole world quieter for you while you rest, laying its long white hush over every distant thing so that even the far-off sounds that might have carried on a clear night, a road, a train, a dog 3 streets away, are wrapped now and muffled and folded down into the same great silence you are already lying inside of. For that is what the snow does out there all through the deep of the night. It takes the sound out of the world. It comes down over all the small noises and lays them to rest one by one, softens them, muffles them, gathers them under itself, until the night out there is as still and as soundless as the night in here, until there is no edge left anywhere between the hush around your body and the hush over the whole white sleeping land. One silence now, indoors and out, near and far, laid gently over everything that breathes and everything that does not. And under all that falling, under all that slow, soft covering, the world is settling, the way anything settles when the last of the day's small motions finally stop, settling lower, settling closer, settling down into itself the way snow itself settles once it has fallen, the light, loose, new-fallen deep of it slowly, over the long hours, pressing down under its own quiet weight into something denser and stiller and more deeply at rest, nothing pushing it. Only time and its own softness and the patient pull downward that never once lets go. And your body is doing the same slow thing, in the warm, in the dark, without your help and without your knowing, settling lower into whatever holds it, the last loose lightness in you pressing down over the hours into something heavier and calmer and more completely laid to rest. You are not falling anymore. There is nowhere left below you to fall to. You have already come as low as the night can bring you. Now you are only settling, the way the snow settles, the way a deep drift settles through a long, still night, sinking a little further into itself with every hour that no one disturbs it. And no one is going to disturb it. No one is going to disturb you. The night has hours and hours left to give, and it is spending every one of them the same way, quietly, patiently, letting everything come further to rest and asking nothing back. Breathe once and let it be the smallest breath. You do not need the big slow breaths anymore, the long deliberate ones from the early part of the night, the ones you had to guide and count and lengthen. That work is long done. The body has taken the breathing back into its own keeping now and made it small, made it soft, made it barely a stirring of air, and it will go on doing that for you all night long without any asking. So let the breath be tiny. Let it be the faint, slow lift and fall of a chest that is more than half asleep. A breath so light it barely moves the warmth around you, so quiet you could lie here and lose track of it entirely, and it would keep on just the same, faithful, unhurried, low. There is a stillness that comes into a breath when the body has truly let down its guard. A kind of smallness, a kind of evenness, where each breath is nearly the twin of the one before it, coming and going at the same soft depth, the same soft pace, with such little difference between them that they blur, that they run together, that they stop being separate breaths at all, and become just a slow, faint tide of air moving in the dark, barely there, going in, going out, going in, going out. So gently and so alike that you could not say where one ended and the next began, even if there were any part of you still awake enough to try. And there is not, or there is barely, and that is exactly as it should be, this deep in the night. Let the snow keep falling out there in the dark. You do not have to picture it, you do not have to hold it. It will go on without you the way everything is going on without you now. Let it come down and down over the far white world and lay its endless hush across everything. And let that hush come in through the walls and settle over you too, one more soft layer over the many soft layers already laid across this long night of rest. For you are covered now, covered and folded and tucked so deep under so many gentle weights. The warmth, the dark, the quiet, the heaviness, the hush of the snow, the low faithful breath, that nothing cold and nothing sharp and nothing loud can reach you here. They are all out past the walls, out past the snow, out past the edge of everything soft, and they cannot come in, and they are not trying to, and you have stopped, somewhere in these last long hours, even remembering that such things exist. There is only the soft, there is only the low, there is only the warm dark middle of the deep night, and your one quiet settling weight at the still heart of it, breathing its small breath, sinking its slow inch, resting the way the whole covered world outside is resting under all that falling white. And deeper than the snow, lower than the settling, there is another stillness I will let you drift down toward now, if the night carries you that way. The stillness of deep water, not the moving water of a river or a shore, not water with any surface left to it, but the deep low still water far down at the bottom of some great calm lake, where nothing that happens up above ever reaches, where the wind can cross the top of the world all it likes, and the deep stays still. Where the light thins away to nothing a long way overhead, and the last of the cold currents die out, and there is only the deep, dark, motionless water, holding itself, resting on itself, going nowhere, wanting nothing, still all the way down. And in that deep still water things come slowly to rest that have drifted down through it for a long, long time. The smallest things, the finest, the lightest, soft grey drifting motes that sank so slowly they took the whole day, the whole night, to come down, and they settle at last on the deep soft floor of it, and they lie there and they do not move again. They have found the lowest place there is, and they have given themselves to it, and they are still now, completely, in the dark, at the bottom, under the great calm weight of all that quiet water. And you are like that now. You have drifted down through the whole long night the way those fine soft things drift down through the deep, slowly, more slowly, slower than slow. And you have come at last to the lowest and the softest and the stillest place there is, and you have settled onto it. And you are lying there in the deep calm dark with nothing left above you that can trouble the stillness and nothing left in you that wants to rise. You have found the bottom of the night, the good bottom, the soft bottom, the deep low resting floor of it where the whole weight of the dark lies gently over you like all that still water and holds you down not hard, never hard, but evenly, wholly, in every place at once, so that there is no part of you left unheld and no part of you left wanting to move. Rest on the floor of the deep night. Let it hold you the way the deep holds the small settled things, patiently, endlessly, with a weight so even and so gentle that it feels like being cradled and being pressed down at once, like being kept and being covered, like the softest, heaviest, quietest thing that has ever been laid over a tired body in the dark. And let the last of you settle. Whatever small fine lightness is still drifting down somewhere inside you, still slowly coming to rest. Let it finish now, let it reach the bottom, let it lie down at last on the deep soft floor with all the rest of you and be still. There, all the way down, all the way settled, nothing left drifting, nothing left sinking, nothing left to come to rest, because it has all come to rest. Every last soft grain of you lying quiet on the deep floor of the deep night under all that still dark water. And it is so quiet down here, so far below the surface of anything, so far under the reach of the day and the cold and the noise and the light, that even the memory of those things has gone dim and gray and distant, the way the far-up surface of a deep lake goes dim to the things resting at the bottom of it. You know the day is up there somewhere, the way the bottom knows the surface is up there somewhere, but it is so far and so faint and so long from now, and it asks nothing of you, and you owe it nothing, and there is not the smallest reason to swim up toward it. You get to stay down, you get to stay low, you get to stay in the deep still dark where you have finally, after the whole long day and the whole long climb of the night, come completely to rest. And the deep will keep you. It has kept still things far longer than one night, and it will keep you as long as you need keeping, without tiring, without shifting, without ever once loosening its calm, even hold. It is not going anywhere, and neither are you. The two of you have all the dark hours left, and nothing at all to do with them but this, to lie still and be held, and let the deep be deep, and let the night be long, and let the rest go on. Breathe your small breath. Let it move only what it must, only the faint, slow air at the very top of the deep, disturbing nothing, waking nothing, keeping you alive so gently that you never have to notice it doing so. In and out, the smallest tide there is, far down at the still bottom of the still night. And let even that grow faint to you now. Not slower, not shallower, only further away, the way everything has been drawing slowly further away all through these last soft hours. The snow, the settling, the deep water, the low breath, all of it thinning at the edges, softening, receding, growing too quiet and too gentle and too far to hold on to, and too kind to be missed. You are letting it all go the way the day lets go of the light, without effort, without grief, one soft shade at a time. The sense of the warmth, still there but far, the sense of the weight, still there but faint. The sense of the dark around you and the deep beneath you and the hush laid over the whole white sleeping world. All of it still there, all of it still holding you, but reaching you now only from very far off, through many soft layers, the way a deep down thing feels the whole vast lake above it as one dim, endless, gentle pressure and nothing more. There is nothing left for you to do down here. There was never very much, and now there is nothing at all. The breathing is being done, low and faithful, without you. The warmth is being kept. The holding is being done, evenly, endlessly, by the deep and the dark and the long, patient night. The hours are being carried across from one dark edge toward the other, slowly, quietly, in their own good time, and not one of them needs your hand. You have been let all the way off, all the way down, all the way out of the doing of anything, and there is only the being held left, and the being held asks for nothing, not even your knowing of it. So let your knowing of it go soft too. Let even the faint, far sense of resting here, deep and low, and covered and kept, blur and thin, and settle down into the same deep quiet as everything else. You do not have to keep track of the rest anymore. You do not have to notice that you are resting for the resting to go on. It will go on all the same, low and dark and endless, whether any part of you is left awake to feel it or not, and less of you is, and that is well, and that is the whole soft point of the deep long night. Down at the still bottom, under all the quiet water, under all the falling snow, under all the dark soft weight of the deepest hour there is, settled, covered, kept, breathing the smallest breath, wanting nothing, reaching for nothing. Going on down and on under, and on into the deep still heart of the long night, the way the snow goes on falling, and the deep goes on holding, and the dark goes on being soft and wide and endless all around you, with nothing left to do in any of it, nowhere left to go, nothing left to be but this, one small settled quiet weight, resting on the floor of the night, far down, far under, far into the warm dark still. And while you lie here so far down, so far under, something you do not have to feel is quietly happening all around you, and it asks nothing of you either. The whole slow round of the world is turning the way it has turned every night that ever was, without a sound, without a hurry, carrying the dark across the face of things from one edge to the other, and you are being turned with it. A small, warm, still thing set down on the wide turning surface of a turning world, riding the night around, the way a leaf rides a slow river without knowing it is being carried, without lifting a hand, without needing to steer. Far off on the other side of all this dark, there is a rim of the world already in the light. A morning is happening somewhere, small and pale and very far, out past the whole curved width of the night. And it is coming slowly, the way the far edge of everything comes, turning toward you across all these dark hours at its own unhurried pace. But it is so far off yet, so many quiet hours off, and you do not have to go out to meet it. You do not have to watch for it, or wait for it, or lift yourself even a little toward it. It will come around to you in its own time, whether you keep any watch or not. And until then, there is only this, the long, dark, turning middle of the night, and you carried slowly through the deep of it, held and turned and carried, doing nothing at all. Let the far morning stay far. Let it be someone else's, out on the bright rim of the world, hours and hours away. Nothing out there needs you tonight. Nothing out there is yours to reach yet. There is only here, only now, only the slow dark turning, and you set gently into the middle of it, like a small thing set into the middle of a wide, slow wheel, closest to the still center, where the turning is softest and the world barely seems to move at all. And the night has its own quiet work, and it does all of it without you. Somewhere the dew is settling, cool and silver, onto grass you cannot see. Somewhere the air is going still and cold in the low places, pooling in the hollows, the way it does in the smallest hours. Somewhere a slow wind is moving through the tops of far trees and laying itself back down again. None of it needs your notice. None of it waits on you. It is all being done, softly, out in the dark, the long, patient housekeeping of the night, and you are excused from every part of it. You have been let all the way out of the working of things, down into the one small place where nothing is asked. And here is a new soft thing to let yourself be, if you like, or to let go of, either one. Think only for a breath of a seed, a single seed folded down into the dark of the winter ground, deep under the cold, deep under the frost line where the cold cannot reach it, held in the close warm dark of the earth. And it is doing nothing. It is not trying to grow. It is not straining toward any spring. It is only held there, folded and quiet and whole, in the dark that keeps it, waiting in a way that is not even waiting, resting in a way that has no edge to it and no end. And all the while, without any effort of its own, everything it will ever be is being kept safe inside it. Nothing lost, nothing hurried, nothing asked. The long, slow turn of the year moving over it far above, the cold and then the thaw and then the far-off warmth, all of it coming in its own time, none of it needing the seed to do a single thing but lie still in the dark and be held. And so it lies still, deep and covered and kept, through the whole long dark of the season, asking nothing, reaching for nothing, perfectly at rest in the close, warm dark of the ground. Be that tonight if you like, a small folded quiet thing, deep under the cold, held in a dark that keeps you, with nothing to grow toward and nowhere to rise, all your tomorrows folded safe inside you, and none of them needing tending yet. Just held, just kept, just resting deep in the dark ground of the night, while the long, slow year of the dark turns over you, far above, in its own good time. You do not have to picture it if it drifts away from you. It was only a small, soft thing to rest on for a moment, and it can go the way everything else has gone tonight, loosening, softening, drifting off. Let it go if it wants to go. Let the seed and the dark ground and the far, slow year all thin and blur and settle down into the same deep quiet as the rest, until there is no picture left, no image left, nothing left to hold in the mind at all. Only the dark. Only the being held. Only the slow turning of the long night carrying you on. And the mind, which has been so faithful all this time, which has carried so much for so long, every list, every hour, every small worry, everything that had to be remembered and done and answered for, the mind is being let down too now, slowly, the way you would set down something you had been carrying a long, long way. It does not have to hold the pictures anymore. It does not have to make the soft words into anything. It does not even have to follow the sound of this voice. Not really, not anymore. The voice can go on all on its own now, low and even, out at the far soft edge of things, whether any part of you is left to follow it or not. And less of you is following, and that is well, and that is exactly right, and that is the whole gentle direction of the night. So let the following go too. Let the last small part of you that has been listening loosen its hold and slip back and down into the quiet with everything else. You do not have to catch the words. You do not have to keep the thread. The sound can wash over you now like slow water over a stone that has been under the water so long it no longer feels the difference between the water and the dark, between the sound and the silence, between being here and being nowhere at all. Just a smooth dark stone far under, worn soft, past all noticing, held in the slow cold quiet where nothing reaches and nothing asks. Somewhere far off, so far it is almost not a sound at all, something moves through the sleeping dark and is gone. A slow far train, maybe, drawing its long low note across the night and taking it away with it into the distance, or only the wind finding the corner of a far roof and letting it go again. It does not matter which. It does not matter at all. Whatever it was not for you, and it is already gone, already folding itself back down into the wide, soft hush that swallows every small sound in the deepest part of the night. And the hush comes back. The hush always comes back, larger and softer than any sound that ever crosses it, closing gently over the space where the sound had been the way still water closes over a place where something small has slipped under, leaving the surface smooth and dark and whole again. And you are under that surface now, far under, where the far sounds do not reach, and the far lights do not reach, and even the far morning does not reach, not for hours yet, not for a long, long while, down where it is only dark and only quiet and only slow, down where the night keeps its deepest, stillest, most untroubled hush, the hush it saves for the smallest hours, the one that lies over everything like something soft laid gently over something sleeping. There is a stillness the whole world comes to, once each night, in the hours when almost everything living has let go and gone down into the dark of its own rest. A stillness the fields come to, and the far hills, and the slow rivers, and the low houses with their lamps long out. An hour when even the restless things have quieted, when even the wind has mostly lain down, when the whole turning world seems to hold one long soft breath and simply rest. And you have come down into that hour with everything else. You are resting in the same deep stillness the fields are resting in, the same one the hills are resting in, the same wide quiet that has settled over the whole dark sleeping face of things, not apart from it, not alone in it, but folded down into the middle of it, one small resting thing among all the countless resting things, all of you held together in the same slow dark, all of you let go at last into the same deep and patient and endless hush. And nothing in all of that vast soft stillness is asking you to be anything other than exactly this. A small warm quiet weight, gone soft, gone still, gone almost past feeling, resting where you are set down in the dark, in the hush, in the slow turning middle of the long night, breathing the smallest, slowest, faithfulest breath, all on its own, low and even, in and out, like the last slow tide of a sea that has almost come all the way to rest. And even that tide is going out now, slow and slower, each breath a little longer, a little further off, a little more like the breathing of something already gone down into sleep. You do not have to lengthen it or deepen it or tend to it in any way. It knows the way down. It has always known the way down. It is taking you down with it, gently, on its own slow ebb, out and out and out toward the still low place, where the breathing and the resting and the dark all become one thing, one long soft going out with no edge and no end. To take you, there is nothing to hold to and no reason to hold. Let each slow breath carry a little more of you out past the edge of feeling, out past the edge of knowing, out past even the faint far sense that there is a you here at all to be carried. It is all right to lose that too. It is all right to lose everything down here. Losing it is only the last soft loosening, the last small letting go, the last dark shade drawing quietly closed over a day that is long, long done. So far down now, so far under, so far out, so far into the deep and turning dark that the words are only a warmth at the very edge of things, a low sound going on somewhere far above, meaning nothing, needing nothing, keeping you no more than the dark keeps you, or the hush keeps you, or the slow turning night keeps you, all of it holding you the same, evenly, endlessly, without a single thing asked in return. And you are letting it, you have let it. There is only the letting left, and soon there will not even be that. Just the dark, just the slow turn of the world carrying you softly on through the deepest hour there is, just the small faithful breath going out and further out, just the quiet closing gently over you, layer upon soft dark layer, the way the deepest part of the night closes over everything at last. Down and further down, and down again, into the still and turning dark, where there is nothing to do and nowhere to be and nothing left to be but this one small warm resting quiet thing, carried slowly through the long soft heart of the night, going on down and on under, and on into the deep unhurried dark that has no floor and no far side and no end you could ever come to, only more of the same soft going down, only more of the same slow being carried, on and gently on. And somewhere in that endless soft going down, so slowly that you could never have named the moment it began, a warmth has gathered itself around you, not a warmth you reached for or made or asked for, only the quiet, ordinary warmth a resting body keeps for itself once it has finally stopped spending everything it has, the small banked heat that stays low in a thing that has gone still. It has pooled now in the deep of you and settled close, and it holds you from the inside the way the dark holds you from the outside, the two of them meeting somewhere at the surface of your skin and agreeing, without a sound, to keep you, just to keep you, warm and dark and low and still, and nothing more asked than that. Like a coal gone soft and orange under its own grey ash at the very bottom of the night, all the bright and busy burning of the day long since fallen away, no flame left to tend, no heat spent on anything at all, only that last deep glow held down in the heart of the ember, banked and quiet and needing nothing, giving its warmth off slow into the dark for no reason but that it has warmth to give. And you are that now. Down at the bottom of your own long dark, glowing faint and warm and low, spending nothing, tending nothing, only being warm because a resting thing is warm, only glowing on because there is still that small soft fire kept safe under all the grey soft ash of sleep. And it does not have to burn brighter, it does not have to hold. It can go on just like this, the faintest, gentlest warmth at the very center of you for as long as the long night runs. Hours and hours of it still to come, all of them the same, all of them dark and warm and slow, none of them wanting you awake, none of them wanting anything of you at all. Let the warmth close a little nearer. Let it draw in around the small resting shape of you the way a blanket drawn up in sleep by no hand you remember settles closer to the throat. You did not pull it up. It came on its own, out of the stillness, out of the long lying down, the body making its own soft weather now, a warm still air held close against the skin, breathed slow and low and warm, and breathed back out again only a little warmer. Your own warmth kept and given and kept again, round and round, so gently that it makes no work of it at all. A slow warm turning that asks nothing, means nothing, only keeps you, only holds you, only stays. And far above all that low warm dark, so far up that it is hardly even a sound anymore, the world goes on with its small faithful settling. The quiet tick and settle of a house easing down into the cold, the timbers giving by the width of a breath, the way old wood loosens by night when no one is awake to hear it. A floorboard somewhere far off, letting go of the last of the day's warmth, with a sound too small and too soft to wake anything. A window holding out the dark. A roof holding up the night, all of it far above you and none of it yours to mind. Let it settle, let it tick and ease and settle all it likes. It is only the house breathing too, slow as you breathe, keeping its own long patient watch so that you do not have to keep any watch at all. You can let the last thread of your listening go slack now. You can stop holding even that. The far small sounds can come and go across the dark, meaning nothing, wanting nothing, and you need not gather a single one of them. A sound far off in the night is only a warmth passing, only a small far light going by on the surface of a dark you have already sunk beneath. It cannot reach down to where you are. Nothing up there can reach down to where you are. You are too far under now, too far into the warm and settled deep, and every sound that finds you already softened, already blurred, already turned into nothing more than the faint far weather of a world you have finished with for the night. And over all of it, over the low warm ember of you and the settling house and the whole dark sleeping country of the night, something soft has begun to come down, slow and slow. The way the first fall comes down at the beginning of a long snow, when no one is watching and lies where it falls and does not melt. It comes without a sound. It comes without weight. It comes only to soften, only to round off every hard edge left standing in the world, only to lay a still white hush over everything and let it sleep. And it is laying that hush over you too, now soft flake by soft slow flake, a deepening quiet that fills in every small last hollow of you where a thought or a want or a waiting might once have lodged, filling them, softening them, rounding them all away under the same even fall. Let it fall, let it come down over you slow and soundless, and cover you the way snow covers a field it means to keep warm all winter, for the snow is not cold to what it covers down beneath. It is a roof, it is a blanket, it is a still white keeping warm laid over the sleeping ground. And under it the earth lies dark and unhurried and alive and utterly at rest, holding its warmth deep, asking nothing of the frozen world above, waiting out the long dark season with a patience so complete it looks from the outside exactly like sleep. And you are under there too now. Down under the soft, deep fallen hush, warm in the dark ground of yourself, keeping your small low warmth the way the deep earth keeps its own, in no hurry, in no doubt, waiting out the long night with the whole slow patience of a thing that knows the dark is only the dark, and passes, and need not be minded while it lasts. Deeper than the frost goes, deeper than the cold can reach, down where the ground stays dark and soft and even warm the whole long night through, down among the slow, deep roots of things, where everything that is resting rests together, held in the same warm dark, kept by the same deep quiet. A seed keeps down there through the whole of the winter and is not troubled. It does not count the nights. It does not wonder how long. It only lies folded in the warm dark ground, small and whole and waiting, spending nothing, wanting nothing, sure of nothing and needing to be sure of nothing at all. And you can lie like that. You are lying like that, folded small and warm and whole into the deep soft ground of the night, keeping, only keeping, through the long dark middle of it, in no hurry to be anything more than a small, kept warm thing in the dark. And time up above has gone loose and soft as everything else. The hours have stopped standing in their hard, straight row. They have leaned into one another and gone shapeless and slow, the way deep snow lanes and softens a fence until you cannot tell where one field ends and the next begins. It does not matter now which hour it is. It will not matter which hour it is. Down here the hours have melted into one long, single, warm, dark hour that does not move, that does not press, that only goes on holding you, wide and slow and endless, with no chime in it and no edge to it and no next thing waiting on the far side of it to be got to. There is no next thing. There is only this, only the one long-held hour of the deep night, and you set down warm inside it, and all the time in the world gone soft and slow and yours to spend on nothing at all. And the far small stars, if you let yourself feel them, are turning over the roof of the night as slow as anything has ever turned. So slow that a whole life could pass and not catch them moving. They wheel on above the snow and the settled house and the deep warm ground with a patience that has no bottom to it, keeping their long, cold, silent circle, whether anyone below is awake to keep it with them or not. And tonight no one is. Tonight you are not. Tonight you have laid that watch down with all the rest, and the slow stars turn on unwatched, and it is all right that they turn unwatched. It is right that they turn unwatched, for they never needed your watching, they only ever turned, and they will turn on soft and slow and cold and far above the warm dark you are sunk into, keeping their circle for you while you keep nothing at all. Let even them go now, let the far turning go. You do not have to hold the sky up. You do not have to keep the night running. It runs on its own, slow and sure. The snow coming down and the house settling and the deep ground keeping warm and the far stars wheeling. All of it going on without a thing needed from you. All of it wide and patient and unhurried and kind. All of it agreeing in one long wordless breath to carry the night for you so that you have nothing left to carry but the small warm weight of your own slow resting. And that weight is so little now, so little, a warmth and a breath and a soft dark shape gone almost past feeling, sunk so deep in the warm ground of the night that the edges of it have blurred away into the dark all around, so that you could not say now, if anyone asked, where the resting warm small thing that is you leaves off and the deep warm holding dark begins, and no one will ask, and you do not have to know. It is better not to know. It is softer not to know. Let the last faint line of it blur all the way out. Let the small warm shape of you go on melting slow into the warm dark ground, the way the last of the embers glow melts down into the grey soft ash, and is gone and is not lost, only spread thin and warm, and even through everything, only given quietly back to the dark that made it. Breathing still, low down under all of it, the smallest, slowest, warmest breath, no bigger than the faint stir of warm air over banked coals, coming and going all on its own down in the deep. You are not making it. You have not made it for a long, slow while now. It rises up out of the warm, dark ground of you like a little heat rising, and lays itself back down, and rises again, so slight, so unhurried, so far below the reach of any minding, that it is more like the breathing of the warm ground itself than anything you would call your own. Let it be the ground's breath. Let it be the night's breath. Let it be the one slow warm breath the whole soft dark is taking, and you only a small kept part of that breathing, rising a little and settling a little and rising again, on the long slow tide of a rest far larger than you, that started long before you lay down, and will go on long after you have slipped all the way under. Down under it now, down past the snow and the settling and the far slow stars, down past the last blurred edge of yourself, down into the warm dark keeping ground of the deepest part of the night, where the ember glows on low and needs no tending, and the seed lies folded and waits on nothing, and the one long hour holds still and holds warm and holds you, soft and small and given over, and gone almost wholly still. Nothing to do down here, nothing to be down here. Nothing left but to be kept, and to let yourself be kept, warm and dark and slow, through the long, unhurried middle of the night that is nowhere near its end, that is in no hurry toward its end, that will go on holding you like this, warm ground and soft snow and settled house and slow far stars, on and on through hour after dark warm hour, asking nothing, wanting nothing, only keeping you, only quietly and endlessly keeping you where you are safely and softly set down. And you are letting it, you have let it. There is only the being kept left now, and the small warm breath, and the deep soft dark going gently on around you and over you and under you, warm all the way down, still all the way down, slow all the way down, carrying you on through the long night as easily and as patiently as the deep ground carries the folded seed, toward nothing, toward no far side, toward only more of the same warm dark keeping, more of the same slow soft holding, more of the same low faithful glow banked warm at the still center of the longest, gentlest, most unhurried dark there is. And the dark that keeps you is not a solid thing, though by now it may feel as solid and as sure as anything you have ever lain against. It has a slow give to it, a slow yield, the way deep water yields far below the last of the light, down where nothing moves quickly and nothing has any reason to. And without your ever choosing it, without any edge or moment you could point to and say it began here, the keeping ground beneath you loosens by the smallest degree into that kind of water, and holds you not the way the earth holds a stone, but the way still deep water holds whatever has finally stopped struggling and let itself go down into it. Held from every side at once now, held from below and from above and from all around, evenly, softly, with a patience that asks nothing back. There is no floor to this water and no surface to it. You are not resting on it and you are not sinking through it. You are only suspended in the warm middle of it, the way a thing grows so gently heavy and the water grows so gently thick that the two come to the same slow weight and simply hold each other, and the falling stops without ever having to land. Nothing above you to break toward, nothing below you to come to rest against. Only the wide, warm-held middle, going out and out in every direction, farther than any looking could follow, and you set down at the still heart of it like something the water has been carrying for a long time, and is in no hurry to set anywhere at all. Let the weight of you and the weight of the dark come to that same slow measure. Let them stop pulling against each other. Let there be nothing left to pull. And it is so quiet down here, you may notice, if any noticing is still awake in you at all, how the small far sounds of the night have been coming loose from their edges. How a sound that reaches you now, a car somewhere out beyond the walls, a wind finding the corner of the house, the low tick and settle of the room's cooling, arrives already softened, already blunted at its edges, already halfway turned into the quiet it is crossing. Sound comes in, and instead of catching at you, instead of snagging some thread of you and pulling it awake, it passes on through and out the far side and is folded back into the silence with hardly a seam, the way a slow ripple crosses deep water and closes over itself and leaves the water no less still than before. You do not have to shut the sounds out. You do not have to hold them off. You could not hold them off now even if some old part of you still wanted to, and it does not. Let them come, let them cross. Let each one arrive already gentled, already leaving, already becoming part of the very hush it interrupts. And one by one, without your ever deciding it, they matter less. The distances they come from grow longer. The space between you and the whole small business of the waking world out there grows wider and softer and deeper, thick and warm and slow as the water that holds you, until the sounds are no nearer to you than a light seen from the bottom of a lake, wavering and far, and belonging to some other surface you have long since let go of. Your hearing, which has stood watch at the edge of you all the long day, keeping its patient count of the room, is being allowed at last to lie down too. It does not have to reach anymore. It does not have to sort the small noises into safe and not safe, near and far, mind to mind and not mine. All of that watching can set itself down now, as heavy and as glad to be done as a pair of hands opening after they have carried something a long way. Let the listening go slack. Let it soften back from the walls, back from the corners, back in out of the far rooms, back down into the warm middle where the rest of you already lies. There is nothing out there tonight that needs your ear, nothing coming that you must be ready for. The ear may close the way a slow flower closes, from the outside in, and simply be part of the sleeping weight of you. And the room around you, or whatever holds you tonight, has grown so much larger and so much smaller both at once. Larger because its far walls have dissolved back into the general dark, and there is no telling anymore where the room ends and the night begins, no near edge and no far edge, only the one wide warm space going on and on. And smaller because none of that reach means anything to you now, none of it needs crossing or knowing, and the whole of the world you still belong to has drawn in close and gentle around the small warm shape of you, no wider than the covers, no wider than the slow warmth your own body has made in the hollow where it lies. A small kept warmth inside a wide dark keeping, and no distance between the two that you have to mind. Let the far go far, let the near be warm, let the two hold you between them and ask you for nothing. And there is a covering over you now, perhaps a real one, a weight of blanket or quilt laid across you, and perhaps only the soft accumulated weight of the dark itself, which after these long hours has come to lie over you as heavy and as kind as any cloth. Either way, feel it there. Feel how it presses so lightly and so evenly along the whole length of you, along the tops of the feet, over the shins, across the hips and the belly and the slow chest, along the arms, up over the shoulders to where it gathers soft against the side of the neck. A covering that does not confine you, only settles you, only tells the body from the outside the same thing the body has been slowly learning all night from the inside, that it may stop. That it is under something now, tucked and covered and closed over, and that the being covered is itself a kind of permission, an old animal permission that goes all the way down, to loosen and to lower, and to let the last of the holding up drain out through the back and the shoulders and the heels into the patient dark below. Nothing needs to stay up now, not the smallest muscle at the corner of the eye, not the fine ones banked along the spine that have held you upright through so many days, not the ones that wring the jaw or lace the throat or fan across the low of the back. They have all been asked, one slow region at a time, and one slow region at a time they have answered, and now they lie the way a rope lies when both ends are let go, no line of pull left anywhere in it, no direction it is being drawn, only its own soft weight following the shape of whatever it is laid across. Let yourself be that let-go rope from crown to sole. Let there be no line of pull left anywhere in you at all. And time, which even now keeps its faint slow motion somewhere far off past all this, the hour turning, the night wheeling its long dark quarter, has come loose from you as gently as the sounds did. You are no longer keeping pace with it. You are no longer counting yourself along its edge, measuring how long you have lain here or how much of the dark is still to come. The minutes have stopped being steps you are taking and become instead something more like weather, something that moves through the far reaches of the night entirely on its own, with no need of your walking it. The night will spend itself out slow and whole whether you follow it or not, and you are not following it now. You have set the counting down with everything else you have set down. Let the hour turn where it turns, out past the warm dark middle where you lie unhoused from time, neither early nor late, neither waiting nor arrived, only held in a soft unmarked always that has no clock to it and no name. So much of resting, it turns out, was only this, the slow laying down of things you did not know you were still carrying. The listening set down, the counting of the hours set down, the faint held readiness that lives behind the breastbone and leans a little forward into whatever comes next, that too, set down at last, let go of, allowed to fall back and be still. There is no next to lean toward now. There is only this, and this is wide enough and warm enough and slow enough to have no far side, and you have stopped reaching for one. And the breath, that smallest, lowest, warmest breath, still rising and settling somewhere far under all of this, has grown so quiet and so far down that it is scarcely yours to feel anymore, and needs no feeling. It goes on the way the slow swell goes on far out under deep water, lifting the whole held weight of you the least fraction and lowering it again, so gentle and so patient that it is less a thing you are doing than a thing that is happening to you, being done for you, breathed for you by whatever it is that keeps the tides moving and the night turning and the great slow world breathing while all its small warm creatures lie down and sleep. You are one of those now. One of the countless small warm sleeping things the dark is breathing for tonight, laid down all across the turning world in their beds and their burrows and their still warm hollows, each one let go, each one covered, each one carried, and you have joined them quietly without a sound, without a border you could feel yourself cross. You are among the sleeping now, or nearly, or as near as makes no difference, folded in with all of them under the one wide covering dark. Let it breathe you, let it carry you, let it keep the slow rhythm so that you do not have to. There is nothing your keeping the rhythm would add, and nothing your letting it go will take away. The breath will rise, and the breath will settle, low and warm and unminded, for as long as this long night lasts, and longer, whether or not any part of you attends it. So let the last thread of attending slip off it too. Let even the faint awareness of breathing loosen and fall away and dissolve into the general warmth, until there is no one left in here counting the breaths, no one left noticing the rise and the settle, only the rise and the settle themselves, going on and on in the warm dark, with no one to watch them and no need of one. Quieter now and quieter, the way a wide water goes quieter and quieter toward the middle of the night, when the last wind has laid itself down and the surface loses even its faintest tremble and becomes so perfectly still that the dark above and the dark below meet in it, and there is no telling them apart. You are near that stillness now. The small stir of you growing fainter and fainter against the great calm that holds it, the way the last ring of a ripple grows fainter and fainter and wider, until the eye can no longer find it, and the water is simply whole again, and smooth and dark, and at rest all the way across. Let your own last faint stir widen out like that and lose itself. Let whatever small motion is left in you, a flicker somewhere behind the closed eyes, a last soft thought turning over slow and formless in the deep, a far dim sense of the covers and the warmth and the weight, let it ripple out and out into the calm and grow too wide and too faint to find, until the whole of you is that smooth whole dark water with nothing crossing it, nothing troubling it, nothing left in it that needs to move. And if a thought does still drift up now and then out of the deep, and it may, for the mind lets go of its small businesses slowly and one at a time, and there is no fault in it, no failing in it, no need to do a single thing about it, let it be like a slow bubble rising through that still water, loosed from somewhere far down, wobbling up soft and unhurried through all the warm dark fathoms, and reaching the smooth surface, and opening there without a sound, and being gone. And leaving the water no less still than before. You do not have to follow the thought up. You do not have to catch it or finish it or send it away. Let it rise on its own. Let it break on its own. Let it be gone on its own. And let the stillness close over the small place where it was, warm and dark, and even as though it had never been. There is nothing you need to think tonight. Nothing you need to solve or turn over or hold in mind until morning. Anything that truly needs you will still be there, patient, in the low gray light whenever the light comes, and none of it needs you now, and none of it can reach you here, this far down, this far under, this deep into the warm, still middle of the keeping dark. Let the thinking go quiet the way the hearing went quiet, and the counting went quiet. Let the last few slow thoughts rise and break and be gone, fewer and fewer, farther and farther between, until between one and the next, there is only the wide, smooth, warm, dark water, holding still, holding you, going on. And it is so easy now. Whatever holding on there was at the start of all this, whatever faint effort it took even to lie down and let the first breath lengthen, all of that has been spent long ago, spent slow and given gladly, and there is no effort left anywhere in you to spend. This is the easiest thing, this is the least thing you have ever done. To lie here covered and carried and let the warm dark do the rest, let it hold the weight, let it keep the breath, let it turn the hours, let it be the one doing all the slow, soft work of the night, while you do nothing at all but be kept. Nothing at all but sink the last small distance into the ease of it. Nothing at all. So let yourself go on down that last slow distance now, unmeasured, unhurried, with no bottom to reach and no need to reach one. Down where the water is warmest and stillest and most complete. Down where even the faintest far light of the surface has long since dimmed away to nothing, and the dark is total and soft and kind. Down under the sounds and under the hours and under the last stray drifting thoughts, down into the deep-held middle of the rest, where you are covered and carried and kept, and nothing is asked of you, and nothing is coming, and there is only the slow, warm dark going gently and endlessly on, holding you the way deep, still water holds what has finally, wholly, come to rest inside it. And if anything at all still moves in you now, this far along, it is only the breath, only that, the one small, slow tide left, going out and coming in of its own accord, needing nothing from you, asking nothing of you, tended by something older and steadier than thought, and even that is quieting. Each out-breath a little longer and a little lower than the one before it, each in-breath a little smaller, a little softer, a little further away, until the breathing is less like something you are doing and more like something that is happening to you, gently, at a great distance, the way weather happens far out past the edge of a town. You do not have to breathe on purpose. You do not have to keep any rhythm or reach any depth. Let the breath find its own smallest measure, the least it needs, the quiet minimum of a body that has laid every burden down, and let it go on without you, faithful, unhurried, the last slow tide in the last still harbor, barely lifting, barely falling, hardly there at all. And somewhere out beyond the walls, beyond the room, beyond the quiet street and the dark shapes of the houses along it, the night is going on the way the night goes on, vast and slow and turning, and you are only a small kept warmth inside it, one small settled weight among a whole turning world of settled weights, and there is such an ease in that, such a plain and ordinary comfort, to be only one among so many, only one more body that has finally set itself down. Because all across the dark side of the earth, in this same hour, there are others lying down as you are lying down, in rooms you will never see, under roofs in towns whose names you will never learn, on the far sides of hills and rivers and whole dark oceans. There are countless others letting the day fall out of their hands the way you have let it fall out of yours, some of them just now closing their eyes, some of them already gone, already deep, already carried off. A whole quiet company of the resting, spread thin across the turning world, none of them knowing you and none of you needing to be known, all of you doing the same small honest thing at the same slow hour, all of you laying the same weight down, and you are simply one more of them now, one more breath among a numberless soft chorus of breathing, one more warmth kept low through the long dark middle of the night. And there is nothing to prove and no one to be, only this, only the being one among the many, only the letting go along with all the rest of them, easy, ordinary, shared. Let that widen the quiet for you. Let it make the dark feel less like a small closed room and more like a great soft field with room enough in it for everyone. A field going on past the edges of what you can imagine, and you a small still place in the middle of it, held and unremarkable, and safe in being unremarkable, one grain of the enormous gentle darkness that is covering half the world tonight. And picture, if the picturing comes easy, and let it go if it doesn't, that somewhere out in that darkness it has begun very slowly to snow. Not a storm, nothing with weather in it, nothing to watch or wonder at. Only a slow, soundless snow, the kind that comes down in no hurry at all, each flake taking its own long, unhurried time to fall, drifting more than falling, turning once or twice on the way down and settling without a sound. And every soft white thing that lands on top of every soft white thing already there, and the ground grows deeper and quieter under it, inch by patient inch, and the edges of things go rounded and gentle, and the sharp lines of the world lose themselves one by one beneath the smooth and thickening white, and everything the snow touches it hushes. The roofs go quiet under it. The roads go quiet under it. The bare trees hold it along their branches and stand there stilled and softened and uncomplaining, and the whole outside world grows slowly muffled and slow and kind, wrapped and wrapped again in the falling of it, until there is hardly a sound left anywhere out there at all, only the enormous velvet silence of snow that has been falling a long time and means to fall a long while yet. And you are inside and warm, and none of that cold can reach you. You are only near enough to it to feel how deep the quiet goes. Let that same slow settling happen inside you now, the way the snow is settling out there. Let a soft depth build in you, layer on gentle layer, the way it builds on the still ground. Every slow breath one more thin white fall of quiet laid down over the last. Every moment a little deeper, a little smoother, a little more muffled and rounded and kind. The sharp edges of the day going soft under it, the way the sharp edges of the world go soft. The noise of everything sinking further and further beneath a depth that only keeps on growing, silent, patient, unhurried, all through the long middle of the night, until there is nothing sharp left in you anywhere, nothing left uncovered, only the smooth, deep hush of a thing that the quiet has been settling over for hours. And the hours themselves are letting go of their shape now. You may notice, if you notice anything, that you have lost your grip on the time, and that losing it costs you nothing and worries you not at all. You could not say how long you have been lying here. You could not say whether much of the night is spent or hardly any of it. And it does not matter in the least, because you have no use for the time tonight, no appointment with it, nothing it is keeping from you. Let it come loose. Let the hours stop standing in their neat separate rows and run together soft, one into the next, into a single long unbroken dark that has no marks in it and no divisions, no this hour and that hour, only the one wide seamless night going gently on. You do not have to keep track, nothing is being counted. The clock, wherever it is, can go on with its small work in the dark by itself, and you need never once look its way, need never once be told what it says, because the reckoning of the hours is not yours to carry tonight, and was laid down long ago with all the other weights. And beneath you, holding all of this, the settling, the snow, the slow uncounted hours, there is the warmth, your own warmth, kept low and even and steady, the plain animal warmth of a resting body doing the one quiet thing it has always known how to do. Like coals banked down at the back of a hearth, covered over for the night, giving off no flame and no bright light, only a deep, steady, patient heat that will keep and keep and keep until morning without your tending it once. You do not have to feed it, you do not have to watch it. It burns low and it burns long entirely on its own, that small kept warmth at the center of you, and it needs nothing from you but to be left alone to do its slow good work. Let it. Let the warmth sit banked and easy and low in the middle of you, and let the smooth, cool, quiet settle over everything around it, and let the two of them hold each other in balance, the way they have held each other through every night there ever was, the low warmth within and the deep hush without, and you the still place between them, kept. And how far down you have come, not by trying, not by working at it, not by reaching for it, only by letting each thing go as it came, only by refusing none of it and clutching at none of it, only by lying still and allowing the slow, soft weight of the night to lower you notch by notch, breath by breath, hour by uncounted hour to this. To depth you could never have aimed at, could never have found by searching. A depth that opened only because you stopped holding yourself up out of it. And there is further still to go, and you will go there the same way you came this far, which is to say by doing nothing, by wanting nothing, by simply continuing to let go of a body that has already very nearly finished letting go. So let the last of the letting go happen now. Whatever thin thread of attention is still reading these words, still following the sound of this voice from somewhere just at the edge of the dark, let even that begin to fray and thin and come loose. You do not need to follow any longer. The words can go on without your listening, the way a stream goes on past a sleeper on its bank, and you can slip below the level of them any moment you like, and nothing will be lost, and no one will call you back. Let the voice become just another soft texture in the quiet, no more requiring of you than the sound of snow or the sound of your own slow breath, something you could reach for if you wished, and just as easily let sink beneath you. You are allowed to stop listening now. You are allowed to let the meaning blur and the words run together, and the whole gentle murmur of it fade off into the general hush, until it is only a warmth in the dark, only a low, steady company at the edge of a sleep you are already more than half fallen into. There is nothing left that is asked of you, not one thing, not to breathe, not to listen, not to stay, not to follow, not even to rest, for the rest is happening on its own now and has been for a long while, and does not need your permission and does not need your help. You have already arrived at the thing you lay down to reach, and gone on past it, further and lower and easier than you meant to, and there is nowhere else to get to and nothing else to become. Only this softening, only this settling, only this slow, continual sinking through a night that has all the room in it you could ever need and asks nothing of you in return, but that you keep on letting go. And so let the quiet grow. Let it thicken like the snow thickens, let it deepen like the banked warmth deepens, let it widen like the great dark field of the resting world widens all around you. Let the breath grow small, and the time grow shapeless, and the listening grow faint. Let one soft moment lower you into the next soft moment with no seam between them and no effort in the passing. Further down and warmer and stiller and further still. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep. Nothing to do but be lowered, gently, endlessly, through the long, kind middle of the dark, by hands you cannot see and do not need to see, that have never once in all the night let you fall too fast, or too far, or anywhere but softly down. And softly down, and softly, softly down. And there is no bottom to reach, and no floor to land on, only the softness going on being soft, only the down going on going down, gentle past any place where gentleness could end. You have come to the part of the night that does not keep time, the part that has no edges and no name, where one breath is the same as the breath before it and the breath before that, all of them small now, all of them slow, all of them coming and going without your help. You are not breathing them so much as being breathed. The air finds its own way in and lets itself back out, and you are only the quiet room it moves through, only the warm, dark space where the breath comes to rest a moment before it turns and goes again. And everything is loosened now. The jaw that you softened so long ago has stayed soft, and the shoulders that came down have stayed down, and the hands have forgotten they were ever hands that held anything, and the legs lie where they fell, heavy and done, and the whole long length of you is given over, fully, to the surface that holds it, to the floor of the night, to the deep and patient dark that has been waiting all this while just to hold you exactly like this. There is nothing to finish. Nothing was ever going to be finished tonight, and that is well, because you are not here to finish anything, you are only here to be lowered, and you have been, and you still are, and you will go on being lowered long after the last of these words has thinned away into the hush. So let them thin, let the sentences come apart. Let the small warm shapes of them soften at the edges until they are not quite words anymore, just a low sound in the low dark, just a warmth passing over you like the last light passing off a wall, dimming, and gone. You do not need to gather any of it. Nothing said here needs keeping. It was only ever meant to walk beside you down to the edge of sleep and then step back and let you go on alone, the way you were always going to go on alone, softly, into the part of the night that no voice can follow you into and no voice needs to. Heavier now and slower and further down. The breath very small. The body very still. The mind gone loose and wide and dim, spread thin across the dark like warmth across water, holding no thought, chasing no thought, letting each faint flicker of thinking rise a little and dissolve a little, and sink back down unfinished into the same soft, quiet everything else has sunk into. And if a thought does drift up, let it drift. You do not have to answer it. You do not have to follow where it goes. It will lose its way in the dark all on its own and come apart and settle, the way everything here settles, the way the snow settles, the way the whole tired world outside these walls is settling now, roof by roof, street by street, one lit window at a time going dark. So much of the world is asleep already, so many others lying just as you are lying, let down into the same wide night, breathing slow, gone heavy, gone still, carried the same gentle way you are being carried. You are not the last one awake and you are not awake for long. You are only the next to go down and you are going, and it is easy and it is allowed. Let it be easy. Let it be allowed. There is nothing more to do. There was never very much to do, and now there is nothing, and the nothing is soft, and the nothing is kind, and you can lie all the way down inside it and stop. Stop reaching, stop holding, stop even the small last habit of listening, if listening is still happening at all, if there is still some thin faithful thread of you turned toward this sound. Let it go slack now. Let it fall away like everything else has fallen away. The sound will keep on without it, lower and lower, dimmer and dimmer, and you will not need to hear the end of it, because there is no end to hear, only a fading, only a settling, only a going quiet that has already mostly gone. But warm, and heavy, and far. The dark all around you, and holding all of you, and asking nothing. No one coming, no one calling, nowhere you have to be and no moment you have to meet. The night is yours and it is long and it has room for all the rest you never quite let yourself take. And it is pouring that rest into you now, slow, steady, filling every hollow place. And you have only to lie still and let it fill you. And you are, and it does. Deeper than thought now, under the words, under the wanting, down where there is only the breath and the weight and the warmth and the dark. And even those are thinning, even those are softening toward the point where they too let go. Let the breath thin until you can hardly find it. Let the weight sink until it is not weight anymore, only rest. Let the warmth spread until there is no edge to you at all, only the wide, dim quiet you have dissolved into. So soft now, so slow, so nearly gone. And it is good to be nearly gone. It is the thing you came for and further than you came for, and there is no fear in it, only ease, only a long low tide of ease drawing you out past the last shallow thoughts into the deep still water where nothing troubles and nothing hurries and nothing has to be held. Drift there. Just drift. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to carry down with you but the softness itself. And the softness carries you. Further out and further down and slower. The words almost gone now, coming apart in the dark, spacing wide, falling quiet between one and the next. You between them, in the quiet between them, sinking through the quiet between them. Lower and warmer and stiller. Let the last of your listening close like a hand opening. Let it come loose, let it go. You are held. You are heavy. You are warm. You are so far down and so far in that there is no coming back tonight, and nothing to come back for. Only this, only down, only the slow kind lowering that goes on, and never once lets you fall too fast or too far or anywhere, but softly. Softly. Into the deep of the night. Into the deep of the rest. Into the quiet that has no bottom and asks no more of you ever than to keep on being carried. So be carried. Let go. And go down. And stay down. Warm and heavy and gone. Nothing now. Nothing to do. Nothing to hold. Only the dark. Only the warmth. Only the slow, small breath coming, going, smaller, slower, further apart. And the space between growing wide. And soft. And dim. Rest now. Just rest. All the way down. And stay. Quiet. Warm. Gone. Softly. Down.